I need you to understand, overstand, understand. I need you to understand, overstand, and understand. Brother Jose.
Sí, señor, ¿cómo está?
Peace and love, good brother. You got any time to slide by today?
Sí, tengo 5 minutos.
As soon as possible. How soon can you get here?
15 minutos, 20.
601 East 17th Street, Wilmington.
Okay.
We're right around the corner from the Boys and Girls Club.
Sí, comprende.
601 East 17th Street, Wilmington, Delaware.
Comprende, sí. Can I come now? Why are you sniffing? You sniff time? What's going on? Turn the heat down.
Yes, sir. I need you to look at two things, Brother Jose.
Okay.
The first thing is the HVAC unit on our small gym has to be switched out.
Sí.
The company that produced the existing unit can replicate another unit.
¿Qué?
I just need to find a tech who is able to replace the unit when the new one has completed production.
Okay, no problema.
Which will take about 60 days, the company has told me.
Okay.
So I need you to look at it, let me know if you can do it, and what will the cost be for you to remove this old one, put the new one in, and the new one is going to look identical to the old one, but it's a more modern version.
¿Qué? No comprende.
We're going to buy the unit.
Okay.
Okay, so that's number one. I want you to look at that. Number two is
Dos.
on the small school, Brother Jose.
Okay.
We have a roof unit that has to be replaced.
¿Qué?
We've already got the new unit produced. It is sitting in storage. But I have not been able to find a tech who can get the permit, block off the street, bring the crane, lift the new unit up on top of the school, tie it all in. So that unit has been sitting. It was delivered on November the 1st.
November?
And it's been sitting there for 3 months, Jose. So,
Tres?
And it's the same unit. All we did was order a replica of what's up there because it was custom made.
Pero no comprende. Don't make no sense, my friend. Okay? You go where you want me to come. I can look. You tell me what you want.
I'm not sure because it went straight to storage, and I'll share with you where that is. But it's supposed to be identical. It's supposed to be identical to the one up there. It is at a crane yard, and I have the address. It's not far from the school.
Is a crane yard? You say crane yard, huh? You too funny.
Okay.
Huh? Sí, pero tú tengo the
yes, sir.
Huh? The money? You have the money? I got ¿cuánto? Tell me how much you pay.
No problem. I'm here waiting on you. Keep me posted.
How much?
Okay. Thanks, Jose. All
Hello?
right.
Hello? Hello?
All right, Cookie Crunch Chat. Y'all asked for it yesterday. You got it. Thank y'all so much for tuning on. And I'm going to keep it long this evening. Shout out to everyone. Records have been broken. Truth has been exposed. Cookie Crunch Chat is
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's 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 coming. Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
All right, I ain't gonna lie. I thought this was my wife right here. I said, what in the world? I did, because I went through. I ain't got my glasses on too, but I said, wait a minute. My wife's real name is Teresa Ford. I'm sorry. I was shocked. I said, what in the world? All right. My heart started beating because that happened to me back in the day when I was young. I was 24. No, 23, and my girlfriend, she was 33, but she was from South Africa. And come to find out, she was still married. She told me that they were divorced. I ain't gonna get all into the story. That's why I saw that picture. I said, oh no. I said, deja vu. All right. What's up, information man? Thank y'all so much for tuning on in. I'm not gonna keep you long during the live stream today. We did 5 hours yesterday. It was a classic. Probably the best show. No, hands down, it was the best show that I ever did. We broke all the records. This battery is already going out. Let me switch this. Broke records for views during a live stream. It's almost at, I think, 70,000 views now, 60 or 70,000 views, something like that. We broke the record for likes and super chats and votes on the first poll. So I want to thank everyone so much for being supportive of my YouTube page. I really do appreciate it. I do not take it for granted at all. I appreciate each and every one of you, and including you Umar Johnson followers. I have nothing but love for you all too. And I would encourage you to just stay the course, see what you can learn. Maybe you'll find some information that'll help you to have, I just have to say, a little more discernment when it comes to Umar. A lot going on with Umar right now. And the thing is that it's not just what happened recently. What we find is that this whole year, 2025, it's been something else. I wasn't planning on live streaming this much this year. It's just from the jump, you know, it's one thing after another. And so today, what we're going to do, I want to talk a little bit about this issue of the amount of money that Umar, the bare minimum amount of money that Umar has raised for FDMG, which is $1,677,860. And then ask the question, why is Umar broke after collecting all that money? On top of that, and shout out to Information Man. I saw your video. I watched Information Man video on YouTube on Umar, and you talked great. It was awesome. I watched that today. I watched Brother Eli from What Happened to Common Sense. He did a fantastic job. I watched Pocket Watch with JT today. He has some stuff in there I didn't even think to look at when I was looking at the form, the IRS forms that Umar filed. But again, Pocket Watch with JT, that's his expertise. He breaks that down like no one else can. I'm thinking of maybe even playing his video tomorrow and just seeing how he breaks it down, the financial aspect of it. I think it's just so very important. He did a fantastic job. Someone else, I can't remember who else I watched today, but I just want to send a shout out to everyone who's been covering Umar Johnson. The more people who do, the better, you know. But again, this is all the result of Umar's actions, his behavior, what he has done, not just this year, but I mean, he's been at this scamming type of stuff since 2005 with the UNIA. What I like to do today is just kind of talk a little bit about the financials, but I also want to kind of set up, how did we get here? In other words, when Umar does the video that we covered yesterday, when he's in his car, how did he get to that point? And I think it's important to outline, like I was explaining yesterday, how it's a pattern. Umar, he's a creature of habit. Everything is a pattern with this guy. He's been living like this for such a long time. He's always wrapped up in some drama. In fact, just today, shout out to Information Man. Just today, and really just maybe an hour ago, he posted this on his Instagram page. I want to read this to you. It said Ifatunde versus the state. He's used this many times in the past. Ifatunde versus the state. Breaking news. And then he put the Philadelphia police badge emblem there. The Philadelphia police just made a wellness check at the home of Queen Mother Ifatunde. They received a distress call possibly arranged between Fishy Medea. Okay, he's talking about Lene. I can't believe he's still talking like that. And one or more of Dr. Umar's siblings. Wow. The police inspected the home and found no cause to remove the elder or arrest her primary caregiver, eldest son, King Kong consciousness. Fact check, Dr. Oguntade, now he's calling himself Dr. Oguntade. He all over the place. Ifatunde Oguntade, Umar Johnson, has been taking care of his mother for 7.5 years, 7.5 years without any support from family. Well, part of the issue, Umar, and your nephew talked about this, is that you've basically taken your mother as possession and you will not allow family members to see your mother. Umar would not even allow for his mother's mother to see her. And what I'm saying is Umar's great-grandmother, he would not let his great-grandmother see her child, and she passed away without being able to see her child. So Umar, he always misrepresents the facts. He says 7.5 years without any support from family. He would greatly appreciate, he always writing in this way too. This is a psychological issue. He would greatly appreciate it if you all left him and his mother alone. No need to act like you suddenly care after 7.5 years. It hasn't been easy, but with the aid of the ancestors, we have succeeded. Hashtag FDMG is coming. Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay, so he just posted that not too long ago. The thing is, though, that Umar, even though he on paper he's the primary caretaker, he's all over the place. He's traveling all over the place all the time. He was on Africa for a month. Then he came back for like a week. Then he's gone for like a week and a half. So even though, and he's always traveling. The thing is that even though he says the primary caretaker, he's not. Okay, it's just a title, and he wants to make it seem as if people are trying to, I don't know. But you notice one thing he didn't do. He didn't put me up in that mess. You guys know that? Did you guys notice that he didn't say anything? He calls me Pastor B. He didn't mention anything like that when he posted that. And I know why, because more and more people are coming over here, and he doesn't want people to come over here because I'm a rational guy. Okay, I don't have any animosity towards Umar. Okay, I go based upon receipts and facts. You know, people have been posting things on my YouTube page about Umar and saying that he's gay and all this stuff. Listen, I don't want to go there. I don't have any receipts to prove that. Okay, so I give Umar that grace. Now he calls me gay all the time. He doesn't say my name though, punk. Okay, but he calls me gay. The point is that you see the difference. I have integrity. I'm not going to put, even if it is true about Umar, I'm not going to put that out there unless I have verifiable proof. See. So that's the big difference. And so when his own followers come over there, and they've been coming over here, because there's been people that say, listen, I stopped watching you, I unsubscribed because I didn't believe you. I thought you were just a hater, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, I see what's happening now, especially with all the shenanigans taking place with Umar now. And they said, you was right all along. I want to apologize. I want people to know you don't have to apologize to me. It's not necessary. I'm not in here doing this so that people, you know, to prove people wrong or anything like that, or to make people feel bad or ashamed for following Umar. That's not what I'm here for. You don't have to apologize for anything. What's most important is that people see the truth. And that's what Umar does not want people to see. See, he does not want people to come over here and see the receipts and see the presentations. Also see we have a good time. There's no animosity here. And then they'll see the truth that Umar, he is exactly what I've been saying that he is. I've been saying it for many, many years. He's a con man. Okay, he's a scam artist. All right. He has all these different addictions. He's mental health issues to the extreme. You see, and you put all that together, and then it all centers around this idea that he's going to be the person to open up a school by himself. No board of directors. He's the only one. He's the only person on the board of directors, by the way. No team. He says he has an accountant, but if he had an accountant, that accountant would be in some serious trouble because the financials, the math ain't mathing. See, he's a one-man show. So the point is that I just want people to understand that Umar, he's very careful these days not to say LenonHonor. Okay, he'll call me and then people ask, well, who's this guy that he's talking about? Who's Pastor B? And then someone will comment, oh, it's LenonHonor. And then they come up over here and they see what the deal is. See, it's interesting because Umar, he really preys on his followers' ignorance. And I'm not saying that they are ignorant. I'm saying that he purposely puts his followers in a position where they're ignorant about who he truly is. See? But if they see the truth about Umar, or even just small snippets here and there, or samples of the truth about Umar, at a certain point, they'll realize he's not who he's telling us that he is. He's not a school psychologist. He's a school psychologist. This is Umar. He's a school psychologist. He's a primary caretaker for his mother. He's a most requested scholar. He's traveling all over the world, and then he's spending 60 hours a week at FDMG. That's what he's reporting to the IRS. There's not enough time in the day or in the week or in the month. See, Umar, that's the thing. He does not want people to see the truth. All right. So today, what we're going to do, I want to get into the financials a bit, but I also want to go back because there's maybe 3 or 4 videos that we did not cover leading up to when Umar comes up with this story where he's talking about how his accounts were frozen. There is a poll. We already have a 930 votes on the poll. Do you think that a government agency has frozen? I should have rephrased this, but I just did it quick. Do you think that a government agency froze Umar Johnson's personal or FDMG bank account? 65% say yes, 35% say no. If you guys get your vote in during this live stream, I'd appreciate it. I won't keep you long either. We're going to get into it and we're going to get going here. And also, I want to make sure today that I get to super chats. Yesterday, I had to wait towards the end, and I just want to make sure that I do this like I normally do this. Shout out to everyone inside the Good Question chat. Also, thanks to the moms for handling business. I appreciate you all. Okay, all right, here we go. Sean Pre became a member today. Thank you so much. Got hundreds of videos of archived Umar Johnson videos. In fact, there'll be some more added sometime this week. And there'll be some that are public right now, but I'll convert them over to just for members only. All kinds of content. Okay, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours. Thanks for becoming a member. Alfonso, what's up? Alfonso says FDMG isn't coming. Yeah, it's not. The idea of FDMG is coming. It really, Umar, there was a time where he was inside of these abandoned buildings and he was beating on this drum and he started singing FDMG is coming, FDMG over and over again. I can't even remember what year that was. I mean, it had to have been maybe 2020. It could have been 2019. I think 2020. And here we are all these years later. He's had these abandoned buildings since February of 2019. We're talking over 6 years now, almost 6.5 years. That's crazy. Not one black boy has been educated. He's still working on renovation. You know what? I have to say something too real quick because FDMG, it's not coming, but we have and I'm not here to disparage anyone, but I just wanted to say this because it's amazing that there are still people who believe in this guy and they still believe that somehow he's serious about opening up a school. And then they're going to try to question my research, even though they haven't done any independent research themselves. Okay. I've done independent research. I've crunched numbers. Okay. I've looked at all types of things over these many years at this point. And I just want to say something to you all real quick. And so in the video we're in, I break down how Umar has raised a bare minimum of $1,677,860 for FDMG. There's a person who said, well, your calculations are wrong because he didn't purchase because I include the $400,000 purchase price. Umar says it's a little bit more than that. Pocket Watcher with JT says $425,000 based upon what's reported with the IRS. Okay, and that's why I said inside the video, I says at a bare minimum. that means that it is going to be more than that. So $400,000, that's where I go with. If we want to say $425,000, that's fine. The point is, I want to prove how much money, bare minimum, Umar Johnson has actually raised. And if he spent more on the school, that actually benefits what I'm saying. Okay, let me explain what I mean by that. So there's a person who said, well, you're wrong because he didn't purchase these abandoned buildings for $400,000. He purchased it for $750,000. I have not seen one document. I haven't seen one receipt. I have not seen any evidence that would prove that Umar, or even lead me to believe that he spent $750,000. But let's say that he did. Well, what that means is that we can take the figure of $1,677,860. $1,677,860, and then we can add the difference. I said 400,000. This person said it's 750,000. The persons think that they're doing Umar a favor. No, you're proving my case even further. If it's $750,000, okay, the difference is $350,000. Okay, well then let's add $350,000 of this then to the bare minimum raised. Now we're at $2,027,860. Listen, y'all, don't play with me. You Umar Johnson followers, and I'm trying to be nice, okay? Don't play with me. Okay, because it actually proves my point even further that he's raised way more money than he's telling people, because he's telling people in 2025 that he hasn't even raised $1 million. But based upon his follower, who's trying to find any excuse to let Umar off the hook, that's all. No, it was 750,000. Okay, let's go with 750. If you want to go with $1 million, that's fine too, because we'll just add this up a little bit further and it'll just keep going up. Now, if we go with what this person is saying, even though they don't have any receipt to prove that at all, okay, don't play with me. Okay, I've done the research. Okay, real talk. Can't nobody touch me on this. Real talk. I don't mean to be arrogant. Okay, but if we want to go with $750,000, okay, we're gonna add $350,000. We're gonna add more of that into it, and so now we get to $2,027,860. Where the rest of this money go? Even if we took out now from $2,027,860, we take out the $750,000, the alleged purchase price of these abandoned buildings, that still leaves $1,277,860. Have we seen $1,277,860 worth of renovation work up there? Don't play with me. If I calculated how much money Umar has put in, and one day we're going to do a show, and we'll just go back in time and just start calculating the things that he said he spent money on. At most, $300,000. Let's say $350,000. Okay, we're going to subtract $350,000. There's still about $927,860 that's missing. So listen, you Umar Johnson followers, you think you're doing Umar a service. No, you're not, because you can't touch me on the research anyway. But if you want to say 750, that actually proves my point even further. That means that there's $927,860,000 $927,860 that's missing. Furthermore, I want to tell you all something, that this bare minimum, I'm going to play the video again. I probably should have played it before I did this. The bare minimum is $1,677,860. That's the bare minimum. But that doesn't include all of the money that Umar raised going all the way back to 2014. Because he had two separate EIN numbers. The first EIN number was established in 2015 through 2007. He got revoked in 2017. The second EIN number was established in 2020. And the money that he reports to the IRS on his 2020 IRS filings, he has no obligation to share with the IRS how much money he raised with the other EIN number, because that's something totally different. We're not even counting that money. Don't play with me. Okay, that's what I'm saying. FDMG's not coming. There's close to $1 million bare minimum that's missing today, if we want to use these calculations from this Umar Johnson supporter. Okay, no animosity. I'm speaking facts. That's all. You can't deal with it? Okay, you know what to do. Thanks, Alfonso. Yeah, it ain't coming. Listen, he's rarely even up there. Real quick, Umar Cookie Crush Chat. You remember when we first started covering Umar, and really consistently by the time we get into 2019, after he purchased these abandoned buildings, you remember how much he used to be up there back then? Hit the one. He used to be up there. I mean, he would be up there, and it was like bragging. He was just up there just trying to brag and look at haters, blah, blah. Umar Johnson was like, yeah. That was 6.5 years ago. My goodness. Go back to the old videos. My face ain't all fat. I don't have all this gray and none of that stuff. Okay. That's a long time ago. But see, what we find is that over the years, because Umar never got anything done, nothing of consequence, what has happened is that he's up there less and less and less, and he begs more and more and more. One other thing too, by the way. Let me add back. Well, let me go back to the $1,677,860 as the bare minimum. Okay, and then we're going to add, based upon what his follower was saying, no, he spent $750. It wasn't $400,000. You're trying to act like, no, okay, well, let's go with what you said. Let's add $350,000. That gets us to $2,027,860. $27,860. Okay. Now let's take back out the $750,000 because he spent that money. That's going to leave $1,277,000. Now watch this. In February of 2019 and throughout 2019, Umar kept saying that it's going to cost $1 million to completely restore all of the buildings, to renovate everything. $1 million. Anyone remember that? Hit the one. And what I told the person was, based upon what you saying, man, I'm sorry, I shouldn't even do that. But I said, I'm sorry, ma'am, you don't know what you're talking about. Because I'm trying to be nice, because there's a lady. Based upon what she was talking about, Umar should have been sitting on $1,277,860 after he purchased these trap bandos for this alleged $750,000. Okay. Now, real quick, I'm actually projecting into the future because what I'm considering is all of the money that Umar collected after from his IRS filings from 2020 through 2024. Okay, so I just want to be clear about that. The point is that if we add up all of the money that Umar has collected up and through 2024, he should be sitting on $1,277,860, and that money is more than what Umar claimed he needed to renovate all of the buildings. Don't play with me. So the critical question is, why hasn't Umar in 2025 completed renovations on both sides of the street? Because he said that it was going to cost $1 million to completely restore or renovate both sides of the street. He said it was going to be $350,000 on one side of the street. He ain't even finished with that yet. Not even close. Don't play with me. So I want to make this point, okay? Even if we go with my figures, we're going to take back out of here $350,000. $927,860 is what Umar should be sitting on right now. If he didn't do anything since acquiring these trap bandos, he should be sitting on $927,860. Have we seen $927,860 worth of work on these abandoned buildings? Where'd the money go? Why is he broke in 2025? We're not even counting 2025 on money he raised in 2025. See, he's a con, and that's why FDMG is not coming. The money's funny. He's been living off this money. I've been telling people. He got all types of issues, addictions, gambling. Don't make me pull it up, because that's what I said today. I was going to pull up the gambling videos. If y'all want me to do it, hit the one. Don't make me do it. He got a sniffing problem and a sniffing and blinking and turning the heat down problem with the substance abuse popping pills. Don't make me pull that video up. You see, Mary Ann Loyan, when I interviewed her, she said something. I don't know if people caught it, because I still got to go through that video and chop that up and start re-uploading those for people. I don't know if anyone else caught. I'm sure that maybe some of y'all did. Good Christ, Chat's undefeated. She said it was almost like she was amazed that Umar, because the schedule was rigorous, 3 days of recording. Umar flies in, and she said that this guy, he was up in the morning time, ready to go. They get to it. He was energized. She takes him back. He gets dropped off at his hotel room, and it's later on in the evening. And you guys do know that he was up there sexually exploiting those women on set too, by the way. She talks about that too, by the way. In fact, something happened in the hotel room where she had to pay out the money. Otherwise, she was going to get sued. He's a predator, because Umar was saying, listen, if you can get her, if I can get her number, because I want to run through these lines with her. And Marianne Lauren at first was like, no, but she went and did it because she believed in Umar, and Umar manipulated this lady to this who was one of the people who was in the actual the film, was a cast member, to come to his hotel. Something happened, and then that young lady shows up with her agent and her uncle, and they were threatening to sue. And so Mary Ann Lauren had to pay out of pocket to resolve that issue. The point is that in addition to Umar, rigorous recording schedule, he was also engaged in sexual activity with numerous women, because he was manipulating them to come to his hotel room. So how does Umar get all that energy to do that? And she was amazed by it. Well, some of you guys remember that when Umar was out there, he did a live stream when he was in his hotel room. And you know what he was doing? He was popping pills. And he was talking about, I got to get my body ready so that I can do this. And it's not one. It's not two. Don't make me pull the shit up today. It's not three. It's not four. He's popping them pills, throwing it back. I don't mean to say it like that, but he was throwing them back. All right. The point I'm getting to, back to Alfonso, is listen, FDMG is not coming. Umar, he has all these other issues going on. I have the video too. He's throwing them pills back. I ain't gonna put it up today. Okay. or maybe I should. Thank you, Alfonso, for the super chat. Real quick, I wanted to read this from Brent. He said, I work in bank compliance. If he was getting investigated, the bank wouldn't tell him. Right. The only time he'd get a letter is if someone sent a levy. That's when the bank will freeze the money. And see, that's what someone was explaining yesterday, that it's possible that what has happened is that, the levy has been enacted, and in particular, the IRS, it could be child support too, by the way, but the IRS in particular, they're trying to get money from those accounts. So they freeze them so they see how much money they can get. Because Umar, he has tax liens. He's had them. I can't remember when that first one appeared. I think it was in 2016, if memory serves me correctly. And it's not just like $500 or $5,000. I think one of them was like 60,000, something like that, something crazy. Hey, FDMG is not coming. All right, so I wanted to put this on here too, because we covered that. We talked about that yesterday. All right, thanks, Brent, for that comment. I appreciate it. Oh, and look who's here. It's Whole Southern Cooks. How you doing? I ain't seen you in a while. We were talking about you the other day, and we haven't seen you. And I when I don't see people, I hope I didn't offend you, or I worry sometimes. Okay, so it's good to see you here. Whole Southern Cook says, "Hello, Cook Court. Hello, Lenon. I've been away from YouTube for a year. My father lost his battle with Alzheimer's. Okay, I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry. It hit me very hard. I needed time away, but I'm back. Hope you are all well. God bless you. Okay, and I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, I was worrying. I was wondering why we hadn't seen you, and I was worrying too, because I think it was a couple of weeks ago. I said I haven't seen you here in a while, and I was saying how I hope everything was going well with you. Some of you guys may remember that in the Cook Quest chat, but I'm so sorry to hear this. God bless you, and God bless your family. And if there's anything that we can do, let us know. If anything I can do, let me know. My email is LenonHonor@yahoo.com. I'm backed up on emails like 2 months, but if I see a message coming from you, I'll check it right away. Okay, I'm so sorry. And God bless you, and God bless your family. Yeah, I hate to hear that. Yeah, I had someone contact me today. It's just especially as we get older, we have to be as appreciative of the life that we have, and the lives the people that we have in our life. I had someone contact me, and I hadn't heard from them. It's probably been close to 20 years. I hadn't heard from them, and they sent me an email. And it was when I was living in Oakland. That's where I met my wife. And they sent me an email about someone who was a mutual friend of ours who had passed away. And I remember this guy. Again, we were much younger than he was older than me, but we were younger back then. He had a real pretty girlfriend too, real pretty. And he passed away, but I can't get out there for the ceremony and all that stuff because it's just too far and I don't have time. But I did reply back, and I had some kind words, and I said, if there's anything I can do, let me know. And if there's anything I can do at all, you please let me know. Oh, Southern Cooks. Yeah, God bless you. All right. Yeah, I'm so sad to hear that. Okay, and thanks for the super chat. All right. And by the way, Whole Southern Cooks, I don't know if you've seen because you're getting back in. If you've seen the series Surviving Umar Johnson, you should definitely check that out. There's been women who have been coming forward, courageous women, sharing their stories with Umar and how he manipulated them in different types of ways, and financially or even sexually for that matter. And I remember you told the story about how Umar was trying to push up on you. So again, this is now is the time. Now is the time. So make sure you check out that series. It's called Surviving Umar Johnson. Okay. God bless you. Thank you so much for super chat, and welcome back too. Okay. All right. Matt said, has he named the bank yet? Strange if he hasn't. No, I don't think Umar's named the bank. He didn't give much information either. Again, that story is fabricated. You know, there's something else there, though, too, that someone had commented on, and I was looking at this, and I'm going to say this straight out. Is it possible that Umar, the reason why he came up with that story was because he got his ass beat by the plug because he owed the plug money? I don't mean to say it that way, but I'm just being real about it because that's what the situation is. He's a dope fiend. I told people that a long time ago. Why am I saying that too, by the way? Look at Sequoia. Sequoia said, child. Sequoia said, child, honey. What was the other one we say? Child, honey, and something else. I can't remember. What's her name? TK, Tasha? Not Tasha. I can't. One of them ladies from long time. She's a girl, child, honey. Yeah, girl, child, honey. Okay, Matt, thanks for the super chat. Let's go back. I want y'all, and I could be wrong on that, but someone said made this comment. It was in the chat room, and I was thinking about it, and I went back and I want to just put this up again and see what y'all think. Okay. So this is the video that we
Peace and Pan
today, and this is the video that everyone's been talking about. If you look at Umar, it would be his right side. Okay, so if you look at his bandana, which is really, really down low, like over his eyebrows, like as if he's hiding something. Yeah, and I don't know this to be true. I'm just saying, I thought about this. But if you look at where there's a blue circle and like a yellow star. And if you just track that down to his eye and then below his eye, if you look on that side of his face, it appears to be swollen to me. All right. Okay. Listen, I'm serious, Raphael. I just thought about this, that because the story is so ridiculous to what he tells, and he seems in such dire. See that side of his face. Now let me play some of this and just take note of that side of the face.
Peace and Pan Africanism, peace and Pan Africanism. Peace and Pan Africanism, peace and Pan Africanism. This is your big brother, Dr. Umar Tunde Oguntade.
Anybody else see this, or am I just tripping? Maybe it's just me. Listen, I didn't notice it at first, but someone mentioned it, and I was looking again. Yeah, definitely swollen. Yeah, Umar, he got allergies all throughout the year. Yeah. Okay, is it just me? That's what I was saying. What's up, Ruben Divana and Erica? Girl, what's up, pretty brown? Yeah, you thought so too? Oh, no. They standing outside the car waiting on that money. That's how Umar in the car like this. Yeah, family. I had a homie. They called me. They said they needed a couple bucks. Umar looking over and shit. Yeah, my homeboy, Steve said he needed a couple bucks, family. That my bank account got stolen. Oh, poor Umar. I feel bad for this guy. He's sitting up in that rental car shook. I'm trying to tell you, I think they whooped his ass because he didn't get that money on time. They probably loaned him, so they said, listen, when you get back to Africa, you get it back to me, family. He's all right. He went over to Africa. He was living it up good. He was over living it up good over in Africa. He's like, I'm gonna get that money back to you, family. He was like, I got some time, though. I got some time, yeah. And then he got back to the States. They was waiting on him. Okay.
Intercontinental Tunde RB Jesus, coming to you live and direct from Philadelphia. I have a very important message. I'm only going to keep you about 5 minutes.
Yeah, it is swollen on that side, and it is darker too up there. Anyway, I don't know that to be true, but it's just something I thought about. It's possible. All right. Okay, let me get to these super chats. I don't want to keep you guys too long here today. And then we'll get to a couple of videos that we haven't covered that led up to Umar acting a doggone fool. And then we'll start winding down the show. I figure we'll be here for like maybe an hour, another hour. Okay. I will be back tomorrow with another live stream. Okay. CJ said, the fact that many of these Pan-Africanist types don't even have their own lives together should be enough to delegitimize their message. Yeah, listen, I have to be real about it. Pan-Africanism, it's an antiquated concept, especially in the age of the internet. Okay, and people being able to communicate all around the world. I'm going to tell y'all something. I had someone who says that they're a Pan-Africanist reach out to me and email me, and they emailed me twice. The first time they emailed me, they were basically trying to appeal to my ego. It was manipulative, but I don't fall for that. Okay, that's like when inside the chat, when you guys clown me, I don't get upset. I just go with it. Same thing with Umar when he be trying to clown, I laugh at it. You know, he called me Pastor B and all this stuff. I laugh at it. He shouldn't be talking about that anyway, and talking like that in the first place. But also, if you're a heterosexual man, those types of words should be coming out your mouth. In my opinion, that's where I come from. It's a no-no, right? But this person is a longtime Umar Johnson supporter and defender. I called him a Umar Johnson apologist. All right. And it was very manipulative what he was attempting to do, because what he wanted to do was for me to bring him on my platform so that he can somehow defend Umar, but then also defend Pan-Africanism, because he considers himself to be a Pan-Africanist. And I don't play those games. Okay. And I'm not the type of person that can be manipulated that way. You can try to appeal to my ego, but it just doesn't work like that with me. Okay, so I replied back and I basically told him, listen, you're too old to be to be foolish like this. I'm real with people. Okay, that I had no intention of having him on the show. Okay, I thought that it might be interesting to have Umar Johnson followers on and have a series, defenders of Umar Johnson, something like that. But I thought about that a long time ago. But I think it would be counterproductive, because there are people, it doesn't matter what the truth is. They're so caught up in the rhetoric, and some they're caught up in the whole Pan-Africanist rhetoric. And true Pan-Africanists, they don't even consider Umar to be a Pan-Africanist. Did you guys know that? What is it? Molefe Kefi Asante, something like that. I read his book way back in 2000. What was it? 1994. 1994, maybe 1995. Anyway, the point being is that I told the person, no, I'm not interested in that. And why would I bring you on my platform to try to defend Umar? With Umar, he's out here, not only he's preying on he's playing on and sexually exploiting black women, but he's also out here scamming the black community. And he's done scammed the black community over out of millions of dollars. At bare minimum, $1.6 million, but it's closer to $2.7 million at this point. And I told him, I said, listen, this actually speaks to your character as a man, that you would be willing to defend someone like this in the first place. But part of it, the defense was more of Pan-Africanism, and then this whole rhetoric about how, well, then it's like deflection. Well, what about no one is perfect, and what about Malcolm X, and what about he just run down lists. And I basically told him, listen, I'm not interested at all, and that should have been it. But then he replies again, and he tries to appeal to my ego again. Okay. The point that I'm making is that a lot of individuals, they will defend Umar simply because Umar claims to be a Pan-Africanist, and they themselves consider themselves to be a Pan-Africanist. But that's not logical. It's not reasonable either. At the end of the day, if someone is predatory, and real talk, if they're predatory against black women, why in the fuck would any black man try to defend them? Why would any woman try to defend him? I don't care if you're a Pan-Africanist or it makes me no difference. It makes no difference to me. Okay. And I remember the person was saying something like, well, I'm 60. I don't mean to put the person's age out there. I'm serious. I was like, and in my mind, I said, okay, he's trying to pull rank, but I don't really give a shit about that. If you're 60, then you should have, this is what I told him, if you're 60, you should have enough wisdom to know what Umar is all about. So what you talking about, homie? See? Again, that's why I'm saying with all of this Pan-African talk and blah, 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 even in the black conscious space and the black conscious, all this stuff, a lot of it is just a bunch of bullshit, real talk. And yeah, it's true. A lot of them that, they out here sexually exploiting these black women, can't get a woman and can't keep one. I'm talking about a woman can't get one and can't keep one. What you talking about? See? all this black power talk and we gonna rise up as black people. Well, you need to start in the home in the first place. If you can't get with a woman and settle down in the first place, over here slanging that thing over here all around the world, nobody give a shit. All these baby mamas and shit all over the place. Don't even take care of your kid. I don't want to hear it. You want to be a revolutionary as a black man, you settle down with a woman and you raise your family. You want to be revolutionary, you do that. If you ain't doing that in the first place, I don't want to hear it. Talking about black power. Umar don't even take care of his kids. Why would anybody try to defend Umar when he don't take care of his kids? He's a deadbeat. Just like a lot of these individuals in the black conscious space and the Pan Africanism and the hoopty poopty and the tuka the takada and all this other jive turkey talk. You want to be a revolutionary, then commit to a black woman and raise a family and do it the right way. Don't be all out here trying, not only out here scamming and scheming and being a skeezer and a male hoe, but also make sure that you take the time to defend it and protect these black women who are being exploited by people like Umar. Bugaboo. Anyway, we'll get back to it. Thanks, CJ. This is common sense. It sounds like he dropped fraudulent money orders from Africa and he didn't have the funds to cover them, so they froze his account. It's possible. Had a friend who did the same thing. It's possible. Listen, Lene sent me these other receipts. I don't know if she's here today. Lene, if you're here today, let us know in the chat room, because I wouldn't mind bringing those receipts up and have you explain exactly what you were saying in the email. I can give my interpretation of it, but you know what, people, I'm going to tell y'all something. Umar doesn't even know how much money he's raised, because based upon what Lene was saying, there are checks and money orders that people had given him that were really, really, I can't remember. I can't remember. She said they were like 6 months old or something like that. And they're stashed in different places. Like, you know, who does that? Okay, if Lene happens to show up in here, you guys let me know. This goes to show you no organization skills. He doesn't care about, you know, people like that. It's like, okay, give me the money, give me the money. And I, you know, listen, if they give him cash, I'm sure he's ready to go spend it. But if it's checks and money orders, what have you, he may hold on to it for a while, forget about it, because he's a hoarder. He probably got checks and money orders sitting around inside of the trash and filth inside of that small gym. Ain't no telling. Anyway, if Lene shows up, y'all let me know inside the chat room, okay? Yeah, this is possible. Ain't no telling. Ain't no telling what's really going on with Umar. I mean, different people have had different perspectives. I took the time to watch a couple of people today, and there's no telling really what's going on with Umar. See, Umar could have been funneling money over to Africa. And I believe he has been. And at a certain point, the bank realized what was going on. It's like money laundering. And who knows what he's involved with over there in Africa. Like I said yesterday, we only touch on a very tip of the iceberg when it comes to Umar, because most of his dirty work is done offline, not online, which is quite telling, because he got a lot of dirt online. Okay? I told people I was going to pull something up too. If y'all remind me what it was that I was going to pull up. Thanks for the comments. I appreciate it. Ram says, if I conceive a child tonight, my child's grandson may get on the waiting list for when FDMG opens. Umar did say back in 2019 that there was a waiting list. It might have been 2020, and that the waiting list was all the way around the corner. No one's put any, where they're going to put in the application to get their child enrolled. Where? You know, I'm really well, no, it's true. Umar, he lives in an alternate reality. It's like Dre was saying yesterday. It's like an alternate universe or something. I mean, he really believed like that everyone was going to be lining up to go to this fake funky school back in 2019. And that they were going to pay $500 a month to have their child enrolled. That's just to get in, $500 a month. That's an impoverished community up over there. You guys know that? I think the median income was like $30-something thousand or $42,000, 36 or 42. I can't remember what it was. That's that in that area. See? So yeah. If you can see the child tonight, your child's grandson. The FDMG is not coming. See, Umar, there were people who were sending Umar money back in 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010. He only says 2014. But even when we go to 2010, that's 15 years. Most of the people who sent money back in the day, overwhelmingly, most of the people who sent money back in the day who wanted their children to attend, their children are grown now. And people who are going to donate this month or next month or this year, sometime this year, it's highly likely that your child will graduate high school by the time Umar opens up this school. I don't think he's ever going to open it up, to be honest with you. Thanks, Ram. We'll super chat. Pharaonic Corp says Umar is past the point of no return. Yeah, I don't think that there's any way that Umar could rebound from this. I don't think so. It's just he's messed up so much this year, and it's just back to back to back. I mean, he's kept me really busy. It's just back to back to back with this guy. The strange part is that Umar doesn't realize that there's a common denominator, and that's Umar. It's not me. It's not the Cookie Crush chat. It's not anyone in the Cookie Crush chat. It's not you, Pharaonic Corp. You're not the common denominator. It's not Creole Angel, even though she's been even though she's been clowning Umar for many months. How's it going? How's it going? How's it going, Creole Angel Help Positive? This is one of OGs, old OGs. It's Sharif. You're not the Brian Tisdale. You might be part of the you might be part of the problem. I don't know. The point is the common denominator is Umar, but even to this day, he still believes that somehow he's being persecuted and it's everyone else's fault and he's being sabotaged. But that's not the case. And again, if you think like that, you're past the point of return because can't nobody tell you anything. And he's just keep failing over and over and over again. All right, thank you, Pharaonic Corp, for the super chat. What's up, Enterprise? Says I was once a follower, then I saw Lenon game over. Okay, and there's plenty of people who are in the chat room now who were Umar Johnson's followers, followed Umar back in the day. I never followed him, and then there's also people in here now who are still followers. So you're welcome here too. Just take some time to hear me out, and then draw your own conclusions. Use some critical thinking. I believe that time always tells the truth. It's just a matter of patience, and if we're patient enough, if we do our due diligence, and if we engage in critical thinking, critical analysis, intellectualism, right, logic and reason, that ultimately the truth will be revealed. Okay, and that's what this is all about. Okay, thanks, Enterprise Entertainment. I appreciate it. Sal says he keeps making derogatory remarks about Lenon, but he was all up in it for 3 years. Does he not know how stupid he sounds? Umar is a clown. Yeah. Now, to be fair, they weren't sexually active because the first year it was all business, right? It wasn't until later Umar tries to paint the picture as if Lenon was saying that they were in this long-term relationship, but Lenon never said that. Okay, she didn't even start taking care of his mother until after they were sexually intimate. Okay, Umar, he's really crafty with the way he talks. But to your point, if you're dealing with someone and you up in them skins like that, just being real about it. And based upon what Lenon said that he didn't want to use a condom and all this other stuff. Okay, you must not have had a problem with her. You understand what I'm saying? But Umar has to spin this whole narrative and he has to take it to the low gutter base level type of shit. It's so inappropriate. It's amazing. He's 50. Sal, Umar is 50. Who talks like that at 50? I don't know anybody who talks like that at 50. And if I knew somebody, I'll look at him and say, what the fuck are you talking about? Why are you talking like that? Umar's 50. He claims he has 6 degrees. You 50 with 6 degrees? A PsyD in psychology? You the quote unquote most requested scholar? You want to help save black boys? He was called the police on him last month, by the way. Up at them trap bandos. Might have been 2 months ago. See? But yeah, you to your point, it doesn't even make any sense. That's just Umar. He wants to disparage Lenon. He wants to make it seem like she's this horrible person and that degrade her. But that's exactly what he does when women come out and expose him. That's what he did with the conscious stripper. But you see how it turned out in the end. It backfired on Umar. And then he doubles up with this whole story about his bank accounts getting froze. He thought he was going to get all this sympathy if people send him all this money. No, that backfired on Umar too. Y'all wait. I haven't asked of Mary Ann Lauren if she would be okay with me sharing sharing with you all what has taken place, but I'll ask her and see if she will allow it, or if she wants to come on and talk about it. You guys would be amazed. Umar, he's sick on so many different levels, and he's a coward on so many different levels. Okay, thanks, Sal. Yeah, that whole story that that whole narrative that he was trying to spin about Lenon, it backfired on Umar to the extreme. Okay, thanks, Sal. I appreciate it. Let me get to these other super chats. We got about 2,877 people here. My goodness. Okay, yesterday we broke the record. We had 5,500 people. Normally we get anywhere from 800 to maybe close to 1,000. So I'm going to take everyone for taking the time to tune in here this evening. And I'm not going to keep y'all long. Okay. Danielle says, hey, Mr. Lenon, this is my first time ever donating to any channel. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, thank you. Your channel is so worth it. I'm dying of laughter over here. Keep a fire on his fake panhandling behind. He preys on the ignorant. That's what I was saying earlier. Umar preys on other people's ignorance, and that's why he doesn't share the important information, especially when it comes to his personal life and when it comes to the school scam. So as an example, Danielle, you don't hear Umar he's never told people exactly how much the purchase price was. He just said it was more than $400,000. Pocket Watchers with JT, based upon IRS filings, was able to determine that it was somewhere around $425,000. Okay. Now, because Pocket Watcher with JT, that's his expertise, I'm comfortable now at this point saying that the purchase price was in and around $425,000. And that's fine. But it also goes to show that Umar has raised more money than the $1,677,860. Okay. But see, why hasn't Umar shared that information? Well, he wants to keep his audience and his followers, his prey, in ignorance. When was the last time Umar updated people on how much money he collected at any given point? Well, the last time was in 2020. He said he had raised $850,000. But I have him on record back in 2016 saying that by the end of 2016, he was going to be at $1 million. How do you go at the end of 2016 being at $1 million, and then you get to 2020 and you're at 850,000? And then after that, 2020, he hasn't updated people. He hasn't updated his followers. He hasn't updated his donors on how much money he has collected. Well, why does he do that? Because he wants to keep his prey in ignorance. That's what a lot of these con men do. Jay Morrison, he kept the Tulsa Real Estate Fund. He kept people in ignorance. Behind the scenes, he was doing all kinds of shady shit. I think he issued one, it might have been two, but I think he issued one dividend check. From what I remember, people were getting like $6.25 and shit. But he kept them in ignorance because behind the scenes, he knew what he was doing. He was setting this, he set this up even before he started. He set everything up way in advance. He knew what he was doing, and he preyed on their ignorance. Polite did the same thing. He in jail. See, Umar, he's very crafty. He only tells so much, but see, the thing is that if you do enough research into Umar, you begin to put together the pieces. And if you can put together a timeline, you realize very quickly what he's doing and what he continues to do. People only need to go back to the UNIA resignation letter in 2005 and go read through it. Read through it like twice, maybe 3 times. And you'll see back in 2005, he already had the mindset of being a scammer dealing with a building fund renovation project. See? They prey on the ignorance, but they foster an environment where they keep their prey in a state of ignorance. I was watching the video last night with these cheetahs. They be up in them trees. I ain't never seen nothing like that. And they just be up there in the trees. They don't even be moving. They just be chilling up there at the top. It'd be a high tree, real high. They'd be just sitting up there. And there's gazelles walking, and there'd be a whole bunch of gazelles, but they just stay in the tree. They ain't trying to chase none of them. And they're just patient. That's Umar. See, and the gazelle, they're ignorant. They don't know that this cheetah's up there. He's a predator. And it's just chilling. Just, I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna eat your ass. I'm just waiting. That you right there. And then all of a sudden you see a gazelle walking close to the tree, has no clue because it's ignorant. And that cheetah be looking down, and that cheetah wait. It don't just jump right away. It wait until the perfect time. and then it jumps down out of the tree. It's the most amazing thing. And the gazelle had no clue. Well, that cheetah kept that gazelle in a state of ignorance. The gazelle wasn't looking up at the tree. See? Well, that's Umar Johnson followers. I'm sorry to say it. And that's not a statement to make you feel bad or demean you. I'm trying to help you all. Okay? Umar keeps you all in ignorance so that he can continue to exploit you, just like the cheetah kept that gazelle in ignorance so that at just at the right time, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna get your ass. I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna eat. Okay, I'm good. Well, that's Umar. He eating off y'all. Okay, real talk. Thanks, Danielle, for super chat. What's up, James? Said both accounts were closed before Umar's South Africa trip. That's possible too. It could have been closed before that. Okay? It could have been frozen before that. Who knows what's going on with all of this? It could be that he was over in Africa and was doing something. They said, okay, we freezing it. That's it. It could be that months ago he was already under investigation. Ain't no telling with this guy because Umar, he's a master manipulator. He concocts these stories. Listen, James, all this could be a lie, and he's just talking like this because the plug just whooped his ass. You know, they was sitting outside that car. Umar said, let me come up with some type of story. Here we go. Okay, thanks, James, for super chat. Thanks, Muhammad, for the super sticker. I appreciate it. Kat says, please believe the IRS got Capone. They'll make a mincemeat out of Umar. Yeah, it would be if they decide to really come down on Umar, it would be they would wrap him up real quick. I mean, they would only have to look at they would only have to look at the video that I did dealing with the financial aspect. Because if Umar's telling his followers that he hasn't raised $1 million and it's under a nonprofit, but the IRS filings and the receipts show that he is bare minimum $1,677,860. That's fraud. See, and then they could subpoena everything. They can also subpoena what the purchase price was. And lo and behold, what if they found out that he didn't purchase these abandoned buildings outright? What if he took out a loan or a mortgage? See, because Umar, even though in the February 2019 video, even though he stated that they purchased it outright and that they own it and there was no mortgage, you know, he never provided any receipts to prove that to be the case. And with these scammer types, you never know because they keep their prey in ignorance. But what if something like that came out? Then what? What would you Umar Johnson's followers say then? Now, am I saying that that's going to happen or that's what happened at Umar? No, that's not what I'm saying. But when you talk about people who are scam artists like Umar, Jay Morrison, Brother Polite, yes, Zaza Ali back in the day, okay, they work from a particular script. They're creatures of habit. So if Umar is lying about all kinds of other stuff, you best believe it's possible that he's lying about what the purchase price was, or he may even be lying about how he, quote unquote, acquired these abandoned buildings. See? But we're going to have to wait and see. It wouldn't take the IRS much, you know, to get him, Umar hemmed up. And that's what I've been saying all along, that if he gets hemmed up big time, it's going to be through the IRS and the nonprofit issue. Again, he had the first nonprofit established in 2015. By 2017, it was revoked because Umar did not file any paperwork to tell the IRS how much money he was collecting. That's you can't do that. That's fraud. You're collecting all this money under nonprofit so that you don't have to pay taxes on it, but you're not reporting to the IRS how much money you've received, and you're keeping that money because essentially it's personal income. Therefore, well, they said, okay, well, we're going to take away that nonprofit status, and then Umar doesn't reestablish it until 2020. And if we look, like I covered it, if you look at the IRS filings, bare minimum $1,677,860, and Umar's telling people that he hasn't even raised $1 million. He's saying that in 2025. Okay, that's fraud, right? So it would not be difficult at all for the IRS. Thanks, Kat, for super chat. Valerie says it's the deceit, the arrogance, and entitlement. Yeah, that perfectly describes Umar. He's very deceptive. Again, to keep people in ignorance, he has to deceive. He's what I call the great deceiver of our time in the Black conscious space. He's very arrogant. Okay, he believes that part of it's the narcissism. He believes he's all these great things, and he's superior to everyone else, and no one can tell him anything. He's always right. He's just extremely arrogant. And then the sense of entitlement. That's huge, but that's part of the narcissism too. Narcissists, they feel entitled to other people's things. It could be their body, other people's money, other people's finances, whatever they can. Intellectual property. That's Umar. See, the sense of entitlement that everyone owes him something because he's so great. Narcissism. See? So you have to have a sense of entitlement when people donated millions of dollars at this point. My best estimate is $2.7 million, and you're shaming your donors. He called his donors trifling ass black people back in the day after they sent them, I think it was $250,000, something like that. Why would you even complain about something like that? You ain't done nothing, Pookie. He still ain't opened up no school. Why would a Pookie complain after people sent him money for free? But that's because he's been running his mouth, making these promises, and he feels so entitled that he's going to disparage his own donors. And he's done it so many times. Even in the video for the PayPal, his PayPal first got shut down. He was like, yeah, lazy, what do you say, lazy ass Negroes, too lazy to go and get a stamp, because he was upset because he wanted them to send everything to the P.O. box, the checks in the money orders in the cash. And he didn't want to have to set anything up online. So he was mad because he had to set up a PayPal. And then he shames his donors and calls them lazy. He ain't the one to talk. He's a sense of entitlement. Right? And that's a horrible cocktail to have, to be deceitful, to be arrogant, and be entitled. Right? But that's why we're part why we're here today, where Umar is at in his life, with everything that's been going on more recent. Thank you, Valerie, for the super chat. Objective Incision says, notice how he got the darker sisters to paint FDMG. I talked about that. Umar's a colorist. Okay, this goes back to his childhood. His mama calls him Darky. He's not even particularly dark either, by the way. Okay, I have a sister who's darker than him. Okay, but because he was demeaned in that way and called Darky, he has siblings that are all lighter than him. I can pull up the pictures and everything. Umar, he has this issue in terms of colorism. So even when he classifies women based upon cookie flavors and pina colada and hot fudge and warm salt, that's all colorism. And he sets up this hierarchy based upon it. See? And then what ended up happening is that when he had these women come out to do work for free, and I noticed it too. I noticed that the darker skinned ones were doing more of the hard manual labor stuff. And then the lighter skinned ones, they were doing the easier work. Hit the one. See, it's subtle. It's subtle. But if you really pay attention, you got to really pay attention with Umar. All right. His main squeeze was Sharon. Okay. She's what Umar would call a biracial. And if you go back to old Umar, he wasn't talking all that stuff about biracial, this and but once people found out about Sharon, that's when Umar changed the script. He was like, yeah, if you're a mixed race African, you still African as long as you, yeah. So he's just trying to cover up his tracks. That's all. And really, listen, real talk, I really don't care. Don't make me no difference. I think Umar wants what he calls a snow money. He wants a white woman. I believe that wholeheartedly, that he wants a white woman. He been lusting after these white women for a long time. He want a big one. Ain't nothing wrong with that. That's what he really wants. But in the meantime, he has to always say black queens forever, snow bunnies never. But why do you say it so much, homeboy? You ain't committed to not one black woman. You busy sexually exploiting these black women. You ain't committed to none. He says we date. You ain't dating nobody. Homie, what you doing is you sexually preying on them. You're a predator. So if you're willing to do black women like that and do them dirty like that, why wouldn't I think that somehow you wouldn't do it to a white woman? Real talk. He's a colorist. Thank you, Objective Incision. User 225 says from Umar Johnson's Instagram, they called welfare. Yeah, they called a welfare check on his mom. Yeah, I actually showed that earlier. It's here right here. And I read it. Again, with Umar, ain't no telling what's going on, though. You see what I'm saying? Ain't no telling. I do know that his family members, they do want to be able to see their mother, their grandmother, but he's kept her in seclusion and kept her away and the family away from her. She's more like a possession that he holds on to, and he has her inside of that house, Section 8 housing, and he doesn't allow other family members to see her. In fact, his nephew told the story of how Umar's brother came and went to see his mother, Umar Johnson's mama, and Umar pulled a gun on him and was going to shoot him. I can't wait to break those up into segments and put that up there for on here on YouTube. I just got to find the time. Okay, that's how crazy all this is. See, so ain't no telling what's really going on. All right. Thank you, user 225. Ja TV says, first time on here, Dr. Umar Johnson is the Prince of PayPal. Yeah, he is now. he used to have a GoFundMe. He used to always promote the GoFundMe. He had CashApp. That was at the GoFundMe got shut down for fraud. He mainly used CashApp. He used to promote that all the time. It was his main way of getting money. But then that got shut down because of fraud. So he's down to PayPal at this point. Okay. Who's the common denominator? It's Umar. Again, if everything's getting shut down, now he's saying his bank accounts got frozen. And I don't know if that's true or not because this guy lies so much. But if it did, I wouldn't be surprised. He's a scammer. It's that simple. And chickens always come home to roost. But, you know, Umar's been after this for such a long time, and he's left such a huge trail of evidence. Right, the videos, you know, IRS filing, so forth and so on. You know, it's again, like I was saying earlier, someone else was saying that if the IRS really want to pull up on Umar and get him hemmed up, it wouldn't be a problem. Okay. Thanks, John TV. How's it going? Paradise says Mama Oya is not pleased. Yeah. Listen, it's hard for me to envision anyone being pleased with Umar right now. It's even his followers. And if you guys go and look, on King Kong Consciousness, that YouTube page, and go look at the comment sections, I ain't never seen nothing like that. And I've seen it. I've seen his followers go in on him, and over the years, because he's done all kind of stupid shit. But this right here, this whole, it's a scam. It's another scam. It's a bank account scam, bank account freeze scam, or frozen bank account scam, however you want to call it. Yeah, frozen bank account scam. It's just another scam for Umar to get money out of people. See? But you know what? Because it's back. What precedes this is Umar going in on Lenon and talking crazy and talking reckless, and it backfired on him in an extreme way. People have been going on him from that, and then now he pulls this stunt. People have been going in on him, and you guys would be amazed at how many people said, "Listen, I can't defend you anymore." All the way down the page, all the way. Then you see a couple of people, but you guys remember back in the day, it'd be flooded with people defending Umar. Not anymore. Ain't nobody pleased with this guy. That's why the old mama, y'all blow the phone off. He got blown off. Okay, thanks, Paradise. Jay Will says Umar is a prince of panhandling on social media. He really is, and it's so unnecessary. I think it's just that he's so used to getting free money, and he's lazy, and he's not structured. He doesn't have structure in his life. Even traveling all over the place, it doesn't provide him with the structure. People really need to be able to have their own home and be able to settle down. And okay, now I'm resetting. He doesn't have that. He's been homeless since 2019, the end of 2019. He's all over the place. He's living in and out of hotel, motel rooms. He doesn't even have his own vehicle. No stability whatsoever. And he's gotten so dependent on people sending him money that he can't live without it. He can't survive without it. But this is for decades now. This has been going on, and so he's used to that. But see, the truth is, Jay, that if Umar was able, if he had discipline, and if he had structure, and I could help him with this, he could easily be doing six figures just on YouTube alone, easily. And if he scaled it up over time, I could see him getting up to $200,000, $300,000 a year, legitimately, no scamming necessary. He could do it, but he doesn't have the discipline. He doesn't have the focus, which is actually part of discipline. And he wants money quick. See, he doesn't want to build something over time so that it becomes a stream of income. That's not what Umar is looking for. What he's looking for is, I need money right now. I need money quick. Okay, that's dope fiend behavior. Real talk. See, if I can make the money that I'm making on YouTube and as a part-time, I look at it as a part-time job. I'm doing less than part-time hours, but less than 20 hours. That's the point that I'm making a week. Umar would be able to scale that multiple times over. So I can see him doing 200,000. I can see him doing 300,000 at a certain point. But he would have to be consistent, and he would have to have a regimen that he runs, and he would have to be consistent too. The other thing is he's so greedy. See, Umar, he's not tech savvy, so he can't open up Adobe Premiere Pro and go through the process of putting. I've done a whole documentaries using Adobe Premiere Pro. The last documentary I did many years ago, it's almost a decade ago, was Beyond Gangster Blackface. So I have that skill set. I love editing, because that's my favorite part of putting together a film or a documentary, whatever the case may be. Or even YouTube videos. I've been doing more YouTube shorts, sharing with people, and that's why my subscriber count has gone up. And then I've gotten a lot more views and made a whole lot more money too, by the way. That's how I know Umar easily. But see, Umar's not tech savvy, and he can't sit down at a computer and go from point A to point Z to get everything done and then upload something onto YouTube. But he could work with someone who would be willing to either do that for free or for a very reduced price. And Umar could easily be making $100,000, $200,000 legitimately just on YouTube alone. I've been trying to hip him to the game for a long time, but see, he's used to quick money and panhandling on social media. I already told people, again, I have a a degree in cybersecurity and computer technology, he could have simply just set up a website, FDMGacademy.com. And he would have been raking in millions by now. Easy. Okay. But he wants to panhandle on social media. Lazy. Thanks, Jay. Citizen Man TV says if he transferred money between his accounts while in Africa, banks could freeze him due to suspected fraud, as a lot of U.S. bank fraud originates from Africa. He's still a scammer, though. So there's that. Yeah, that's a good point. We talked about this yesterday, Citizen Man. Someone had brought this up. The other thing, though, is that based upon the story that Umar tells, he says that they sent him a letter before I think the day he was leaving for Africa or something like that. So this would mean that whatever the situation was that occurred before he went to Africa, but remember, to your point, Umar was in Africa before that for about a month. Ain't no telling. There's no telling what's going on here. There's really not. See, it could all be smoke and mirrors. I think there's some truth to what he's saying, but I think most of what he's saying is a lie because he's a pathological liar. But if in point of fact they've been frozen, and if let's say the IRS, they were investigating him, that's going to become public record at some point. That's how I know Umar has tax liens. One year was over $60,000. If your tax lien is $60,000, how much money did you bring in for that year? That's what I'm saying. This guy, he said he ain't even made $1 million. That's crazy. No. Thanks, Citizen Man TV. Good point. T Stewart sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much. Miranda, how's it going, Miranda? Said, hey, good credit, let's go. Yeah. Okay. Well, but I'm stuck on super chats today. I'm not complaining though. We got 3,054 people in the building. Y'all hit the like button. I appreciate it. The poll question is: do you think a government agency has frozen Umar Johnson's personal and FDMG personal and FDMG bank accounts? 60% say yes so far, 40% say no. I really put that poll question is horrible. How I typed. I apologize. Anyway, thank you, Miranda, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Humble Dan says, plug called. I done fronted you too many times, my brother. I needs my bread. Plus interest. Who borrowed the car? Like, okay, let me get in this car right. I'm gonna get your money. I'm gonna get your money right now. Sad. It's so sad. This humble Dan, Umar claims to have 6 degrees. How do you have 6 degrees and you begging like this online? And you already raised the bare minimum $1,677,860. I know why. It's the gambling, it's the substance abuse. And yeah, there's some evidence now that Umar likes to drink gin. I have video of Umar smoking outside of school. I have video where Umar was still live streaming. Don't make me pull it up. And he didn't know he was live streaming. Shout out, rest in peace to Brother Manny. And he tells Brother Manny, did you get all what we were smoking out of there? The lighter and stuff. They was inside these trap bandos blazing it up. Now people can say, well, what was they blazing? That's besides the point. These trap bandos, listen, Umar done smoked more shit up in there than the boy's been educated. Damn. How do you have 6 degrees, Humble Dan? I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying, Humble Dan, how do you have 6 degrees? You done raise the bare minimum $1,677,860. And you up at these abandoned trap bandos smoking and blazing it up with the homies. Don't make me pull it up. That's where all the money gone. So why is Umar broke? That's why Umar is broke. The traveling, he likes to eat. He's gluttonous. Ain't nothing wrong with eating, people. We all eat. Let me. Anyway, we you know what I'm saying? You men in the building know what I'm talking about. No, listen, but the point is that Umar, he's gluttonous. He spends a lot of money eating out, eating all kind of stuff. That's what he do. See, even Umar being obese, he's not, his body. Let me show you all something real quick. I have to show this to you all because with Umar, the more money came in for Umar, the more he ate. And the more he ate, the bigger he got. But that's not his frame. That's not it. It's just a lot of fat. He doesn't have much muscle mass. It's like real flabby. I'm not saying it to be mean. I'm not saying it to be mean. And thanks, humble Dan, for the super chat. Let me play something for you all. This is the earliest video that I've been able to find in my research. Someone else may have found something earlier, and if you have, please let me know. Of Umar, and it was around 2005. Okay, could be 2006, could be 2004, but I'm going to go with 2005 because that's when he resigned from the UNIA. This video is where he's still talking as if he's in the UNIA. So this could be 2004. But I want to play this for you guys just to show you all. A lot of the money has gone into Umar's gut.
Abdullah Johnson, and I'm a member of the organization founded by the Right Excellent Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, the Universal Negro Improvement Association. I belong to the Philadelphia division. By trade, I'm a school psychologist. And in the city of Philadelphia, I'm the youngest of only 4 black male school psychologists, although Philadelphia is the 5th largest school district in the city, in America, I'm sorry. I actually happen to be a relative of that man hanging on the wall, Frederick Douglass, whose real name was Frederick Bailey, but he changed it to Douglass when he escaped to slavery, which is my family's name. He's actually a blood cousin. But I just want to give you some information that I hope can help you as you help children and families and parents in your communities and in your neighborhoods.
See, notice he's not repeating shit all over and over again. He's not yelling and screaming and cursing and acting a doggone fool like a dope fiend. You know, he's not overweight, you know.
School psychology, exactly what is that? The reason you probably don't know is because it was never intended for you to know. School psychologists are the psychologists who are responsible for evaluating children and determining whether or not they have educational disabilities. Any child who's ever been diagnosed as retarded, learning disabled, emotionally disturbed, autistic, as having a traumatic brain injury.
Yeah, it's crazy. He's still using that terminology too. But I just want people to understand that part of what has happened with Umar is that the more money that came, it just went to his gut. We would see him in videos where he's binge eating. He's eating all kind of shit. So that's where part of the money's gone. Food, sex. I have receipts where he paid after he dealt with women. He sent them a PayPal. They didn't ask for it, but he did. Really weird type of behavior too. You know, why would anyone do that? In the first place, why are you out here running through these women like that? But if you're gonna live like that, why would you send them a PayPal afterwards? So money has gone towards that. He's dealt with strippers. He's dealt with a sex worker over there in Africa. Okay. He has substance abuse issues. I can pull up those videos too if you guys want me to today. I have him gambling. So the question, you know, why is Umar broke? Well, this is part of the reason why Umar is broke. He's always trying to get money. He's always begging, but it's not because he wants to open up a school. He's trying to survive out here in these streets. Been homeless since 2019, living off his mama. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Where am I at in here? Okay, I got this one. Thank you so much, Humble Dan. Whole Southern Cooks became a member. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. God bless you. Whole Southern Cook also says, Umar asked to borrow my cast iron skillet to fry croakers and raise money, but I rejected. What? What are you mean croakers like the fish? What was he gonna do? Do a fish fry? A black conscious fish fry? What in the world? Well, that's out of the blue right there. I don't know about that. Umar wanted to do a fish fry, a black conscious fish fry at FDMG. Croakers are frogs. He wanted to fry some frogs. Damn, that's even worse. I don't know. I think she's saying fish, right? Because didn't Umar say he liked to eat fish? All right. Boy, that's wild. Oh, you playing. Stop playing. I took it. I really was like, okay, yeah. That sounds like something Umar would do. Yeah, a frog fry. That's it. them poor frogs. Okay. You got me on that one. All right, thanks so much, Cooks. I really was like going with it too. I pulled up the Atlantic croaker over here on Google. It popped up. Okay, thank you for the super chat. That's wild. The 185, that alien came back to. Don't make me pull up the video where Umar said he was visited by an alien when he was a kid and the alien punched him in the nose or in the face. I got the video. I ain't gonna. I'm so tempted to pull it up, but we're gonna be here for a month. We ain't even got to the video today. This is wild. I told you I was gonna pull up all this stuff. I done forgot what I was gonna pull up. I could pull up the alien video. I ain't gonna. Let me see if I can find it. Umar, boy, he be telling some stories. Yeah, here you go, right here. I have all my stuff archived. Don't worry, I got the receipts. Here we go.
Peace and Pan Africanism.
Yeah, I knew it. Boy, that kufi tight, boy. Why he got that tight kufi on like that? Let me see if I can find it.
Africans at. Well, my Alicia African
prayers
are not carried to the Most High and to a snow bunny. She's not coming. Your prayers must be congruent with your purpose. Your egotistical way possible. Another reason why you don't get your prayers answered. What? You still out here Shango sticking every honeycomb hideout you can find.
Who's he talking about? What is he doing, Cookie Crush chat? That's one thing about Umar. He do all this is what Umar do. He does. This is what Umar do. Umar, he will get up here and talk down on black people, especially black men, but he talking about himself. That's what Umar do. It's called projection. Okay? He's projecting. That's what he does. He projects. He's a projector. Y'all remember back in them days, them old film projectors? That's Umar. He is. It sound like Umar. Here we go. He be projecting in 8K. And I can already tell. I didn't even play it. I could tell he's probably talking about black men. What?
You have not fulfilled the prerequisites to have that. A black man says, God, send me the greatest wife I could ever ask for. A black man says, God, send me the greatest wife I could ever ask for. A black man says, God, send me the greatest wife I could ever ask for. But you're not ready for her. You still out here, Shango sticking every honeycomb hideout you can find. You still out here.
See that? And look who's talking, Pookie. You a Punani Pookie. You the Prince of Punani Pookie. PPP. Look who's talking. See, he will shame black men over and talk so much shit about y'all. He ain't talking about me, though. He called me Pastor B. Whatever. But he ain't talking about me. I got me a wife. She fine too, boy. She was having a bad day today. I went to Costco and got her some Alani drinks, and she likes those. I got her some strawberry coconut juice. I got her a bouquet of flowers, and I wasn't planning on it, but I was in Costco and they were selling these. I don't even know what it is. My son, he looked it up on Google, and it's because they can take a picture and it'll show. I think he actually looked at the tag on this, but he be taking picture stuff on Google and it'll tell you exactly what it is. But this is it's like the family of I don't know what you call that if you want to do pineapples or something like that. Anyway, well, my daughter, she cooked. I'm gonna have to wait, but it looked good. Anyway, Umar, you don't know nothing about that because you're too busy out here crushing these cookies and running through these women. You only need one good one. That's it. Okay? That's all you need. But see, he'll shame black people and tell y'all what y'all need to do, but he ain't doing none of that. And all the stuff he tells y'all that y'all doing and how you wrong, that's how Umar's living. Let's get to the part where he started talking about this alien.
Here, Sean goes sticking every honeycomb hideout you can find. You still out here glazing the Cinnabons. Talking about send me the greatest wife out here. How God going to send you the greatest wife when you still out here shining up Cinnabons?
See, even how he talk, you 50.
If you're not ready for it, it's not coming.
You just nasty. You just a nasty perverted prince of Pan Pookie.
If you're not patient for it, it won't arrive. If you don't need it, you won't see it. Let me say that again. Hashtag that.
Oh, no, cut it out, Goofy. Let me go to the alien story.
In terms of pure attractiveness and sexiness.
What are you talking about? He up here puckering his lips and shit. Why are you? This is y'all's principle. Umar, why are you talking like this and puckering your lips? This is very sassy, bro. Very suspect. I'm not going to be talking like that, but I'm just saying. All right? Oh, no. Oh, no. Don't do that. Alexa. What's up, man? Don't do that. Y'all, come on now. Yeah, Marie. Umar just daydreaming, and y'all just about as sexy as you want to be. You my queen. Sitting in a funky hotel room. Boy, that's sad. Okay, let's go. Umar, wow.
I think Remy Ma and Nicki gonna be tied for first.
Here he go.
Cardi and Megan gonna be tied for second.
What?
Remy and Nicki gonna be tied for first.
This reminds me, he was talking about how he met Lauryn Hill and she was trying to get at him and kissed him on the cheek and all this other stuff.
Detroit come to column. Cannon had a good conversation on what? Where my Nigerian queens, mama. Bring Papa his fufu mama. I love Ethiopian. That's all I eat is Ethiopia. What you talking about? Ethiopia?
Yeah.
Where my Ethiopia?
You like to eat. Where is it at?
I was in the 3rd grade in Jacksonville, North Carolina, 9 years old, 8 years old. Me and my mother were looking out the window and we saw a UFO. We said, is that a UFO? I said, nah, that might be a plane. Maybe that's the military expedition, military air. It was a UFO. So we watching this UFO. It kept swirling around. It was way up in the sky though, but it had all these lights and it was going in a circle. And my mom said, okay, it's time for you to go to bed. So I go to bed, but I'm not asleep. You know how you laying down in your bed before you fall asleep? Jacksonville, North Carolina. And the next thing you know, this yellow thing walked into my room. It was about 3 feet tall, shaped like a man, but no features. No, it was just pure yellow light, shaped like a man with no features, pure yellow light. And I'm scared as shit. I want to call my mom.
I would be scared too, to be honest with you. Real talk. If there was a little yellow man that was 3 foot tall, it was yellow, I'll be scared. Especially at that age. At this age, I'm like, what the fuck you doing? Who the fuck? What? Don't make me stomp you out. That's not today. Back in the day, though, when I was a kid, boy, here we go.
Or my dad, but I'm scared because we just saw a UFO like 2 hours ago. And it's yellow.
What do you mean it was an emoji? What do y'all think it was? I don't know. It was a red bone, light skinned little. Come on, Stace. We having a good time because we were serious yesterday. Stace, don't do that. Don't do that. Okay, that's too far. What's up, sweet? Oh no. Don't do that, Shim. You guys. See that's why it's just too. Let me get off this chat room. Yeah, somebody said it was an emoji. I said it was Bart Simpson. All right, let me get up out of here. All right. Let me just let him tell the story.
This little yellow man, stocky too. He was built like he was a bodybuilder, but all you could see was yellow light in the shape of a man. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, pure yellow.
Okay.
And I'm acting like I'm asleep because I don't want him to know I'm woke. And then all of a sudden, it ran up to me and punched me in my face.
Oh, no.
I just knew I had a black eye or a broke nose.
Listen, Umar. I mean,
just knew I had a black eye or a broke nose. I just knew I had a black eye or a broke nose, and it ran out the room.
Why
and
did
I
it
got
run
up
out,
and ran into my parents' room, and I said, I just got punched in the face by an alien. They said, boy, go to bed. I said, Umi, we just saw that spaceship. It was real. Because right after you sent me to bed, this little yellow man with no face, made of pure yellow light, came into my room, punched me in the damn face. It felt like I had a broke nose, but I didn't. So let me ask y'all this. My alien experts, I'm going to my alien experts right now. Does anybody have an interpretation for the yellow being of pure light? It was pure light in the shape of a man, 3 feet tall, came into my room. I was awake. I was wide awake. I was not asleep. I had just gotten to the bed. Lights was out. He came in there, 3 feet tall, pure yellow light. I tried to act like I was asleep. Somehow he knew I was woke and punched me in the face. Does anybody have an alien interpretation?
Why would he do that though, Umar? Why would he why would he come to you out of all people to come punch it to the face? Is because if it's happened to him, wouldn't it happen to somebody at least one of y'all in the chat room? We got 3,000 people in here. You would think that at least one of y'all in here got punched in the face at some point. Y'all got punched in the face when you was a kid by an alien. Hit the one. I heard Cece got punched twice. Tonight on Unsolved Mysteries. Yeah, doorknob's just about 3 feet tall. Maybe he woke up and ran into the doorknob. It'd be trippy. He said it was 5'5" thick of the thighs. Now we really got a problem, sir. Okay, Lucille. What's up, God's little princess? Shout out to God's little princess. Yeah, I don't know. Some of us maybe. Okay. All right.
I'm telling y'all the truth. I'm not making this up. See, some of y'all have never had spiritual experiences, so I know this is completely.
Okay, how is a yellow alien, a 3-foot alien, yellow alien punch you in the nose a spiritual experience, Umar?
This is, calcified pineal gland.
Okay.
Calcified. If you study spirituality, if you study unseen beings,
okay,
if you know what that yellow being
but it wasn't an unseen being, Umar.
Was, because I'm still trying to figure this out. I don't think it was an ancestor. I don't think it was an Orisha.
Yeah, but if it was an ancestor, why would the ancestor punch? Maybe Frederick Douglass, because you've been lying on him. And you said you were descended.
I think it was something else because we just saw the spaceship. But if you have an interpretation for it wasn't a demon. It wasn't a demon.
Well, they punched in the face. Maybe it was Sandy. I don't know.
It wasn't an evil force.
I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I apologize. Sandy, if you happen to see this video, I apologize, bro. I didn't mean to do that.
It may not have been a positive. I was 8 or 9 years old. I was 8 or 9. I'll never forget it. I will never forget it. I will never forget it. It's the first extraterrestrial, supernatural, metaphysical, paranormal experience I ever had.
Listen, I've had experiences too where I interpreted, on this lines of spirituality, but in retrospect, it could have just been a hallucination. Real talk.
If anybody has an idea of what that could it have been an ancestor? Do ancestors travel on spaceships?
Okay, I don't think so, but why would the ancestor come and punch you in the face, Umar?
Do the ancestors, is it possible that the spaceships are ancestors? What do y'all think? Is it possible that the spaceships, the so-called aliens, are ancestors?
I don't think so. Yeah, sniffing. But why would it punch you in the face, Umar?
It wasn't evil.
That's the part I don't understand.
See, I'm dealing with a lot of Africans in the feed with calcified pineal glands. All you know is weed, sex, coochie, BBL, Air Jordans. You don't know nothing about
who's he talking about? See, he's projecting again.
Anything outside of the mundane physical. Most of you all are trapped in the mundane physical. Maybe the punch gave you the knowledge. I thought about that.
Huh?
Did it put something in my head? I thought about that because, in Ifa, your soul is in your head.
Okay, you all over the place, Umar. Cut it out. Anyway, that's the alien video. I don't even know how we got on to that. Boy, this show is all over the place. But that's okay. It's all good. All right, let me finish up with these super chats sometime this month. Let's keep going here. T. Stewart says, for the sake of our boys, we should pay Umar to promise to not open any schools. Yeah. Can you imagine Umar's influence on little boys? Can you imagine Umar and how he talks with all listen, if someone talks like this on social media, the way that Umar does, and then we have all this other information coming out about Umar and his sexual exploits offline that, you know, we don't hear, well, we're now hearing about, well, actually, I've heard about it for a long time. I'm just saying that there's more and more women who have come forward to talk about it. I've also talked to some women offline that Umar tried to sexually exploit too. I'm talking about more recently. They just don't want to come forward publicly, but they've told me all kinds of horror stories dealing with Umar. Can you imagine someone who's living like that offline, what type of influence that they would have on Black boys? Furthermore, Umar, he's a megalomaniac. It's always about power and control. And the way that he looks at this FDMG Academy as if it's a cult where he's in control of all these children. And it's his way or the highway. In fact, one time Umar said, and I do believe that Umar is a sadist. One time he said that they're going to have a room in the back called a black room. And when the boys act up, I can pull it up and play it for y'all. When the boys act up, he's going to take the little boys to the back and they're going to pound he says, we're going to pound their damn chests in. That's assault, Umar. Why does he talk? He's a sadist. I remember one time, and actually there's two videos, but one time in particular, it was one of them call-ins, them booty, funky, ghetto teleconference coming things that he used to do. And there was a lady that called in and was talking about, I think her son or her daughter, whatever. I think her son. And how she got him an IEP or whatever it was. And Umar's against all these different things. He says, well, you know, sister, can I pull your fingernails out? And you guys should see her expression. She was shocked that he would say something like that. He's supposed to be a professional, a school psychologist. He was upset that she, you know, whatever she did with her son, he was against it. And that's the first thing that comes out of his mouth. He's a sadist. So again, who knows? He has no business being around children, but who knows what type of negative influence he would have on Black boys if he was, you know, in a situation as a principal at a school where he's domineering like that. See, ain't no telling with this guy. That's why I always told you, he ain't got no business being around children, period. Thanks, T. Stewart, for a super chat. Yeah, the one, thank you so much, dude. See, you the one that got us off on, we got blowed off. Thank you for the super chat as well. Okay, hello there, you. Any proof he went to SA? He was in a bando. He went to SA? I'm not sure what you mean by SA. He went to South. Are you talking about when he was down in South Carolina? Or no, he was in North Carolina. He was there for a while. But you said he was in a bando. I'm not sure what you mean by SA. Thanks for super chat. If anyone knows what they mean by SA. Oh, South Africa. So any proof he went to South? Yeah, he went to South Africa. And in fact, I played this video. He's gone to South Africa quite a few times, but I played the video. This is him right here in South Africa. Yeah, I think, yeah, isn't that the South African flag? Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, that's South Africa. Yeah, so he was down there. Yep. He's so goofy. Look at this guy. He was living it up. Then he come back on. He would come back to the States and he just begging. Over there wasting Black people's money. Coming back broke. Yeah, he's struggling with the rhythm, but at least he's trying. So goofy. Umar, you a trip. Thank you. Hello there, you. What's up, Iceman Vamp says he got pressed by them D boys, and Umar told him y'all wouldn't hit a pookie in a kufi. Y'all wouldn't hit a pookie in a kufi, would you? Yeah. Listen, Iceman Vamp, I'm not saying that that's what happened, but it's possible, okay? Because I don't want people to be saying, yeah, well, Lenon said that he got beat up by the plug. I'm not going to say that. It's just he does, his spot of his face, it does look swollen like he got punched. And he really looks like he's a hostage in the car, just looking out the window and shit. Like, dope boy probably sitting there like this, just waiting. Yeah, you better say it right. Okay. I'm not saying that took place because I want people saying, yeah, well, that's what Lenon said. That's not what I'm doing. I'm just kind of goofing off a little bit, but it is possible. Okay. Thanks, I appreciate it. Kidwana says, I'm a Pan-Africanist and I don't endorse Umar. Listen, people who are true Pan-Africanists, in fact, there's people who contacted me from, I think it's Europe. It's like London. They have a strong Pan-Africanist intellectual / scholar. I don't know how you would classify that, but like real Pan-Africanists who's they're peer reviewed, they've written books, so forth and so on. And there's people who contact me and said that those types of people over there in the UK, they don't deal with Umar. They don't see him as a Pan-Africanist. He's more of like a janky, broke down version of Pan-Africanism. See, Umar's idea of Pan-Africanism, and at least trying to attach himself to Pan-Africanism, is directly related to the UNIA, right? See, understand that Umar's UNIA experience, it was a very strong molding force in his life in terms of his self-perception as some sort of a great black leader. So more specifically, dealing with Marcus Garvey. See, so Umar, a lot of what he does, a lot of what he says, he's really trying to mimic the great ones, what we would classify as in history, what many people classify as the great ones for that matter. Okay. And one of them being Marcus Garvey. We can say Malcolm X, whoever you want to put in there, but Marcus Garvey in particular, that's why he's named, at least part of his school, these abandoned buildings that have not opened yet as schools, Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. And interestingly enough, Marcus Garvey, his philosophy was in direct contradiction to Frederick Douglass' political philosophy. So there's so much contradiction here. But Umar, being told that he's a descendant of Frederick Douglass, which is not true, being told that he has a blood relationship to Frederick Douglass, which is not true, that went to his head and shaped and molded his self-perception in early life. But then later on, when he gets into the UNIA, after he graduates with a double major, Marcus Garvey becomes one of the motivating icons that he looks up to, and he wants to become that. See? So that's where we get into the Pan-Africanism. It's not because Umar is a Pan-Africanist. It has more to do with him trying to adopt another personality to try to aspire to become, and then present himself as such, as the master manipulator that he is. Okay, he's not a Pan-Africanist. Whole Southern, and thanks, Kitwana, for the super chat. Whole Southern Cook says Umar be storing money in the floor. Mike missed it from Pelham. No. Umar, he don't got no money. Okay, let's be real about this. Umar doesn't have any money to store. See, the thing is, we were talking about this yesterday. I don't know if you saw the video yesterday. He's telling people, and I'm going to play the video again. Umar's telling people that he needs them to send him money because he doesn't have any currency. He doesn't have any access to digital currency. So the idea is that he has money somewhere. I think all the money's run out, that he doesn't have enough to be trying to take out significant withdrawals. That's what I think. So he's asking people to send him money. Okay, the whole story doesn't make sense. But the point is that why doesn't Umar have some money stored somewhere, even if it was in the floor? Like Mr. Why does he have some money? Why doesn't he have, why doesn't he have some money stored in a cookie jar? Excuse the pun. Right? I'm talking about cash. Why don't you have cash in your wallet, Umar, or in your man purse? Umar be carrying around a little man purse. He doesn't even have that. That's why he's on here begging. Okay, that's telling in and of itself. See, what kind of man at the age of 50 doesn't have a little? And listen, I don't listen. All my money go to my kids and my wife. Real talk. Okay, my wife forced me to get some clothes recently. That's why I look a little better. But if it was up to me, I would have been fine with the same funky clothes I've been wearing. I don't know for how long. That's just how I am. Okay, as long as they don't stink. Well, I say funky, it's just because they old. But as long as they don't stink, all right. They can have holes in them. I'm fine. But even I have a little something just in case. And I got 5 kids. Umar, you only take care of your kids. You don't raise bare minimum $1,677,800, and you ain't even got some money stored in the flow. What kind of man? It make me want to store some money in the flow. Not even stop. Okay, thanks, whole Southern Cook. Yeah, he's a destitute, and he's in a bad situation right now. See, I think it was bad before he went to Africa, because he was begging before he went to Africa. And then the time before that, he was begging to get money before he went to Africa too. All right. Thanks, whole Southern Cook, for super chat. Antoine says, just found out that Umar has a passport from Ghana. Don't be surprised if he's trying to make a run for that. Yeah, he has citizenship over there now. So there's people who speculate that he did that because he plans on actually moving to Ghana and just up and leaving. It's possible. Jay Morrison did a similar thing. He's not on the internet like he used to be, at least last time I checked. Well, that's a form of just kind of escaping, from the ridicule and people criticizing him. He took everything off social media, took everything down. Well, Umar could pull a similar move and move to Africa and say, listen, we're going to open up this school over there. He can do it. And there'll be some of his followers to be like, okay, yeah, we'll continue to send you money. Most of them, though, however he does it, they're going to be like, okay, well, that's the last straw. Okay, we'll have to wait and see. Thanks, Antoine. Okay, let me do two more, then we're going to get into the video. Malik says, wellness check by Philly cops today at mom's apartment. Yeah, I posted that earlier. We covered that at the beginning of this live stream. At least that's what Umar's saying, okay? Thank you for the super chat, Malik. And then Jay Legacy says, what influenced you to be a thorn in his side? I think seeing him scamming in the first place. The other thing with Umar is the sexual exploitation of black women, and then also he was issuing physical threats to people online, and I didn't appreciate that. At a certain point, he issued physical threats to me and doxed my home address, and that's when I said, okay, well, that's it. Okay, the gloves are off. We won't go. See, that was on his part. He was trying to intimidate me, and I really would have been done with him a long time ago. But I don't play that. I'm not the type of man that if some other, I don't care who it is, if they're gonna try to punk me, I'm not gonna back down. Like I said, I don't care who it is. I've always been like that. All right. So when Umar did that, that's when I decided, okay, we're gonna go in, and that's when I produced the first documentary. But even before all that, just seeing how he was moving and how shady he was and how disrespectful he was to black women online, the criticism was necessary. And at first, it wasn't about Umar. It was about the black conscious community. Some of y'all were around back then, but it was about the black conscious community in general. See, but what ends up happening is that Umar in his ascendancy and then him coming into a level of internet fame as a social media influencer, and then seeing what he was doing with the FDMG school scam and then how he was exploiting black women, even back then, that's when I said, okay, I'm going to continue to report on this guy. And then when he issued the physical threats to me, I was like, okay, all right, well, that was your biggest mistake, homeboy, because I don't play that. See, I don't play that at all. See, people can talk. They can talk all they want to. What I do is I provide receipts. See, Umar was running his mouth, getting reckless with it, trying to act like a fake thug. He ain't got no street in him. I could tell. See, and people get me twisted because I'm like real cool and relaxed. Okay. I ain't no thug though, but I'm not the one either. Real talk. Okay. Most of the time I'm real laid back and calm. I don't even really talk all that much. I'm chill. Okay. But don't try to punk me. I don't care who it is. Okay. And that's just how I am. All right. And he been getting dealt with ever since. I bet he wished that he didn't do that back in the day. I bet he wished he didn't. But see, that was he running his mouth. Thanks, Jay Legacy. Rob says, remember that time Umar said, if my daughter has passed on, may the ancestors uplift her anyway, like I was saying. Yeah. He don't care about no kids. Yeah. See, he's running off the mouth, and his daughter, well, anyway, I don't even want to speak on that because it's even gotten even worse. See, I have children, so I see all of this differently, especially as a father. Umar's a disgrace. He wants to talk about everything else. He's traveling to Africa, coming back begging, but he ain't got no time to check on his own child. He's a disgrace. And he's supposed to be a psychologist, the most requested scholar, but he hasn't helped anything to remedy her situation. He's a disgrace as a father. He's not even a father. Okay? He's a pookie deadbeat. It's a shame, but it goes to show you that video right there. A lot of people, they say, wait a minute, this guy, is he just going to pass over there like that and just start talking like whatever? He's been messing up a lot, back to back to back, recently. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Umar Johnson followers, including the person that I should tell y'all who it is, because some of y'all maybe know who it is. Don't try to email me a second time. I already told you that I ain't interested in no bullshit. What you email me, that's like Umar Johnson's daddy, just a bugaboo. Y'all too old for that shit. If a man ain't trying to deal with you and ain't trying to, why you keep going? Why you gotta come on? But what kind of man wants to defend someone like Umar? Yeah, see, Umar, he cold-blooded. He's cold-blooded. He don't care. You Umar Johnson supporters and you who send him money, why would you send money to a person that doesn't even care about his own child and who chastised his own child that he wasn't even here in her life by his choice? Even though we try to say the mama kept him away. I don't want to hear that shit. You black men, if you that weak, if you that punkish to where you can get punked by a woman like that, that's on you as a man. And if you about that life like that as a man and you quote unquote alpha male and all this tough Tommy talk and all this other shit, then go through the court system to get the visitations in order. And if you're not man enough to do that, then just shut your ass up because don't nobody want to hear that. You're going to either be a father to your children or you're not. And if you choose not to, don't try to blame the woman like a punk because you're supposed to be a man, right? Anyway, I'm so tired of it. Well, she did this, and you know, some of these black women, okay, cry baby, don't nobody give a shit. You're going to be a father to your child or not. And she did this to me, and then she told him that, and she lied on me. Okay, cry baby, I don't want to hear all that. You're supposed to be a grown-ass man. What you going to do about it then, homeboy? You go to the court system, and you get the visitation. If you're not willing to do that, I don't want to hear you crying. You're supposed to be a man, right? Don't cry about it. Be about it. What you going to do? People going to send money to Umar. What else, Umar? Y'all do realize that there's a lot of this money that you done sent to Umar he's paying his child support. He ain't paying it on time either, even though he tell people that he do. I got the receipts on all that. He got at least 3 baby mamas. He don't claim that third baby mama because that third baby mama was in her early 20s when he impregnated her, and he was in his early 40s. Hit the one. So I want to hear all this cry. See, not one of y'all was crying when you was skeezing up in them skins, was you? It was all good then. And trust me, I know. I got 5 kids. Me and my wife, we got 5 kids. I know. Ain't nothing like it. But you wasn't crying about it like a little baby back when you was up in there. Man, you know what I'm talking about, boy. That's how God made it that way. That God said, left eye lusted and skinny the skis of this cat. So you wasn't whining complaining back then. But as soon as you get that baby, you got that baby come through, all of a sudden you want to cry about paying child support. I don't want to hear it. Then you talk about he trying to keep the baby away from me. Now, be a man. If you man enough to get in there raw dog, then you man enough. Let me stop. some of the men in here like, I don't like this one. I don't like him anymore. Anyway, I'm just trying to teach a little lesson. Okay. All right. Thanks, Rob C. Rob CD for super chat. Okay, Juan says, I'm a Pan African. Yeah, okay, I got that one earlier. What's up, Brian says, can we get the Show Me Love video as someone? Yeah, we can do it. We'll do Show Me Love. Where we at on the likes? We're supposed to be done like in 3 minutes. This has been a super chat show. Damn, we got 1,000 likes already. Okay, let's do this, Brian Tilson. We're gonna take a quick break to reset. I'm gonna pull up Show Me Love, and then we're gonna come back. I ain't even halfway through these super chats, y'all. We're going to come back and get to the video for today. And then what we'll do is we'll get into this rest of the super chats and then we'll close out the show. So let me pull up Umar Johnson's rendition, okay, of California Love. All right. Here we go.
Bell, the product bell, California dreaming. To the rest step in bed, that nigga who's screaming. Did it from money and alcohol, the feed of the West Farm ball, and jump up and so on. To the body, the rhythm died, to the college, to the champion. That's right. What you do? The number 2. Give it a dope man. He's a low man. Like a slow jam. It's West Side, so you know that I'm bad down to no man. To the man, put it up on beat from Dre. To the root of the leg. From Oakland to West Side. To back down. Show me love. Inside about it. West Side, where y'all at?
Yeah, he's such a fake and phony. He really is. This is y'all's principal. He ain't got no shame. All right. Shout out to the Cook Chat. Thank y'all so much for tuning on in. Let me check this poll right quick, and then what we'll do is we'll get into the video for today. And I figure we'll go for another 30 minutes, okay? Because I really want to keep this to 2 hours because we did 5 hours yesterday. We have 3,161 votes so far. Do you think that a government agency has frozen? I apologize for how I wrote this. Umar Johnson's personal and FDMG bank accounts. 60% say yes, and 40% say no. So it's pretty close. It's pretty close. Almost split even. Do I think that they were frozen? Yesterday I was saying no. Today I'm saying it's possible. I just don't know. If I had to take a guess, I would say that they have been frozen. But now I'm thinking that they weren't. I really don't know. He lies so much. Ain't no way to tell with this guy. He's a pathological liar. Okay, make sure y'all get your votes in if you haven't voted. Let's get to the video for today. What I want to show is a video that we did not cover, and this is before Umar did it was the same day that Umar did the rant video where he went off on the net. He was going off on me too a little bit. Excuse me. But this is the video that we did not cover. So let's check this out right quick.
Brother Consciousness Doctor.
And this is from July 9th of 2025. Let's check it out.
This your big brother King Kong Consciousness Dr. Umar Tunde coming to you live and direct from the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey RBG International Leader.
Damn, did you see all that that trash is still back there? Look.
G.
See all that trash back there? It's still back there. He ain't got no shame, even to be up in
National Leadership Academy for Pan African Excellence. We got a school to build, brothers and sisters. We ain't gonna let no hater stop us. We're gonna finish this school for our boys, and we're gonna get the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy up and running, brothers and sisters. We're gonna get the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey.
Ain't nothing changed. It's the same. Can y'all believe this Cookie Crush chat? Ain't nothing changed up in here. It's the same thing. He ain't doing nothing up there.
The academy up.
Tile still missing out the ceiling.
Up and running.
Broke down Pookie paint job in there.
My brothers and sisters, hit your PayPal.
Ain't no flooring.
PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. I said hit your PayPal. PayPal.me.
Yeah, he's done this so many times. He's a creature of habit. Looking all smoked out.
/FDMG Academy. Let's get the school done, brothers and sisters. Let's get the school done. Talk is cheap. Who building the institutions? I said talk is cheap. Who build?
It's really amazing that he's still at this after all of these years. It's the same thing over and over again.
In the institutions, hit your PayPal. PayPal.me/FDMG Academy, brothers and sisters. I want to show y'all we got some new doors today, brothers and sisters.
Oh, okay. He got some new doors.
We got some new doors. Y'all want to see the new doors?
Okay.
Let me show y'all a little treat. I'm going to show y'all a little treat. King Kong Consciousness, Intercontinental.
More trash. You see this? Oh, no, that's the same trash. I think he just went back around.
FDMG Academy. We not playing no games. We in the building, brothers and sisters.
Ceiling tile still
we in the building. Look at them doors, brother.
Those doors aren't new. Those are the old doors. You just painted over them, and they were old. You said that they were new. We already covered this. Hit the one. He lied so much. He said that they were new. We covered the video, though, and I pulled up the receipts to show that they were not new. They were used. And so he painted over them. Now he's saying that they're new doors. This guy lies so much. Hit the one. Can someone please hit the one? How's it going? How's happiness? Homeless in Cal. I hope you're not homeless. Okay, please. I hope you're. I hope that's just the title of the thing. Eyes of Lonely World. Yeah. He lied so much. Them doors were not. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Who are you? He spent all that money on doors, family. Yeah. Anyway, he lies so much. Yeah, he is, ODB. He done flown out the cuckoo's nest at this point. What's up, Blackwell? Oh my goodness, this guy ain't got no sense. A lady, LD, say what? Can't we covered. What's up, Golden Child? We covered this, Natasha. We covered this. These doors weren't new. I can even actually pull all that up. But anyway,
And sisters, we got the flag of Ghana and we got the RBG Pan African Marcus Garvey flag. We got
so what?
The flag of Ghana. I'm a citizen of Ghana, Aquaba.
Damn, he tripping. So what, Umar? Why are you acting like this?
A proud citizen of.
See the trash over there? Boy, he be up in there eating and snacking and shit, and just put the trash right there.
Ghana, we got the flag of Ghana at the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. Osaja.
Why are you tripping like this and yelling like this? Y'all don't think this is strange? This guy.
Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Osajafo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Osajafo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. We not.
What does he say? A Shazafo? What you talking about? A Shazafo? I don't know. This guy, he tripping in this video. Look at him.
Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Osajafo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah.
What in the world is wrong with this guy?
Ghana at the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. Osajafo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Osajafo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Osajafo.
Okay, why you keep saying it? Look at look at this. What is this over here? Look at what in the world? This is crazy.
Oh, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, we not playing no games. We not playing no games, brothers and sisters.
Yeah, he tripping.
We not playing no games.
Okay.
We not playing no games.
He all geeked up.
Oh, yes. Look at the doors, brothers and sisters. Look at the red, black, and green.
He really think he does. He did something.
Look at the flag of Ghana. Look at the red, black, and green. Look at the flag of Ghana. FDMG is coming, baby. We don't.
Boy, this is nuts. I'm surprised we missed this one.
Don't care what the haters got to say. When you walk through these doors, it's an academic insurrection.
What are you talking about, Umar? These are trap bandos. Ain't no kids up in there. You ain't educated not one black boy raised a bare minimum of $1.6 million. $1,677,860 to be precise. And you out here tweaking and shit, talking crazy and yelling and shit at, it's the nighttime. You need to cut it out. You acting just like a pookie.
When you walk through these doors, it's a spiritual insurrection. When you walk through these doors, it's an educational insurrection.
Boy, this guy is crazy.
A social transformation. Hit your PayPal, paypal.me/FDMG Academy.
Yeah.
Mail your Chuck a money order payable to FDMG
What's a chuck? What you talking about, a chuck?
Academy. Mail your Chuck a money order.
What is a chuck? What is he talking about? Anyone in the Cookie Crush chat, do y'all be mailing chucks? What is he talking about? A Chuck Taylors? I don't know what this guy is saying. Umar never stops the entertainment. He said a chuck.
.me/FDMG Academy. Mail your Chuck a money order payable to FDMG Academy. P.O. Box 96.
Yeah, Danny. He said mail the chuck a money order. He wants y'all to chuck it. Chuck that money order, family. Next week he gonna be y'all better chuck that money order. See, this is why I tell people, you gotta stay off the drugs. It's your life. Do what you want, but you gotta stay off of the drugs, family. Okay.
PayPal, paypal.me/FDMG Academy. Mail your Chuck a money order payable to FDMG Academy. P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware. P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware, 19809. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. We got the flag of Ghana and the flag of Garvey. We got the flag of Ghana and the flag of Garvey.
Yeah, y'all remember Chuck E. Cheese? I don't think they have Chuck E. Cheese anymore. We only went a couple of times because we was poor, but that Chuck E. Cheese, boy, They had them games in there. We couldn't even play. We just watched the other kids. We'd be standing back watching the other kids daydreaming like, yeah, I wish I could play that game. Anyway, yeah. I don't think Chuck E. Cheese is around anymore. Okay. It might be. I don't know. I'm old now, but back in the day, that was a spot.
Harvey, it's your big brother King Kong Consciousness, One Love. Cape Town, South Africa. Johannesburg, South Africa.
Yeah, he managed.
Sandton, South Africa. Durban, South Africa. Oh, yes. Where my Zulu Africans at? Where my Khoi Africans at?
Yeah, he high. That's what it is.
Where my Swazi Africans at? Where my Xhosa, South Africa, King Kong.
Oh, you had okay. So they're still around. Someone said there's a Chuck E. Cheese in their area. Okay, yeah.
Kong is coming. I said South Africa. King Kong is coming.
All right, I guess. Yeah, Umar, he would be a good if he like dressed up as Chuck E. Cheese. He would do good. He would really do good at that. You need to get a job. Umar, you need to go get a job at Chuck E. Cheese. That's what you need to do. As Chucky. Okay, yeah, he is. He's just all, and I'm surprised we missed this one. But this is the same day. See, earlier in the day, he was a lot more reserved.
89985 across these three.
So he went crazy on Lene. I ain't gonna play this video again, at least not right now. But you guys, this is the video where he really went nuts and was talking reckless. And so after he does this, in my opinion, he goes and gets high, and then he's like on this manic rant here.
Transformation. Hit your PayPal.
So you see the difference? Look.
Me by the Pennsylvania State Board of Psychology.
Wow, you guys, this guy, he's so up and down. But I think after this, he just, he blazed it up. Probably called the plug because they be dropping off at these FDMG trap bandos, and he got zooted. And you can see the difference.
That were motivated by YouTubian struggle streamers and Dr. Umar detractors. Y'all remember that? Well, shortly thereafter, my mother was hospitalized. My mother has multiple sclerosis.
Yeah, anyway.
The retainer fee, and he's going to pick it up from here. So she tweeted, this young lady told me that she would not mind coming to care for my mother. I assured her that I would pay her, and I did pay her. And this is going to be important when I bring up the attorney in a minute, because I consulted with an attorney in Kansas City who told me that if I can prove that I paid her to care for my mother, then she can be charged with HIPAA violations for discussing my mother's personal, sensitive medical information without permission. So this attorney said, if I can prove that I paid her, which means this was business, this was a business transaction, you paid her to care for your mother. And although she included plenty of lies in her narrative, although she included plenty of exaggerations and fallacies and untruths in her narrative, the mere fact that she purported to discuss your mother's personal sensitive information makes her guilty of HIPAA. And if we can prove that she in fact violated HIPAA law by discussing my mother's business, she can be fined, and she can also be jailed, and she can also be
No, that's not true, Umar. Cut it out.
Permanently from ever working in the human services field again. An attorney told me that, so I have to pay him.
He lying. This is all he just like he lied about the whole bank account, how he needed money and all this stuff. He just be lying.
Okay, the retainer fee, and he's going to pick it up from here. So she could go to jail for what she did against my mother, discussing her personal business. I thought parents were off
Listen, Umar, you're doing it right now. What are you talking about?
Limits. I thought parents were off limits. I thought parents were off limits. But I guess when you that trifling, when you that low down,
yeah, but see, Umar, he wasn't saying nothing when he had his followers going after my family members. Hit the one. You wasn't talking that shit back then, were you? Mm-hmm. Now, have I gone after Umar's family members? No. They've all come towards me, including his daddy, Bugaboo. He used to be in my chat room just bugabooing all night, just bugabooing. Y'all remember that? Did I try to get his daughter on here to interview her? No, that's beyond the scope. Be highly inappropriate. I did my best to keep her anonymity. Hit the two. Yeah, I'm a father. No, that's beyond the scope. See, but most people don't. They don't think of it like that. They don't think of her like that. And Umar definitely doesn't. He sees her as an op. But when his followers were going after my family members, Umar didn't say shit. Have I ever gone after Umar's mama? No. Have I ever gone after his siblings? And I got all kind of information on them too. You guys would be surprised at what I know about. Boy, I tell you. His nephew came to me. Any of you other family members want to come and speak on Umar, you're welcome. Just you can email me, LenonHonor@yahoo.com. I ain't gonna be pursuing you. That's not how I do shit. See, so the point is that's what you call integrity. Umar, on the other hand, not only has he issued physical threats of violence towards me, docs my personal information, and tells his fathers to come and see me, which puts my family's life in jeopardy back then. But then he gets his followers to do his dirty work too. And they were doing all kind of crazy shit. Some of them still doing crazy shit to this day. I can tell you all stories after stories. But now Umar want to try to act like he's the victim. See? You're not the victim, Umar.
You're that deceptive and manipulative, nothing is off limits. So anyway, brothers and sisters, she said, I can care for your mother.
Okay. Let me go pull up one of them.
She won my confidence. I said, let's do it. So she cared for my mother twice. The weekend I was in Eastern Michigan University, that was 3 nights. And she cared for my mother for the week that I was in Stockholm, Sweden. I believe that was 5 or 6 nights. Okay. Eastern Michigan University, Stockholm, Sweden. I paid her both times. She never spent time with me in my mother's house because I don't spend time with women in my mother's house.
That's not true.
Business is business. Personal is personal. I got her a hotel.
Listen, that's not true because his nephew told us in the interview that Umar's mother had complained about Umar having women over there having sex with him. Hit the one.
Because she invited me to Kansas City to. So
let me skip through.
After returning from Sweden, I was very disappointed in the care that my mother was given. After returning from Sweden, I was very disappointed in the care that my mother was given. I'm not going to go into detail over.
All right. By the way, let me show y'all something at the end of this video. Check this out right here. And then I'm going to pull up the video of Umar smoking. I want to see if anyone catches it that hasn't seen this video. If you catch this, I want you to hit the 1-1. Double 1, family. Double 1.
Orange juice in the water. What I owe you there, bro?
Damn, he got dollar bills. He was struggle streaming even before he went to Africa. You see what I'm saying? He got dollar bills, y'all.
350. Had to give
Man. Yeah, someone said they saw a lighter in his hand. I didn't see a lighter.
Nah, no gin today. I might come back and get.
Oh, I'm talking over it. Listen, watch this.
Orange juice in the water. What I owe you there, bro? $3.50. Had to give you a 10. Nah.
All right. The person behind the counter says no gin today. See, if you go into a liquor store, and again, this liquor store is literally like around the corner from the school. Like you just turn the corner and it's right there. If you go into a liquor store consistently and you're getting a particular item over time, again, Umar's been out there for 6.5 years. They're going to know after a certain point what you normally get. So if you go in there, you go get a Coca-Cola and you come up in there and one day and you always get it consistently. And then one day you go up in there and you get something else. They're going to be like, hey, no Coca-Cola today. Okay. But with Umar, what does he say? No gin today. So what this means is that Umar is consistently and has consistently gotten gin from this spot over the years. And so it's customary and they expect him to come in to get gin. Now watch what Umar does. Watch what he says to kind of play this off. Watch this.
Orange juice in the water. What I owe you there, bro? $3.50. Had to give you a 10. Nah, no gin today. I might come back and get some gin for the ancestors.
You ain't fooling nobody.
I normally pour the gin to the ancestors. I might come back. I need some ancestral protection.
Let's see how you got to keep saying it. Yeah, Jimmy, you know what time it is. He just be lying. All right.
Thanks, bro.
All right, someone said they saw a lighter. I did not see a lighter, so let me just go back. I want to see if I can catch that too. Let's see.
No, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Sister Stacy got tied up.
Okay, so I don't see anything in his left hand. It looks like he has a little knife right there, though. Y'all see that? Lene did say that he collects knives. Yeah, you see that? Actually, it looks like it could be a. Is he strapped? What? This guy's he up here? I don't know. Let me see.
No, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Sister Stacy got tied up.
Yeah, I can't really tell. He might have a pager on. I don't know. You know, Umar, he old school. He probably got a pager on his shit. Yeah, it's a knife. That's what that is. Yeah. So he has a knife on him. Y'all see that? Someone said it's a lighter clip. It's some sort of a weapon, okay, for sure. I'm gonna go. What do y'all think? I think it's a. I actually think it's a knife. Let's actually turn this into a poll. I want y'all to get y'all's perspective on this. So I'm gonna close out this other poll. Do you think that a government agency has froze Umar Johnson's personal and FDMG account? 60% said yes, 40% said no. We got 3,548 votes. Thank you for everyone who voted there. Let me close that out. Then I'm gonna set up another poll here. We're gonna be winding this down in about 10 minutes. The poll question will be, is Umar carrying, I'll say this. What is Umar concealing under his shirt? All right. Go and get your vote in. I want to see what you guys think on this. It looks like a knife to me. All right, get your vote in. Yeah, it could be. You're right. It could be a rental car key. Yeah, you're right. It could be. See, I wish I had put that in the poll. It could be. You're right. Yep. Yeah, I didn't put that in the poll though. All right. Okay. I know the poll is already up, but we're going to switch out pack of Twizzlers. We're going to switch that to a key, a car key. All right, because I want to be fair. I know there's a lot of people who voted on the pack of Twizzlers already, but we want to be fair with Umar, so we're going to switch pack of Twizzlers to a rental car key. All right. Somebody said it's a cheeseburger. Okay, let's keep going. It's kind of weird though too that he has like it looks like a rag or a small hand towel that he has kind of covering it though. Yeah, I don't know.
No, you don't have to call it. We will do that.
Yeah, I didn't see a lighter though. I did not see a lighter.
Sister Stacy got tied up.
Someone said it's a kitchen knife. Umar cooking, okay. Yeah, it looks like a car key. I'm going to go with a car key. That's what I'm going to go with. Anyway. It could be a knife, though, too. I think it's a car key. Oh, no, you guys tripping in the chat room. Someone said it's a tape measure. No, it's waist trainer. Oh, no. Okay, I did not see the lighter. I want to show you all a video of Umar smoking. We'll do 2 more videos and then we'll be done for today. We'll be back tomorrow though. Here's the other one.
Peace and Black Power, family. Bro, I'm blowing a little smoke to the ancestors. I'm on the sacred rock of FDMG. I'm sitting on the sacred rock, the RBG rock, and this is the sacred tree. Let me show y'all what I'm talking about. This is the sacred tree of FDMG. This is the sacred tree of FDMG. This is the sacred tree of FDMG. And this is the sacred rock. Sacred tree with the sacred rock. Today is a full moon of August 3rd. Today is the full moon, the sacred tree of FDMG, the sacred trees of FDMG. We're going to call it the sacred forest with the RB.
Those aren't even trees. I think those are bushes, Umar. Anyway.
BG Rock.
He doesn't even go over here to this rock anymore. Y'all remember that? Those were the good old days. He don't even be going up here anymore.
Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. Today is August the 3rd, full moon. Today is August the 3rd, full moon, so I'm blowing some smoke to the ancestors, to the Orishas, to the Loas, the Abusums, the Neters, the Egbe, the Iami.
Yeah, I remember when we first covered this, there was someone in the chat, probably Umar Johnson, was like, no, he doesn't smoke. He doesn't even seem like he knows what he's doing. What are you talking about? This guy be blazing it up.
This is not marijuana. This is a black and mild, whatever you want to call it. I'll show you what it is.
Yeah, there go the lighter. Wow, now I'm thinking about this is crazy.
2 for $99. It's the game. All right. And again, whenever I do an offering, today is a full moon. August the 3rd, full moon in Aquarius. Aquarius is ruled by Sean.
He always has some sort of a spiritual explanation why he's getting gin and why he's out here smoking. Why would you even be out here smoking in the first place, Umar? Black and mild.
So Aquarius is ruled by Shango. So I wanted to blow some smoke for the ancestors on the sacred rock and on the sacred stone. That's all this is.
Yeah, this guy.
Of course, you know the haters are going to make more of it than they need to. Of course.
Yeah, see, what I think was Umar was out there blazing it up and someone saw him. So he figured, let me go online and try to clear this up because there's no need for him to do this.
You know the haters.
Hairline looking like mine and shit.
Anyway. Are going to make more of it than they need to, but we're not worrying about that.
Just looking dusty.
We're not worrying about that. Okay, we blowing to the spirits.
Yeah, whatever, Umar. Beard all looking all. I don't know. I don't even know. Just face all greasy.
Full moon today. We salute the Iami on the full moon, all the divine feminine energy.
It's not the nighttime, Umar.
Support a whole bunch of ashe to the ancestors and the spirits. I don't know how to smoke, and I don't want to know how to smoke.
Where have we heard that before? While he doing something, he say he don't know how to do what he's doing. Hit the one. Where do we heard that before? But wait, I have more. This guy. Yeah, when he was gambling, he's gambling saying, I don't know how to gamble. We're going to pull those up before then we're going to be done. Okay. Let's finish this one real quick. Let's see what else he say.
Because I don't smoke. I only do this when I'm doing a spiritual offering. That's all.
Okay. You do smoke. That's why you're smoking.
If I got to do a ritual, this is what I do, brothers and sisters. This is what I do, brothers and sisters. Yes, tobacco for the ancestors. You know how it go. Tobacco for the ancestors. But what am I doing here today? What am I doing here today? Well, I had to come do an offering at the school for the ancestors, the Iamis, the Orisha. Today is Iami Day. We feed the Iami on the full moon, August 3rd. Rest in peace to the Pan Africanist grandfather, Dr. Edward Wilmot Blyden, who is from the Bahamas.
What does that have to do with just blowing smoke?
Bahamas. Shout out to all my Bahamian brothers and sisters. Shout out to all my Bahamian brothers and sisters. Shout out.
Oh, I remember this. They were getting trash and stuff off the roof. I remember this.
To all my Bahamian brothers and sisters. Today is the day that Dr. Edward Wilmot Blyden was born, one of the greatest Pan-Africanists of all time, Secretary of State of Liberia. He was an educator, considered the greatest scholar of his day. And then when W.E.B. Du Bois rose to prominence, another Pan-Africanist, although we take issues with him for helping to destroy the greatest movement of all time, and that is the movement led by the most honorable Marcus Garvey. So we salute Dr. Edward Wilmot Blyden for what he did for Pan-Africanism. He was an author. He was a newspaper editor. The brother was a power, a giant. Make sure you read all of his articles, read all of his books. Get familiar with Dr. Edward Wilmot Blyden.
because today is his day. We salute the ancestors. We salute the ancestors.
Yes,
we salute. Of course, I need donations. Cash.me/FDMG school. Cash.me/FDMG.
Boy, this guy, look at him. Look at this guy. Damn. Looking all smoked out.
School. I think it's dead. I think it's dead. Cash.me/Ashe.
He said, Cash.me, Ashe Abusums. He said, Ashe Abusums, God, little Princess Brian Tisdale, Sue Alcindor, I need an ashtray.
FDMG school, brothers and sisters.
Crazy.
You see the truck behind me? We getting some stuff done already.
Yeah, we my fingers.
Got the locksmith. Oh, he got in the building. The locksmith got in the building, y'all. Let's go check this out.
I remember this.
He got in the building.
Yeah. Let's go. I'm excited now.
I didn't see that. He got in. We got in there. Let me see what it's looking like in here. I'm on live right now.
A bunch of hazardous waste.
This is a nice square room, though. So what we got in here? Paint? What's in these boxes?
Filters.
This is the first time I've been in this room at the FDMG Academy. How much of this do I need to keep?
I'm going to go through it.
Yeah, this storage room, this is what he calls the fourth building for some reason. He's goofy.
And see what we need.
Okay, so you're going to go through it. Okay.
Right now, I'm not going to go through it today.
Okay. So that room does not connect to this room.
Right.
And what's up here?
That's what we remember we talked about? There's desks.
So how tall is the room above us? Is it as tall as the room we're in? So this is a 2-story?
Yeah.
But the only way you get to that room is through there, and you got to climb.
There's no stairway.
Do you think they probably had steps there?
Probably. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So Kev, you're going to go through it and let us know what we can use. All right.
You can't use that no more. That's done.
What, the paint?
The paint's done.
The paint is done.
Yeah, so this is the paint that they found in here. It's been sitting in here for many years at this point. Umar, when they painted the outside of the building, he goes through this whole shenanigans to get money out of people and telling people we need to get paint and what color paint do we need to get and blah, blah, blah. He goes through this whole thing. He even had one of those paint company trucks out there and stuff to give the illusion. But then what he ends, and he does that to get people to donate. So people are donating, thinking that he's going to paint the outside. Okay, but what he ends up doing is he uses this paint right here that's been sitting here. It's the same color paint. They didn't change the paint scheme. He said it was going to be a building that's going to be red, a building that's going to be black, and a building that's going to be green. No, he repainted with the same color using the same paint that the Umar Academy used, which is this paint right here. He's such a con man and scam artist.
Done?
Paint's hazardous waste. Everybody leaves it behind.
Okay, I see a Stairmaster over there. Let me find out that's still working. I can get the gut down.
I'll pour it out.
Okay, okay.
I'll pour it
This is
out.
a nice room, though. I like this. This might be our ancestral shrine.
But guess what?
This might be the shrine.
We got some rollers.
We got some rollers, but you're going to go through the whole thing.
I got to figure out what we can use for filters. Are
Right.
they filters or they just junk? Okay. Now,
Okay.
All right. Let me go to a video from 2020.
You ain't shouted at the school building, which I want to thank all the brothers and sisters. Oh, the electrician's gone. Oh, you know what? I didn't even realize they was gone. Yeah, go ahead, Manny. Wait, yeah, but hold on. They locked. Why that little kid? Where he going?
Right there.
I ain't dropped my key. Okay. Yeah, let's get all the lights. Or do you think they should stay on?
Hell no, turn them shits off.
Turn them off?
Yeah.
Because we don't want, or will the thieves think somebody in here when we leave them on? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, rest in peace to Brother Manny. But you guys understand, Umar forgot that he's actually live streaming. Watch what he says.
You feel me? Because they'll never know. I ain't look electricians rolled out.
I seen the van pull off.
How long ago?
Probably like 20 minutes ago.
You know what? That need to go back inside. Don't try to use that to get inside.
You got all your stuff, whatever you
Ain't
need.
nothing on fire in that room where we was at, right? No matches. You took the matches, the 2 lighters?
I took them out. I threw them out.
Pull that.
You hear what he said? Rest in peace to Brother Manny. Yeah, someone said he was too high to realize. Yeah.
No matches. You took the matches, the 2 lighters?
I took them out. I threw them out.
Pull that. Don't try to use that to get inside.
You got all your stuff, whatever you need.
Ain't nothing on fire in that room where we was at, right?
Ain't nothing on fire in that room where we was at. Now, Manny's passed away. Okay, so I want to be careful how I say this. And this is with all due respect. Okay, you guys know, I with all due respect, okay, it was apparent to me that Manny had substance abuse issues. Okay, and it's hard for me to say that because I think he was a good guy. I really do. I think Umar used him. He did stuff for free. Umar was undeserving of that level of friendship. And just because someone has substance abuse issue doesn't make them a bad person. Okay, Umar is a bad person and he has substance abuse issues. Okay. But see, Umar doesn't know that he's still live streaming. That's why he's talking about getting the lighters and talking about, you know, whatever they was on fire in there. Okay. One more time. And rest in peace to Brother Manny. No disrespect intended.
You feel me? Because they'll never know.
Yeah, take somebody.
I ain't look electricians rolled out.
I seen the van pull off.
How long ago?
Probably like 20 minutes ago.
You know what? That need to go back inside. Don't try to use that to get inside.
You got all your stuff, whatever you
Ain't
need.
nothing on fire in that room where we was at, right? No matches. You took the matches, the 2 lighters?
I took them out. I threw them out.
Pull that. You know what? They should have never opened the side door, bro. It's cool, but that was never. You ready, black man? You know where we going?
Drop squad.
Drop squad. Let's rock and roll. Drop squad. Roll them out. I'm trying to figure out why this school bus is here. What's up with the school bus? I don't know. I guess they dropping off. All right.
Drop squad.
Drop squad kitchen. Where Albert at? Kalia, come on.
Did y'all hear that? See that? Look at him. Guilty. See, he was shook because he got caught. But did you hear what he said? I'll play it one more time because he doesn't remember that the phone is still live streaming. He said, shit, I forgot. I got more. There you go.
Visionaries. Mark was a visionary. This man behind me, Thomas Sankara, was a visionary. El Hajj, Malik El Shabazz, Sekou Touré, Osajifo, Kwame Nkrumah, Winnie Mandela, Robert Sobukwe, visionaries. Visionaries. Walter Rodney, visionaries. We need visionaries. And when you are a visionary, you said tomorrow's not promised. Let me deal with that Negro quote. I'm glad, no disrespect to you, brother. I'm not attacking you, but I'm going to deal with what you said because you just enunciated one of the major intellectual handicaps of the Negro psyche.
Umar be running his mouth, boy. That's one thing about Umar. He can run his mouth.
$50,000 check. Can I ask you a question? You narrow-minded, tomorrow is not promised Negroes. Can I ask you a question? You narrow-minded, tomorrow is not promised Negroes.
What's up,
Let's say
David?
you get your $350,000 check.
I missed it. Here it is right here. And
let's assume it's tax-free.
I missed it again.
Because nobody got to that yet. Let's assume it's tax-free, because it might not be. Let's assume it's tax-free. What's the first thing you're going to do with your money?
I don't know.
7 generations. Phone ain't ringing.
Here we go right here.
Is it? Y'all haven't asked me for my input on police genocide. Why is it? No one has called me up for my input. I have the degrees. I went to the same colleges they went to. In fact, I got more degrees than them. I'm a young black professional. Why can't I give my take? Why can't I speak my speech? Put some respect on my name.
Yeah.
Phone ain't ringing. Lavender mellows you out. Essential oil, lavender. Woo! Woo! Lord have mercy. You don't need marijuana to get high. You don't need cocaine. You don't need alcohol. All you need is some essential oil. Woo! And activate your chakras. Activate your chakras, raise your consciousness. Get you tea tree oil. I don't know if I want to sniff no tea tree oil. That's an antiseptic. I don't know about tea tree oil. Frankincense. August babies. If you are a Leo, we do frankincense. Leo and frankincense. That's why they gave Jesus frankincense. The 3 wise men gave Jesus frankincense because Jesus is a Leo. He was born on my birthday.
On my birthday.
21st. Bible changed that. Here go another good one I got. This is called Thieves. Woo! We're going to get back to reparations in a minute. You got to get some of this. And for my married men out there, if you're married, ladies, if you're married, get an essential oil for your husband if he's having performance issues. If your husband is having performance issues, have him before, when it's time to conceive child, to bring forth Christ. You have him beam up so he can beam in. Make sure he beam up. I love peppermint. I got peppermint too. I like that peppermint.
See, when he says beam up, what he's saying is to get high. You beam up to beam in. Beam in.
This was given to me. Woo. Lord have mercy. I'll be in my shrine getting high. Y'all have no idea. I'll be in my shrine getting high. Y'all have no idea. Woo. Let's get back to the topic.
I got more. Hold on a second. I don't know why I have this one in here. Let's do this one. This is Umar High right here. Watch this. This is a crazy one. Watch this.
Peace and black power, peace and black power. Peace and black power, peace and black power. It's the Prince of Pan Africanism, King Kong Consciousness, Intercontinental, Ifa Tunde, live and direct, FDMG, working, cleaning, building, repairing, trying to get the school ready
We got 11 days. Today is September 1st. We got 10 days. 10 days until the block party, family. 10 days until the block party. Facebook ain't letting me go live tonight. Facebook ain't letting me go live tonight. Let me see.
Yeah.
Facebook ain't letting me go. I'm at
That's the post-nasal drip.
the school. I'm at your school, FDMG.
And he doesn't spit it out. He just swallows it because he has this issue when he's high. This is what he does. He's so used to it.
I'm gonna see all y'all in 10 days. I'm gonna see all y'all in 10 days. I'm gonna see all y'all in 10 days. King Kong consciousness, we here. We here, baby. We doing that work. We doing that work. 1 o'clock in the morning, I don't wear a watch. I can't be clocking the time. This my block, Ifatunde Avenue. This Dr. Papa Boulevard, this is my spot. I'm gonna see all y'all here in 10 days. The countdown begins, baby. It's September 1st, we got 10 days. What you gonna do? FDMGfestival.com. I've been working all day, cleaning. 1 o'clock, I'm still working. I'm still working.
Why is Umar up here at 1 a.m.? Y'all see this? This is not, there's nothing going on here for renovations. Why is he up here at 1 a.m.? Okay, this is dope fiend behavior. Okay, he just got done blazing up, and now watch how he starts acting. Watch this.
Got the water. Got the water. Got the water. Blah. I'm working. I'm working, brothers and sisters. Getting ready for your festival.
Damn, y'all. I'm telling you, he's such an embarrassment. He's embarrassing. As a black man, he's just embarrassing. He's embarrassing me. Anybody ever? I'm sorry. He's just embarrassing. Pookie ass.
Your block party. Your coming out show. Getting the food ready. The vendors ready. Performers ready. The giveaways is ready. The t-shirts are ready. The mugs are ready. The bumper stickers are ready. Burgers, hot dogs, snacks, the fashion show, Universal African Dance and Drama, Afro-Ricans. If you identify as African, you can come. It's an African family festival. It's an African family festival, baby. I'm here. I'm on Dr. Papa Boulevard, Ifatunde Avenue. This is the real Wakanda. Wetting the locks. Ooh, it feels so good. Woo! Woo! I'm happy to be nappy right now. Hit the Cash App, $FDMG School.
See, then he goes asking for money. For what? It's not like they're going to be doing any renovation. What you going to get done at 1 a.m.? See, this is just dope fiend behavior.
Hit the Cash App, $FDMG School. I'm not playing with y'all. I'm not playing with y'all. Woo, this water feel good at 1 in the morning on Dr. Papa Boulevard. This water feels good at 1 in the morning at Dr. Papa Boulevard. This water feels good 1 in the morning at Ifatunde Avenue. This water feels good 1 in the morning, Ifatunde Avenue, brothers and sisters. I'm not done. Woo! Woo! I'm getting high off the people because I loves the people. I serves the people. Hit the Cash App. $FDMG School. Hit the PayPal. PayPal.me/FDMG Academy is going down, baby.
Look at this guy. Just sloppy.
Baby. It's going down in 10 days. It's going down in 10 days. Ifatunde Avenue, Dr. Papa Boulevard is going down, baby. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Come get your black Superman FDMGT. Come get your black Superwoman FDMGT. Come get your black Super Youth FDMGT. I'm good. I'm high off the people, brother. I'm high off the people. I didn't have a good day today, but it ended good. I didn't know what I was going to do with all this trash. God sent a brother.
All right. You just high. Ain't got nothing to do with the people, except they money. Here's another example of the dope fiend behavior.
or even white community where black people live. And build.
Oh, hold on. I want to get the one with the music's not playing in the background. Let me pull something else up while I get to pull that one up. I don't know why I put this one on here. Let me just take a look right quick.
Peace and Pan Africanism, peace and Pan Africanism. Peace and Pan Africanism, peace and Pan Africanism. Peace and Pan Africanism, peace and Pan Africanism. This is your big brother, Dr. Umar Ifatunde Oguntade. This is your big brother, Dr. Umar Ifatunde Ogun.
Yeah, I'm not sure why I put this in. Let me go back to this one.
Black Power family. This is Dr. Umar.
Okay, here we go. Right. Yeah, he was looking real bad in this video.
Will either be the Patrice Lumumba and Robert Sobukwe Research Center, or it might be the Ida B. Wells Fannie Lou Hamer Presidential Complex. But we own all four of these buildings. We own them. You own them. It was the money of black people that purchased this campus. It was the money of black people that purchased this campus, brothers and sisters. And speaking of symbolism, speaking symbolically, brothers and sisters, let us also understand that in a very symbolic way, if Wilmington, Delaware was the last stop in slavery, if Wilmington, Delaware was the last stop.
Okay, my what you call's in the way. Let me go back. Watch this. I'll get myself off here. I apologize. See, Umar's talking and he notices something on
these buildings. We own them. You own them. It was the money of black people that purchased this campus. It was the money of black people that purchased this campus, brothers and sisters.
He's so sloppy.
And speaking of symbolism,
see that?
Symbolically, brothers and sisters.
See how he sees it? And he's supposed to keep walking, but he can't stop himself.
Let us also understand.
He turns around and goes back.
That in a very symbolic way, if Wilmington, Delaware.
You see that little white rock over there? That's what he was fidgeting with. Yeah, I see it. If you can see it, hit the one. What's up, Edward? I ain't seen it. I hope you're doing all right. If y'all can see it, hit the one. Y'all see it? Maybe no one sees it. I can see it. That's what catches his eye while he's walking way over there, and he's supposed to be doing this promo video. It's being recorded, and he can't even stop himself. He turns around and literally walks back. He already passes it up, but he keeps his eye on it, and he goes over there and starts fidgeting with it because he's trying to see what it is. Okay, listen, y'all. Well, I don't know what to tell y'all. Listen, I don't know what to tell y'all. I done told people a long time ago. I've been telling people for years. Yeah, he is. He's smoked out. Okay, he's a dope fiend, and he has been for a very long time. See, that money too that was coming in, especially early on, that contributed to all of this.
Speaking symbolically, brothers and sisters, let us also understand.
See him point like to hold on.
That
he stops talking. Look at him.
In a very symbolic way. If Wilmington, Delaware was.
And there it is. Why are they whispering downstairs? My kids, they doing something they ain't supposed to. All right. Okay, so this is just another example. What else I got for you guys that I can show you before we close out here? Give me a second. What is this? Oh, okay. Yeah, this is from my first documentary. One of these days, we need to sit down and just watch it from the beginning to end. But there's a part on the end here. This is Umar when he was high too, when he was doing that Kobe Bryant rant. Check this out.
Path through which he can receive the proper intervention, become nothing more than a homeless cyberbum, a virtual vagrant, a digital destitute. The irony is that Umar Johnson's school scam has been in effect for over 10 years now. And the scam itself has become a ball and chain that shackles Umar Johnson to the fantasies that he continues to echo in his own shattered psyche.
Look at this.
Umar Johnson has become a slave to his own deluded mind and is oblivious to the truth that his life has become a cautionary tale of how fame, greed, selfishness, lies, deceit, mental disorder, and various addictions can, in fact, destroy a person's life from within. Know this, the walls of justice are closing in on Umar Johnson, and perhaps this will, in the end, be the path through which he can receive the proper intervention needed to climb up and out of the muck and mire that is his disgraceful and dishonorable life.
Damn. I went hard on that one. Sometimes I'll be forgetting. Yeah. And again, when I said 10 years right there, this video is from 2020. So it's been 15 years now, Ayana. Yeah, it's been 15 years since he made that post that the school's going to open September 11, 2013. Yeah, one of these days we'll get together and we'll sit down and watch this whole thing. I mean, we could do it tomorrow. Yeah, this is when Umar, he had been benching. That's why he looks like this. And he got so far out there, just outrageous. This is just another example of the substance abuse. There's also issues in terms of mental health, but the mental health and the substance abuse go hand in hand. And the substance abuse can make the mental health worse. And then oftentimes the mental health issues is what will cause a person to look. It's like self-medicating. What they call medicating. So the drugs become a form of self-medication, and that's it's like, and then the more you do that, the more it makes this mental health issues worse. And that's what happens with Umar. He had been on a binge, and he's manic at this point. Just like when he was pouring the water on his head, you see him in these ups and downs. You know, I call it from what my research is something to the effect of there's a bipolar depression. So he's up and down. Sometimes he's depressed, and then sometimes it's manic, but he can go up and down. But when he gets on the drugs and the substances, especially when he's high, that's when he really gets outlandish. I have a video where he actually he's high, and he's so high he has to lay down on the floor. I can pull that one up for you guys too. I forgot about that one. I've been meaning to compile all this together into a short video.
So I have 3 possible suspects for the murder of my Philadelphia brother, rest in peace, Kobe Bryant. I have 3. Number 1, and these are in no order.
Yeah, this was so ridiculous and so disrespectful to Kobe. Okay, just so disrespectful. If anybody remembers what that video was where Umar, because it was at a particular, I can't remember if it was Tennessee or something like that. If you know what city it was, can you post it in the chat room, because I can pull it up by that way, because I think I archived it. I just can't remember how I archived it, but I think I had the city or the state or city name in the title. Let me know in the chat room.
No suspect is of more interest than the other. These are in no particular order. You are listening to the Prince of Pan Africanism, somewhere within the ghettos of North Central Philadelphia. The NBA, as a multinational corporation, is a suspect in Dr. Umar's investigation. The National Basketball Association is a suspect in Dr. Umar's investigation. That's right. The goddamn NBA is a suspect. said that Mama Oya blew my cell phone off the stand. As soon as I named the NBA as a suspect, Mama Oya, and now the wins is coming. Soon when I said the NBA, Orisha Oya blew my phone off the stand. That's not proof that it was the NBA, but that's damn sure some good evidence.
Boy, that's insane. Look at him. He was on a bench. See his face all sagging?
That's not proof that it was the NBA, but that's damn sure some good evidence that soon when I mention the NBA, the ancestors blow the cell phone off the stand. I just wanted to point that out.
Okay.
I just wanted to point that out.
All right.
I just wanted to point that out. Did y'all see what just happened, brothers and sisters? Did you see what just happened? I've been talking to y'all for how long?
I don't know.
I've been talking to y'all.
I don't know. Quit telling me.
How long have I been talking to y'all just now?
I don't know, Umar.
And soon when I mention the NBA as the first suspect in Kobe's death, my cell phone get blown off the stand.
Okay.
That's not proof. It's still debatable, but it's a good piece of evidence.
I keep telling you, consciousness over coochie, politics over punani. I keep telling y'all that. Consciousness comes before coochie.
I'm coming. Let me get up. Wait a minute.
All right, take your time, man. Take your time. Let me turn this heat down.
My baby was sleeping in the bed. Gotta go way off. I'm coming. Let me get up. Wait a minute.
All right, take your time, man. Take your time. Let me turn this heat down.
My baby was sleeping in the bed. Gotta go way off to the kitchen.
This documentary was from March 14th of 2020, but I started working on it in 2019. I didn't ask for a dime. Anybody remember that? Hit the one. I said, I'm going to do it. This is, see, Umar has been, he asked for donations for his documentary going back to 2013, all the way through 2020. He said it was going to premiere in the fall of 2014. So he collected donations for at least 6 years for that documentary, and he never produced it. But I was able to produce this documentary, which is about 1 hour and 4 minutes long, and I just did it. Some of you guys may remember, it may be around back then, and it took a lot of time, a lot of work. The next documentary I'm working on now is taking way more time than what I had anticipated, and I'm going to get it done at some point. It's just a lot because it's his whole life. It just goes to show you the difference. As men, if we want to get something done, we're going to get it done. But Umar, what has he accomplished? What has he brought into fruition that's tangible and real? FDMG? I have other stuff too. Here's Umar where he was high, and then we're going to be done. I wanted to pull up the ones where he's gambling too, but we'll get to those ones tomorrow. Because again, the thumbnail is about why is Umar broke after collecting a bare minimum $1,677,860. You see what I'm saying? Why is he at this point? Well, there's a lot of different factors, including the fact that he's a pookie. I have this one video where he's talking. He starts talking about cocaine, and then he goes something. The reaction, I couldn't find it, but man, I have it. But I said, I gotta find that one. I gotta check my notes. But that was wild. This video right here is Umar. He's high, and watch what happens. And that's he's burning sage. Let me scroll forward. Watch this.
It's we got about 45 minutes. It's 12:15. I'm live talking to the people. Once I'm done, I'm gonna load up. And you're gonna stop with all that soda. I see you. I mean, you're gonna stop with all that soda. Where that coconut water at? Where that sorrel at?
See him, he's manic. He high.
But I'm not gonna be no hypocrite because guess what? I'm a ginger ale addict. Seagrams and sweeps. I need ginger ale therapy. I need ginger ale therapy, and I need Little Deborah zebra cake therapy. Brothers and sisters, I'm being honest with y'all tonight. I need ginger ale therapy. I need therapy. Is there a therapist out there who can help the prince cure my addiction to Seagrams and Sweps? Is there someone out there who can help me cure my addiction to Little Debbie zebra cakes? But let me get back on focus. I'm still waiting for Haiti. I should have been to Haiti several times. I haven't been to Haiti yet. Haiti, we got to make it happen. I am overdue for Haiti. I'm overdue for Puerto Rico, brothers and sisters. Oh, yes, I'm overdue for the Congo. I'm overdue for Tanzania. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, I'm overdue for Somalia. I am overdue for Eritrea. Yes, brothers and sisters, there's nations in Africa that the Prince of Pan Africanism has not been to yet. We got to make it happen. And to all my Africans on the continent, if you want to host the Prince of Pan Africanism in Africa, you can connect with me on WhatsApp, 215-989-9858 on WhatsApp, 215-989-9858 on WhatsApp, okay? And I don't want you to pay attention to all this negativity you're hearing over here about black folks who ain't from Africa. Don't worry about that. Most of us know we African, we proud to be African, and we understand that the whole world is the African kingdom, but the continent is the royal palace. I said we understand that the whole world is the African kingdom, but the continent is the royal palace. I said the whole world is the kingdom of Africa, but the continent is the royal palace, brothers and sisters. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. It is nappy by nature. It is all for one and one for all. It is liberate everybody or liberate nobody. That's right. Blend all African people into one healthy family. I said we want to bring and blend all Africans together. The Africans of Puerto Rico with the Africans of Haiti. The Africans of Haiti with the Africans of Brazil. The Africans of Brazil with the Africans of Colombia. The Africans of Colombia with the Africans of Mexico. The Africans of Mexico with the Africans of Texas. The Africans of Texas with the Africans of Mississippi and the Africans of California. And the Africans of Detroit and Chicago and Philadelphia and D.C. and Baltimore and Little Rock and Des Moines, Iowa and Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And we want to blend them with the Africans of Montreal and the Africans of Quebec and the Africans of Toronto and the Africans of Birmingham and London and Luton and Wolverhampton and Manchester and the Africans of Ireland and the Africans of Paris and the Africans of Austria and the Africans of Germany and the Africans of the Congo and Lesotho and Liberia and Ghana and Togo and Benin and Eritrea and Somalia and Malawi and Ethiopia and Kenya and Congo and all points in between and the Africans of the South Pacific, all Africans. All one family, brothers and sisters. Support historically black colleges and universities. Support historically black colleges and universities, brothers and sisters. This is the Prince of Pan Africanism. I am currently accepting invitations for the Black Parent Boot Camp. I am currently accepting invitations for the Black Parent Advocate book release. Boot camp location has to seat minimum, not maximum. We don't have a maximum. We only have a minimum. Must be able to seat minimum 50 African parents with tables and chairs, socially distanced. If you're not African, that's all right with me, brother. Just make sure when the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy opens up, you keep your eye from Africa ass as far away from our African campus. That's all, brother. I have no problem with your right to determine yourself. I would be a hypocrite if I didn't give you a right to identify as you choose, even if you are a coon, even if you are.
Notice how he says, if I didn't give you the right. How do you give people the right to do anything, Umar? It's a narcissism, God complex.
Self-hating African and want to run away from the race. I respect your right to run away from the race, if that's what you want to do, brother. But just remember, when we open up the doors on that Pan-African institution known as the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy, you make sure you keep your eye from Africa as far away from our campus as possible, brother. That's all I ask. I'm going to respect you. You're going to respect me. It's the Prince. I'm in Jackson. I'm feeling good. I should lay down on the ground. I feel so good. I want to lay down on the ground, brothers and sisters. I think I'm going to lay down on the ground one time. I just got to lay down one time. I'm just feeling good. Mother Nature, Orisha O'Neal, I'm just feeling good right now.
See this guy? Man.
I'm just feeling good in Jackson, Mississippi. Black History Month, 2021, 95 years. I'm just feeling good. I'm on Mother Earth right now. I'm on Mother Earth right now. I'm on Mother Earth. I'm just taking it all in before I get back to cold Pennsylvania.
I'm just taking it all in before I get back to cold Pennsylvania, brothers and sisters. That's all I'm doing. That's all I'm doing, brothers and sisters. I see we got some Africoons in the chat. I see.
Okay. All right. Umar, he a trip. You know, I found this other video too. I want to play this for you because this is how bad it was up there at these trap bandos. Watch this. Yeah, a lot of people haven't seen this. Did y'all see it? Watch this. Let me go back. I'll pause. Look how high that grass is. See this? These are children. At these children up here in this high grass, you know, doing the lawn, picking weeds and stuff. One more time. I remember I saw this, like, it's a doggone shame. Y'all see it? Yeah, it's child labor. So it's so ridiculous and over the top. It really is. This video right here is very telling too. One of these days we'll sit and watch the whole thing because Umar, I think this is the video. I'll be able to tell shortly. We still got 3,200 people in the building too. Thank you guys so much for tuning on in. We'll be back tomorrow. It'll be a short live stream. I know I said we're going to do 2 hours, but we already had 3 hours and 15 minutes. I still got to get the super chats too. We got a whole bunch of those. I will get through them tonight for sure. But I just want to mention this video right here. He's waiting on the plug.
Peace and black power, peace and black power, peace and black power. This is the Prince of Pan Africanism, International Ifa Tunde Intercontinental.
Yeah, he doesn't have electricity yet. I think that's why he had that little flashlight. And he's waiting on the plug in this video. Let me see if I could find it, though, that one part.
So $9.99 a month. $9.99 a month. Dr. Papa Podcast. Click on Instagram, Facebook.
That was another scam that he ran too.
Twitter bio, and you can subscribe to the podcast.
Yeah, you remember
That's
this
how
one?
you get my content.
Yeah, I think this
and
is
for all my podcast subscribers, new content coming soon. To all my podcast subscribers, new content coming soon. It was raining out here today. Nice, beautiful day at your campus. Nice, beautiful day at your campus, brothers and sisters. Black power. Nice, beautiful day at your campus, brothers and sisters. And thank you to the ladies for all the beautiful birthday gifts. Thank you to all the queens who sent me those birthday gifts. Cheesecake Factory gift card and the Prada. You know what I mean? Y'all went high line. You know, I don't really do the European names, but I appreciate it. And I'm going to wear it with pride. My Prada cologne and my Amen cologne and my Air Nikes and my face mask, custom made face masks. And y'all sent me so much stuff.
Air Nikes.
Cosmetics. Thank you to the loves. Thank you to the queens for that. Chicago. I will see
Thank you to the love.
you 1 week from tomorrow.
Let me skip through it. Let me see if I can find that part.
At the park in Detroit for the African Festival. There's an African music festival. Scholar in the world, but I do work, brother. It's solid. Nobody you know got a resume like me. Nobody you know walking the planet alive got my resume in this century. They might have a resume from last century, Black Power, but from 2000 to 2020, these 20 years, this first quarter of the 21st century, my name is number one.
You call it arrogance, I call it the truth. My name is number one. You call it arrogance, I call it the truth. Talking about what he do with the money, where the school at. Negro, please. What he do with the money, where the school at. Negro, please. I done took y'all inside the school a dozen times. Go on YouTube and find the old videos. I'm chilling right now. I'm chilling right now. All right now.
See this? Look, look, look. See this shit? Fuck. I got your emails too, Brother James, and what I said is his ass better not be talking about me, because if he go there, okay, we're going nuclear. Okay, we're gonna have to double up if he do. If he talking about me, we're gonna double it up. We're gonna see. I'm not the one. Did y'all see that? Let me go back and play it again. I got other stuff too I can show y'all too. I got one other one I think I want to play. Then we're going to be up out of here. I got the super chat's going to take about an hour and a half anyway. See, he's up here waiting on the plug.
Negro, please. I done took y'all inside the school a dozen times. Go on YouTube and find the old videos. I'm chilling right now. I'm chilling right now. All right now.
And run it back one more time. Good crash chat, hit the one. I got the receipts. I got more too I can show y'all. I gotta find that one video though. Man, it's a trip. He talking, and you doing cocaine, and he goes. I said, damn, if you just say the word, you're going to have a physiological reaction like that. I'll play it one more time tonight. Tonight. We're going to do it one more time just tonight. But we will do it again, I'm sure.
I'm chilling right now. I'm chilling right now. All right now.
See this? See, he's signaling to the dope man. Hit the one. Now, what's interesting about this is you can tell when the dope man come back. Watch this. I'm gonna have to go because
look where the money at. Cooning ass black folks.
Wow, it's amazing. See him drooling too. Y'all see him drooling? Look.
Look where the money at. Cooning ass black folks.
See that? These are physiological reactions because the dope is en route, if you will. It's on the way.
I done took y'all inside the school a dozen times. Go on YouTube and find the old videos. I'm chilling right now. I'm chilling right now. All right now.
He's trying to stop himself, but he can't.
Look, where the money at? Cooning ass black folks.
See this? It's the irony. They're asking where the money at.
Cooning ass black folks. We have too much self-hate. We have too much self-hate in the black community. The reason we can't build anything is because we're too busy trying to tear everybody down who's trying to build. And why do we tear them down? Jealousy. Jealousy. It's all. It ain't nothing but jealousy. Y'all jealous of people who have the love and trust of the people, and y'all want to destroy them. Okay? I can't speak for nobody else, but I can speak for me. I can't speak for nobody else, but I can speak for me. I know my intentions are sincere. My work speaks for itself. I thank God for getting Black Parent Advocate done, because that book took me 3 years. Now I got to get back to my For Sisters Only book, The Rules for Romance. Ladies, I'm coming to y'all next. I got to finish the second edition of Psychoacademic Holocaust. I got to finish the second edition of Psychoacademic Holocaust. But then I'm going to get to For Sisters Only. I already started it, but I didn't finish it. Is the ladies, y'all ready for the For Sisters Only book, ladies? Y'all ready for the 500-page For Sisters Only book, Relationships and Dating? Killer Mike is my brother. I ain't got nothing but love for Killer Mike. We might disagree on some things politically, but that's my brother. Ain't no issue there. David Banner, that's my brother. Ain't no issue there. Claude Anderson, ain't no issue there. Okay.
See this? Yep. See the involuntary jaw movement. This is all physiological reactions because they're anticipating the plug coming back.
Somebody said I can't.
Did y'all see that?
Can't keep a woman. I can't keep a woman, bruh. You must not know who I am. You must not know who I am. But I don't just want a woman. I want a wife, bruh. I'm working on wifeys. I'm done with the girlfriends. I'm too old for girlfriends. I'm too old for girlfriends. I need a queen. I need the wifey. Times two. Times two. I want the ancestors to bring me 2 women at the same time. They're going to walk up on me together. 2 queens. Intelligent, conscious, committed, focused, with a history of doing work for the people. They're going to walk up to me together. Nappy afros, curvaceous bodies. One going to be butter pecan. The other might be chocolate. One might be African lemonade. The other one might be sweet brown sugar. One might be butterscotch. And the other one might be hot peanut butter. They're going to walk up on me, 2 queens, and they're going to say, here we go. Now let's get to work. They're going to walk right up on me.
He's so delusional.
I'm going to say, I'm going to administer this school, and my sister wife going to administer the other school. They're going to walk right up on me. Nappy hair, no perms, no weaves, no white boyfriends, none of that. No white Jesus, none of that. They're going to roll right up on me. I don't care how many kids they got. I love children. I love children, especially if they got sons, because I ain't got no son.
He don't love his own daughters.
Roll up on me with a couple sons, 2 queens, and it's a wrap. It's a wrap. But no, there's some sisters I'm checking out. There's a couple sisters. There's only a few.
See that right there? Okay. When he was still live streaming. Wait, no, which video am I talking about? The video where he's live streaming and he turns the heat down. He did the same thing.
Less than a handful. I'm studying them. Couple potentials out there.
He has 2 daughters and he's not in either of their lives. Okay, there's been a whole fiasco because one of the daughters this year came out and exposed him as a deadbeat, which I've been telling people for years. He has 3 baby mamas, bare minimum, but he doesn't acknowledge the 3rd one because he was in his early 40s when he impregnated her and she was in her early 20s. He's a sexual deviant. He's a predator.
Studying, you know what I mean? African lemonade. That's the light-skinned sisters. You know, the lemonade sisters, I call them African lemonade. Some brothers only donate African lemonade. No mayonnaise. We don't do mayonnaise. That's not African. African lemonade. We don't do European mayonnaise. We don't do stale bread. We don't do wet flour. We don't do white sugar. We don't do none of that. African lemonade. African lemonade. Okay. I think my appointment is here. It's time.
What's up, Eastby? Shout out to Eastby. Yeah, Keith. He said appointment. What's up, Vixen? He said appointment. I told people a long time ago that was a kicking spot. He get up there, he blaze up. Don't make me pull up the video because I still got to do super chat. Don't make me pull up the video where Umar got locked out of that room with the drop-off spot. Yeah. What's up, TJ Davis? Mm-hmm. When he say he gonna get work done, he said we working. Yeah, you working all right. You working that nose, homeboy. To cut it out. It is, Jerome. It's diabolical. And people don't. I called this out a long time ago. People just, I don't mean to be like that, but I have more. There's more I can pull up. I'm gonna pull up one more, then we gonna be done with this. I can do the super chat. We gonna be up out of here. We gonna be back tomorrow, though. Oh my God, it's nuts. That's what this has turned into. The FDMG. It's a crack house. Let me stop playing. I should say that. Yeah. Welcome to anyone who's new. There's been a lot of new people, so welcome. Okay. We'll be back tomorrow with another. Yeah, the plug appointment. No, I mean he don't even try because he's focused on getting that stuff. That's all that is. Yeah, he sure did. He ran to the car. You ain't never seen Umar move like that. Flipping down the sidewalk and shit. All right. He got up off here real quick.
I'm the rock and roll.
Oh my God. He said it's time to rock and roll. All right, Umar. I gotta find that one video where his nose was tripping.
Bread. We don't do wet flour. We don't do white sugar. We don't do none of that. African lemonade.
What's up, Seth?
African lemonade.
Shout out to Seth. What's up, information man? Salute, sir.
I think my appointment is here. It's time to rock and roll.
Damn. Like that. See, that's why he's broke with 6 degrees, allegedly 6 degrees. And he's already raised a bare minimum of $1,677,000. That's $1,677,860. Why would he be broke? This is one of the reasons right here. But there's other reasons to gambling. If someone reminds me, we'll get into that tomorrow. I got 2 videos on that. There's also posts that he made on his Instagram page talking about how he was going to be gambling. Okay. I want to show y'all something else from the shock community. Then we'll do super chats and we'll be up out of here.
Memphis, Tennessee, October 5th. So we got back-to-back Memphis. Back-to-back Memphis. I don't know what else to tell you. I got other stuff I can pull up too, but I think I've shown enough. This is where a lot of this money has gone over the years, and I will also say that the money enabled Umar to continue to self-destruct. That's why the way he looks now listen, it's a result of this lifestyle, but the money is what facilitated this. People sending him money think they're going to open up a school for black boys. He ain't open up no damn school for no black boys. Y'all need to cut it out. Most of that shit, he done smoked it. Then he has a food addiction. He got issues with child support, y'all paying his child support. He got tax liens. He got student loan debt. He paying women too, by the way. Tricking off money over in Africa. And so that's why when he comes back over here to the United States a couple of days ago, he needs money again.
So
see, I want to explain one other thing too. What happens, and I told people this a long time ago, that Umar, when he goes over to Africa or when he's traveling in places that he's not accustomed to, he doesn't have the plug lined up. Not everywhere. And you can't. There's no way you can have plugs everywhere. In fact, you're going to get, it's more likely you're going to get caught if you got plugs all over the place. But his main plug is up there in Wilmington, Delaware, because that's where he's mainly at. Okay. And it's only about 20 something minutes away. He's supposed to be the primary caretaker from Fort Mama. So only about 26 minutes away, something like that. 26, 30 minutes. So that's the drop off spot. And it has been since 2019. I told people this a long time ago. So what happens is that when Umar goes over to Africa, he doesn't have access to whatever it is that he needs. Not like he has access over in the United States of America. Now he can find it, I guess, but there's a comfortability factor when we talk about dope fiends, and it depends on what level of their dope fiendism that they're at. Because if you extremely strung out, you're gonna try to find anything wherever you can get, wherever you can. That's the ones that be out there scratching and shit, and all hunched over on the sidewalk and all that. They don't care. Umar's not quite that deep into it, but he's been progressing or I don't know if you want to call it progressing, but the point is when he goes over to Africa, he don't have it like that. And so you'll notice that when he's over there or he's over in China or he's in a state here in the United States of America where he doesn't have the plug lined up, he starts looking more and more at the shelf and he starts having withdrawal symptoms. He starts itching, scratching and shit, looking all, sniffing and, and he can't wait to get back up over there to Delaware. So then when he gets back over to Delaware, he goes straight to the plug. And then whatever money he had, he spends it on that to get reset. And that's what happened here. Look at him. That's why he gets to beg, and he makes up this whole story about his bank account was frozen and he needs money from people and et cetera, et cetera. It's dope. It's just a dope situation.
So then I called the bank to find out what was going on. And the bank told me to enter my 16-digit card number. I did that. They told me they had no record.
Yeah, this story didn't make no sense.
PayPal.me/FDMG Academy if you want to make a donation to the school. Off on all FDMG Academy money order and check donations until the situation is resolved. If you want to make a donation to FDMG, send it through PayPal. Right? PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. PayPal.me/FDMG Academy if you want to make a donation to the school. Hold off on checks and money orders until we find out what the hell is going on. The bank is investigating the fraudulent attempts on our account. If I find out Medea and Pastor Bussy had anything to do with this, I was told that they can be arrested for federal offense. I was told they can be arrested for federal offense. I was told they can be arrested for federal offense. Now, with that being said, brothers and sisters, Dr. Umar has access to no money right now because my personal account contains all of my money. I only send it to Apple Pay and PayPal as necessary. So the Prince of Pan Africanism, for the first time in my life, is without any digital currency. So for my loyal supporters out there, if you can spare a few dollars so I can take care of Queen Mother Ifa Tunde and myself until my bank account is frozen.
I thought you said it was already frozen.
Or canceled so I can get.
See, the story doesn't even make any sense. This is just a dope fiend trying to come up on some money. So again, like I said, why is Umar broke? He has 6 degrees. He's supposed to be the most requested scholar. He done raised the bare minimum $1,677,860. I go on and on. I want to rehash. Well, this is part of the problem right here. It's not all of it, but this is part of it. And I got more receipts I can show you guys too. But I think I've proven my point. Tomorrow we'll get into the gambling Okay. One other thing we did not cover. This is a video that Umar posted 2 days ago.
Peace and Pan Africanism, giving FDMG a little early morning cleans. Happy Leo season, brothers and sisters. Happy Leo season, brothers and sisters. We up against a lot, but we not quitting, family. We up against a lot, but we not quitting. Black queens forever. Snow bunnies never. That's what we doing.
See this? No purpose in this except to give the illusion of progress, like he's doing anything up there so he can get what? Get more money out of people. I have so many videos of Umar out here picking up trash for no good reason. It's ridiculous. Okay, but that's what he's reduced himself to. It's no one else's fault except Umar's. All right. There's other videos, but we're going to get to those tomorrow that lead up to the video where Umar first starts ranting against Lenon. Okay, I want to get to these super chats. I want to thank everyone again for tuning on. Let me go ahead and close this poll out, though, because I think I'll close this poll out. I want to thank everyone for tuning on. And thanks to Moz, too, for handling business. It's probably going to take me about 30 more minutes to get to these super chats, but I'm going to get to all of them because I want to make sure that I thank everyone for the super chats. The poll question was, what was Umar concealing under his shirt? 17% said a gun, 18% said a knife, 8% said some other weapon, and then 57% said, I put a pack of Trisser, but we changed that. And what it is car keys. And I think it was car keys. That's what I thought it was. Okay, at least once I really looked at it. All right. So let's do these super chats real quick. And thank you guys again. Good question. Chats undefeated. Let's see. Yeah, okay, I got this one earlier. Okay, I got this one too. Okay, I did that earlier. Thank you so much. Umar getting whooped all over YouTube. Yeah, he is. There's a lot of people talking about Umar right now, and it's great. I think it's about time, especially given his antics this whole year, but in particular over the last maybe I don't know, maybe 3 months. He's just been way off the wall, like way off the wall. So it's well deserved. Okay, thank you, Anna, for the super chat. I'm going to do these quickly. BGL says a 50-year-old man who can't manage money or conflict with women, but once context black boys or connect. I think you said connect with black boys. Absolutely not. Yeah, he's a horrible example of a man. You know, really, Umar epitomizes all of the negative stereotypes about black men. Okay. He's a deadbeat, doesn't take care of his kids. He got multiple baby mamas, at least 3. I believe he has more, but bare minimum, he has 3. He doesn't work a job. He doesn't run a legitimate business. Again, you don't necessarily have to work a job if you have a legitimate business, but he doesn't have either. He's living off of his donors, off the donations from people, and he's been living off them for over a decade now. He's living off of his mama too, who has Section 8 housing, so that puts him in a position where he has a place to stay, and he's supposed to be the primary caretaker. He's a womanizer. Okay, he's at the bare minimum verbally abusive towards black women. He's a sexual deviant. He's a sexual predator. He's a financial rapist. This goes on and on and on. The point is that with Umar, he epitomizes all of the negative stereotypes about black men. And he does not know how to resolve conflict. He escalates instead of de-escalates. And obviously he doesn't know how to manage money, because he wouldn't be online trying to get money for himself and for his mother at the age of 50 when he's collected a bare minimum of $1,677,860, and not one black boy has been educated. He ain't got no business being around no black kids. He ain't got no business being around no kids, period. Thank you, BGL. CJ Tuna says, Umar, by running through black women and rendering them undateable in the eyes of many black men, is trying to create the snow bunny crisis he keeps railing about. He desperately wants a disease that he can say he's the cure for. Yeah, I think in Umar's mind, it's more about domination and control of black women. It has nothing to do with love or commitment. It has to do with the sexual exploitation and sexual domination of as many women as he can possibly exploit and dominate. I mean, that's something that I just don't get. I don't get that. I really don't. And there's probably thousands at this point, It could be thousands. Okay, let me say there's hundreds. I can say that of women that he sexually exploited over these many, many years, and nothing to show for it. But in the wake of all that, he's done a lot of damage, a lot more than what people know. Because behind the scenes, I have information. I can't release it, but I have information. And Umar, he's diabolical. He's a sexual deviant. Yes, it's so unfortunate. That's one of the reasons why I speak out about Umar. There's different reasons, but one of the main reasons is how he does Black women. And I believe, in my opinion, that it's our job to keep women safe. You know, and if we're going to do that, we should do that in our households. But if we can do it in terms of what's happening online, we should do that too. We should participate in that. I think that's a honorable cause. Umar, he's dangerous, straight up. Yeah. Thank you, CJ, for the super chat. Antoine says, I just turned 49 and I have more sense than Umar. Yeah. My youngest son has more sense than Umar and more discipline than Umar. That's incredible. He's 50. He's about to be 51. It's amazing. You know, Umar, he's in a state of arrested development. He has been. I don't see how it's going to be possible for him to get beyond that because he's so stuck in his ways. I would like to see him grow and evolve, but at this point, I mean, it just keeps getting worse. So, I mean, that's the pattern. So I figured that's going to be what it is, you know. Thanks, Antoine. How's it going? Kimmy Kim says, Lenon, I need a laugh. Can you show the video of when he dumps his hoarder bag on it? I wish I could, but I don't remember what video that was. I don't even remember what year it was for me to look it up. I want to say it was 2024, but even if I pull up 2024, I don't even, because it could have been 2023. I think it was 2024. Okay, let me just check real quick because that was wild. We laughed for a long time. I remember I kept replaying it over and over and over again. I played it too much, to be honest with you. Let me just go in here to this folder for 2024 and see if it pops up. Because he was in a hotel. See, I don't remember. There's so many videos in here. I have so many videos for 2024, but I don't remember which video it is. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way that I'll be able to find it. Yeah, I wish I could, Kim. But if I run across it at some point, I'll be sure to play it. I just can't. I can't remember what year it was, and then I would probably need to know, you know, what he had on or something like that. That way, I'll be able to find it. Thanks, Kimmy Kim, for the super chat. I appreciate it. But I'll look for it. Okay, I'm assume that it was in 2024, but it could have been 2023. Okay, thank you again. James says, did you see that Umar's daughter got into a physical situation yesterday? Yeah, I did. I don't like speaking on her situation because of, I'm a father myself, and it's you know, there's people who are covering it, and I just don't think that it's appropriate. I really don't. I think that what's happening with her, and I can see the trajectory, and I see where it's headed. Again, I don't even feel comfortable speaking on it even that much. She needs help, and Umar is not going to help her and provide the help that she needs as her father. It's truly unfortunate. So if people don't know, she was jumped. You know, she was on live streaming, and this is all I'm going to say. Some people pulled up on her and jumped her, and then she was in the hospital. I'm gonna leave it right there. I mean, it's just so sad. So sad. Umar does not care. He doesn't care one way or the other. Thanks, James. It's sad. So Nita says, hey, then I don't know if you're taking requests, but I love to see the signing. That was Cultural Caravan, right? Let me see if I can find it. I'm sure I can, because we covered that one. Yeah, here it is, right? It's at the 15-minute mark. All right, Swaggle Nito, I got you. This was wild. Here we go.
Open hand when I say introducing, I'm joined by, and then
he ain't paying no attention to that lady. I said 15 minutes, but it's already past the 15-minute mark. Let me see something. Hold on one second. Maybe I meant 5 minutes.
And I want you above his leg.
This might not be the version though. Hold on one second.
So something
rolling on that.
Test 1 2 1 2 1 2.
The video.
Test 1 2 1 2 1 2. Prince of Pan Africanism, Dr. Umar Johnson, King Kong Consciousness.
Okay, so are we ready? We're ready. Okay, I'm trying to get one of your.
Hit your Cash App. $ FDMG School. Hit your Cash App. We need the support, brothers and sisters. $ FDMG School. Hit your PayPal. PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. Shout out to all my African brothers and sisters been donating. That's another thing too, Queen Mother. We just started our PayPal donations, right? And the African brothers and sisters from the continent, they've been sending in what they could. And it feels so good because, you know, in some of our countries, our people struggling financially and they still finding it within their capacity to still donate to the school all the way from Africa. So I want to give a shout out to my African brothers and sisters who donating all the way from Africa. That's very, very powerful. Wilmington, Delaware will be the next Black Wall Street. Y'all bet. Wilmington, thank you for all. Me good to Dr. Umar.
For now, because I'd rather.
This is the book. You need to read Monday, New York City Rise. Put in your discount code Advocate, the Art of War for dealing with a.
Yeah, I think it's this one. Hold on.
Out the book. We're talking about the first one and how this
right
picks up. Oh, this
let me get the time.
Let me just do this. Okay. It's in the back seat.
All right.
Okay. Okay, you should be able to open it. Psychoacademic
Holocaust, the special education and ADHD wars against Black boys.
Education.
Go to drumarjohnson.com and get your Ifa Tunde apparel 10% off. The code word is UPRISE. Hoodie up. And when you get your hoodie, your t-shirt, your hat, your face mask, you take a picture and you send it to me so I can post it. Ladies, take that sexy, beautiful picture. Send it to me. Brothers, take that alpha male picture. Send it to me. I'm going to post it up. Get your Ifa Tunde apparel.
All right, let me skip to the timestamp. Here we go. Here we go right here.
That's when I kicked the door into the conscious community and been #1 ever since.
Okay, so we're gonna say that. I'm gonna ask you the question. You're gonna put that.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. And so October the 30th of 2020 will be 10 years exactly in the same borough. Harlem debut was 10/30/10, and the Harlem return is 10/30/20.
You find a place to do the book signing?
Yeah, I sent you the flyer. We're gonna be at the Nation. Yes, I did.
No, I didn't.
You must got 2 cells, Queen Mother. I'm gonna send it to you again.
Send it to the 917.
917. Yeah, we're gonna be at the Guys and Earths Temple. The Guys and Earths. That's on
That's in Harlem.
That's in Harlem.
Earth Temple, and that's
Allah Temple in Mecca is what they call it.
And it's gonna be from when to when on
October the 30th from 2 to 8. We might try to set up a microphone out there so I can bless the same streets that the Honorable Marcus Garvey used to bless. So we're going to bless the people. Thank New York City for holding me down for 10 years. Brooklyn, Harlem, Staten Island, Bronx, Boogie Down, Queens, all of New York. And then I'm going to start signing the pictures, and taking the pictures.
You gonna do what? Yeah, I got all the receipts. Umar, what you say you gonna do? What? One more time. Umar, boy, he funny though. I'll tell you that.
What they call it.
And it's going to be from when to when on
October the 30th from 2 to 8. We might try to set up a microphone out there so I can bless the same streets that the Honorable Marcus Garvey used to bless. So we're going to bless the people. Thank New York City for holding me down for 10 years. Brooklyn, Harlem, Staten Island, Bronx, Boogie Down, Queens, all of New York. And then I'm going to start signing the pictures,
Wow. This guy. Well, one more time, I promise. Then we going to get back to the studio.
Going to bless the people. Thank New York City for holding me down for 10 years. Brooklyn, Harlem, Staten Island, Bronx, Boogie Down, Queens, all of New York. And then I'm gonna start signing the pictures, and taking the pictures.
All right, that sounds powerful.
Slip of the tongue, excuse that.
First,
Man, Umar, you a trip. All right. All right. Okay, let's keep going here. There you go, Swaggle Detail. You got it. Thank you for the super chat. Holly B says, my parents were amazing teachers, and it infuriates me when Thumb talks about education. 75% is lies, and 25% he learned in school. He never updated his knowledge. He couldn't get a job now. Much love to you and the Quick Court Chat. Yeah, thank you so much, Holly B. And it's true, Umar, that's one of the things I've talked about in one of my criticisms of Umar, that he really spreads a lot of misinformation, especially when it comes to the school system and relationally. What I mean by that is he always sets up this dynamic where teachers are against your children, your black children, mainly black boys, that the counselors are against your black boys, that the principals are against your black boys, and that the school psychologists are all against your black boys. And ultimately, their goal is to get you, put black boys in a position wherein they're on track for the school to prison pipeline. That's not a statement of fact. It's not. But that's what the rhetoric that Umar, he espouses over and over again. And what it does is it makes it more difficult for black parents to trust teachers. And if you're going to have your children in the public school system, you're going to have to make sure, or even in private school for that matter, you're going to have to make sure that you are in communication with their teachers to some degree, with their counselors to some degree, whether it's setting up classes or there's discipline issues or there's issues that take place at the school that you have to go down there to resolve. You have to build a relationship. Umar, what he paints is with the broad brush is that everything in the school system is against your child, and they're out to get your child, particularly your black boys. They just want to put them in prison. That's simply not true. They want to put them on Ritalin, or they want to put them in the psychotropic drugs. He's even said things like teachers, they're trying to force you to have your drugs put on different drugs. That's not how that works. The children, the teachers don't have that authority, and they're not even involved in any of that. What are you talking about, Umar? But that's what Umar, that's what he does. Okay, he's a misinformation machine, right? And then there are black people that like to hear that type of rhetoric because it fulfills this need to feel like the world is against them and that they're the perpetual victim. In point of fact, that's not the case. Most of my teachers were white growing up, and most of them, they were great. Overwhelmingly, they were good for me, at least. Right? I had a couple of them, but most of them, but Umar wants to make it seem like as if all of them, but that's not an accurate representation of reality. He lies a lot. He mixes some truth in with the lies, but most of the time he's lying. Thanks, Holly B, for the super chat. Valerie says when they lock him up, he's going to be looking for snow bunnies and jackrabbits to help him out. Yeah. If Umar ever got locked up, it would be a rallying cry for his devout followers. And then what would happen is that when he got out, he would ultimately have more of an influence over them than anyone else. See, for instance, when Brother Polite gets out at some point, I think he probably has about 4 more years. But when he gets out, there's going to be some of his followers that are going to rock with him even harder, even though he was charged and convicted. So horrible human being. Well, Umar, it has to do with the code dynamic of these types of characters. I'll dare say that even Nature Boy, if he ever got out, he's not, but if he had ever gotten out, that there would be people who would still be rocking with him when he got out. Well, the same thing with Umar. Yeah. He's lost a lot of support, though. He really has. And it's his own doing, but he still has people who will follow him blindly. And even if you follow Umar for particular reasons, let's say you like his rhetoric or what he talks about on certain topics, it doesn't mean that you have to accept everything. But it's another thing when you accept everything blindly and you believe everything that he says, and then you defend him too, right? Okay. Umar does not need people to defend him. He needs to defend himself by telling the truth about what he's been up to and scamming the black community and preying upon these black women and spreading all sorts of misinformation and disinformation. Okay, he's so dangerous. I know one thing though: if Umar can get a snow bunny, get him a white woman, a big one, he would be happy. He would be so happy. Thanks, Valerie. Mom says, even if everyone in the black community helped Umar, he would still mess up the Project Trap Band. Yeah, there's so many people that have tried to help out Umar, though, from the black community. There's people who offered all types of services for free, products and services, but mainly services for free. But he didn't take them up on what they offered. He still didn't have an FDMG website. Brother Marion, he offered to do a website for Umar many years ago. Rest in peace, Brother Marion offered to do a website for Umar many years for free.
And Umar still didn't have an FDMG website. The closest thing that he had a website, and I should show it to y'all, but we ain't got time. It was called UmarJohnsonSchool.com. It was wow. Had a donation button. Yeah. Someone remind me. I'll pull it up and show it to you guys tomorrow. I have the receipts. Thanks, Mom, for the super chat. I'm only halfway through this. I gotta go. I gotta get going here. Ken says, remember that one time he was a descendant of Frederick Douglass? Who were all those people's names he memorized? See, that's the controversy in all this. I'm gonna tell you what I think. I think that that line believes, and it's not just Umar and his daddy. It's that line. They believe on the mama side that they're descendants of Frederick Douglass's cousin, or believed to be cousin. Okay. But from what I understand, and I could be wrong, but from what I understand, that the genealogist for the actual bloodline of Frederick Douglass has stated that line, Umar Johnson's line, has no blood relationship. And that's why there's a lot of controversy about whether or not cousin Stephen is actually the cousin of Frederick Douglass. See, but what Umar does is he doesn't talk much about Stephen, because Stephen is largely irrelevant compared, I'm just saying, let me take that back, relative to Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass, that's the guy. So Umar, he translates all that to he's a descendant of Frederick Douglass, when in point of fact, he's not. There's no blood relationship whatsoever. See, but that line of that family line on Umar Johnson's mama side, it's not just him. They believe that somehow they're related to Frederick Douglass, but the DNA evidence shows that they're not. So it's not just Umar and his daddy that just keeps with that lie. There's other people too that still keep with that lie. See, so that's why the true descendants of Frederick Douglass, and they have a website. It's an official website for their family. They issued a letter to Umar stating that he's not a descendant, et cetera, et cetera. And then his father ended up taking it. Umar Johnson's father, Jamal, took a DNA test, and it came back that there's no blood relationship whatsoever. But Umar still runs with the lie. Jamal still runs with the lie too to this day. Okay? Two peas in a pod in that regards. Thanks, Ken, for super chat. Sean Pye says, man, this is some ID channel worthy stuff. Yeah. I told my wife the other day that I would have been a great investigator. You know, I would have been really good at it. But I think it's because of my investigation into Umar that I've become very efficient and effective at what I do. Yeah, but I can only imagine if this was like a career, like because I enjoy this kind of stuff. You know, doing research. You know, putting together the timeline, figuring things out. You know. Documentation, being able to pull up stuff. Hey, you okay? Yeah, I remember that. Okay, let me go pull that up. Blah, blah. I enjoy that. But I would have really been good at that as a career. And my wife was like, well, you can still do it. I said, I'm too old. Thanks, Sean Pre. And then I'll be watching the CSI type of stuff. And when they interrogate, I'm talking about real interrogations and all that stuff. I'm fascinated by all of that. Thanks, Sean Pre, for the super chat. Michael says it was so cringy seeing him cosplay as Abraham Traoré. Umar tries to gain clout off these militant figures, but what protest has he ever led? Not one. See, Umar, he will play the part. He'll dress up. Even when he wears dashikis, that's just him dressing up. He ain't about none of that. He's a con man. See, Umar is all about smoke and mirrors, and he'll flip. He'll be a little faked up with the SETI rant, but then he'll flip, and all of a sudden he's wearing a dashiki, and then he'll flip, and all of a sudden he's wearing a three-piece suit. He's all over the place. See? So when he goes over to South Africa, or when he goes over to Africa, he's wearing the what do they call? I don't know what it's called. The battle fatigue type of stuff. Ooh, looking goofy. What march has Umar organized? What march has Umar put together? He hasn't put anything of consequence over here in the United States of America. Not anything. He's clout chases off of other marches though, right? But he hasn't done anything. That's the thing about Umar. He's all smoke and mirrors. He ain't about the business. Thank you, Michael, for the super chat. Good point too. Fishy says, so Umar was in love with me. What? Why do you do that? I didn't even see that. You guys. Boy, this chat room is a mess. Why you do that? Don't do that. I did not see that. I read it like anyway. Let me be careful because you guys be tripping. Thank you, Fishy.
I'll just say thank you, FK. Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Boy, self-made says if Umar would have just stayed a speaker and scaled over the years, he would have multiple streams of income. Now he would have $1 million by now. He would have more than he'd be a multimillionaire. See, the thing is that if Umar worked this right, he could have set this up to where he's receiving residuals income over time. And not just with the speaking, but he can set up a website. Once it's set up and it's functional, he can just hire someone to manage it. There's probably people that would have done it for free. And that's just money coming in, residual. Then he can continue to speak. That was his strength. He's not as strong as he was these days because he done fallen off. So it became a pookie. But back in the day, yeah, he could have really made a good life for himself, but he chose the dark side. And that's the thing. When you choose the dark side and the quick money, and then everything goes to his head to where he feels the entitlement and the narcissism really starts to express itself. And then he starts to sexually exploit women on a higher level because he has access to more and more women. And he has a certain level of fame as a social media influencer. All that goes to his head. But what ends up happening is that instead of focusing on things that would have been of consequence in his present during that time period, that could have materialized all types of rewards in the future, which would be today, he takes the side, he goes on the dark side. Right. And he just spins further and further out of control. Substance abuse issues. He's gluttonous. He's ranting and raging, screaming and yelling and looking all disheveled, looking like a straight pookie from New Jack City. See, that's because he went the route of the dark side, but it was always in him. And he was unable to get to a point in his life where he can manifest light and then stay in that space long enough to be able to materialize something that was good. See, so that's the problem with Umar. He's a cautionary tale, and he could have scaled. He could have scaled as a speaker. He could have scaled his website. He would have been a multimillionaire by now. Easy, but he wanted quick money. He didn't want to do the hard work, and he's lazy. And for him, it was easier to sit back and be a gluttonous pig and collect money and trick off on women and all this kind of stuff than to put together a real plan to scale a business or multiple businesses, including residual income over time. He tricked it all off. Okay. Thank you for the super chat, but that's Umar. Cautionary tale. Ivy Vibe says, whenever you start offering YouTube consulting, let us know, please. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I need to do with my YouTube page too. I need to get merch at some point. There's other stuff too. I've been planning for a long time. It's a time issue for me. That's the thing I don't have. I just don't have time. I'm always doing something, running here, running there. But it is what it is. I'm hoping that later on in life, I'm old already, but I'm hoping that at some point things will slow down where I can do more of the things like what I'm doing here more consistently. Including doing music, because there's a whole marketing strategy for that dealing on YouTube. Anyway, thank you, Ivy Vibes. I appreciate that. I'll say this, that the most important thing that anyone can do is be true to their audience. I'll tell you that right now. Be true. And what that means is don't get up here lying and being deceitful and mean-spirited and stuff like that. I learned that because Umar, he's so deceitful to it. He keeps him in a state of ignorance, and he's mean. He's just real mean to his audience. We talking mean, just talking crazy. I don't believe in that, And then don't let the ego get out of control. Be humble. Those are important things. But then you also have to be consistent with what you're producing. There has to be a market for it. And then there also has to be interest in it to such a degree to where it makes sense to do it. And I'm not just talking about in terms of as a service, but also in terms of as a business. People have to look at social media if they're going to be on and spending time on it. They got to look at it as a business, not just as something that you just do. See, very important, because then you take it seriously, right? And then your content meets that level of seriousness, and then people respond to that. There's all kind of stuff still I plan on doing. It's just I haven't had time. Okay, hopefully God will bless me at some point where I have more time to do more of the stuff that I want to do on YouTube, and I'll continue to cover Umar, of course. Thank you, Ivy Vibes. I appreciate it. Power B, how's it going? Power B says Umar Johnson has had a long run with this con, and if he thinks he can run away to Ghana, he is mistaken, because Ghana and the U.S. have an extradition treaty. Yeah. I mean, Umar, he can attempt it, but he go someplace over in Africa, some different place over in Africa, if he wanted to, that didn't have a extradition treaty. The thing is that I don't think Umar right now that would be what he would do. I don't think so. I don't think he's at that point quite yet.
Who knows though? I mean, ain't no telling what may be happening behind the scenes that would cause him to make a move like that. But I'm talking about in the near future. I think that that's something that Umar would do down the line, because he would still have to sell these buildings at some point. Oh, I forgot. I found some information in researching yesterday about the property value, and you guys will be amazed. That property value has crashed. If someone reminds me, I'll pull it up tomorrow. But you guys got to remind me, because I ain't gonna remember. I'm tired. I need to go to bed. I love y'all though. Okay, but the property value is much less than the purchase price from back in 2019. Okay, that's telling in itself. All of this it's a money pit. So if Umar wanted to go over to Africa, he would have to sell these properties, and right now he would sell it at a loss, right? But then what would he do with all the money? Okay, would he take all of that? Okay, that's a problem right there. Okay, that's a serious, under a nonprofit too. That's a serious problem. All right, we're gonna have to wait and see. I mean, there's so much. He's just so messy. Thanks, Par B. Okay, Par B sent me a video too. I gotta pull it up. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. Just so people can see what's going on up there, them traps. Okay, thanks, Par B. Expat says, "Hey, Lenon, D'Angelo the legend, and let's see. I'm sorry. I was saying D'Angelo. Let's see. Hey, Lenon, D'Angelo the legend, and I wanted to share with you that we got engaged this past week on the Amalfi Coast. Okay, congratulations to Expat. Everyone in the chat room, let's give congratulations to Expat. Expat and D'Angelo the legend have become engaged. Congratulations. Okay, that's awesome. I'd love to hear it. And we're gonna wish you guys all the best. When you all get the marriage happening and all that stuff, let us know. Okay, we'll celebrate. I may even sing a song for y'all. Okay. What song you want, dear? Okay, but let me know later. Don't tell me now, because otherwise I'll forget. Okay. Congratulations to Expat and your fiance. Okay, much respect to the both of you. Congratulations. And thanks for the super chat too. That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay, and we always celebrate a success here, and that's a form of success. All right, that's awesome. It makes you feel good. Okay, all right. Black Wolf says, "Why isn't nobody saying Umar could have been tricking over there, and they got into his accounts? Africa breeds scammers for real." That's possible too. He could have been over there messing around, and someone got a hold to his accounts over there. But remember, Black Wolf, he set this story up before he went to Africa. But remember, he was over in Africa before he set the story up. And based upon the timeline that Umar was given, he said something like June 25th to July 10th. So ain't no telling. See, something may have happened. I'm just speculating here, but something, based upon what you're saying, Black Wolf, something could have happened to his bank accounts prior or during the first time he was over in Africa for about a month. Right, but he represents it later and spins this whole narrative about Lenon. And then he said, "I was involved in something." Umar, you better watch your mouth, bro, because that's slander. Okay, that's defamation of character. See, I've never lied on you, but you lied on me many, many times. You gotta watch it, Umar. Okay, but ain't no telling. There could have been something that happened the first time when he was over there for about a month. All right. Thanks, Black Wolf, for the super chat. Wow, I got so many more to go. I'm not complaining though. Pharaonic says Umar's ego and hypocrisy will be his undoing. Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, his ego is so far out of control. And I don't think that it was always like that, not to the degree that it's at right now. One thing that Tariq Nasheed said that was fascinating to me. Now, I'm not someone who supports Tariq, and I don't watch his stuff or anything like that. Never have. It wasn't my cup of tea. But when him and Umar, when they had their beef and they were going back and forth, something that Tariq Nasheed said, it's true. He said that Umar was the type of person that didn't know how to handle attention. And then at a certain point, a level of fame, and it all went to his head. And it's so very true. And that just blew his ego up. Yeah. And then on top of that, he's such a hypocrite. Umar is the ultimate hypocrite. He's a hypocrite on so many different issues. But the ego is one of Umar's huge issues. And that's his downfall. You know, he thinks that he can do everything. He's God's gift. He's better than everybody else. Meanwhile, he's delusional because he's living inside a mama closet. Up here begging now for money, personal money, even though he done raised the bare minimum, $1,600,000. Bare minimum. Thank you, Pharaonic Corp, for the super chat. Miss Utopia, how's it going? Says, I've been a nurse for 26 years, 27 in October. Okay, congratulations for that. I can spot a junkie when I see one. Dr. Umar is a junkie. I totally agree. And he's been one for a long time. I actually believe, okay, and I'm not saying this as a statement of fact, I believe that he was dipping in stuff when he was in college. Because I have this picture, you look at him, you can tell this guy. I can just tell, right? But what has happened is over the years, once the money starts coming in, again, a level of fame, and then he starts dealing with more and more women, I would not be surprised if that was part of it too, sex and drugs and rock and roll. So he's living that fast lifestyle, the money's coming in, and so he has access to cooch, but then he also has access to money, and then on top of that, he just throws the drugs on top of it. It's just gotten worse and worse and worse over the years, which is what happens anyway. Right, unless someone gets it and they get some sort of treatment, get into the detox, so forth and so on. That's what Umar needs, really, just to get started. That's what he needs. Yeah, I told people a long time. I remember when I first used to mention that, there were so many people that they were upset at me. That how could you say that? That's not true, because they saw Umar as a doctor, right? As a doctor of psychology, school psychologist, a prince of Pan Africanism. No, he's just a pookie. Now it's much more. It's more comfortable to say that, because now we have all of the evidence that's stacked up against him, and some of it I showed here today. And so now it's easier to say that for people. But back in the day, it wasn't something that was said, and it wasn't easy to say back. I got a lot of backlash from that back in the day. Yeah. Thank you, Miss Utopia, for the super chat. You know, and by the way, I grew up in a household where there was drug addict. I'll be real, it was my drug addict father, alcoholic too, but drug addict. I saw all type of stuff. Okay, so I know what it is. The people, they misinterpret shit. Like, oh, he looks a certain way, and he behaves a certain way. Don't get it twisted, y'all. Okay, just don't. All right, I've seen enough, and I saw that at a very early age, and it sticks with you. That's why I've never done any drugs. The only alcohol I've done, Umar, the only alcohol I've ever done was honey wine and some red wine. Okay, and then I remember when I was a child, because my dad used to drink a lot of beer, King Cobra mainly, King Cobra, and then he was doing malt liquor and Coors Light, I can't remember what it was. But I remember we were fishing one time, and he was drinking beer, and I was like, "Can I taste it?" He says, "Yeah." So what he did was he took the can and he did like this, so that a little bit was on the thing, and then he said, "Sip it right there." And I was like, because it was real salty, but that's the only beer. But other than that, on special occasions when I was younger, when I was 23, my girlfriend was 33 at the time. She liked Italian food. She was from South Africa. We would go for her birthday or for my birthday, we would go to an Italian restaurant, and then we would have a glass of wine. But then with my wife, when we first met, when we were in Oakland, California, she liked to drink honey wine because her favorite food is Ethiopian food. So honey wine is part of that culture. And so we used to have glasses of that from time to time. I like that though. That was good. But other than that, I ain't done no drugs, nothing like that, because I grew up and I saw too much of it, and how it devastated my family, and it was my siblings and my mom. The thing one of the reasons why I speak so adamantly, especially about black men committing and just be committed, is because a lot of people, they don't recognize the long-standing effect that being a deadbeat dad or even an abusive husband, how much of a long-standing damage that it takes on everyone who's around that and everyone who's experiencing that. And it's for the rest of people's lives. That's not fair. It's not fair. Okay? It's devastating. And it's not fair to another human being to behave in a certain way and be abusive on different levels. And doing drugs and alcohol and just being an abusive person, and then have them suffer through that during that time period. But then there's also ramifications for the rest of their life. That's not fair. That's why I don't play that shit. I'm serious about my family. I'm serious, and I haven't been perfect. You guys know that, but I've always loved my wife. I never cheated on her. Ain't never put no hands. You best believe ain't gonna happen. Don't nobody ever put no hands on my daughters, because you guys will see me in jail. You think I'm bullshitting? I don't play. So sometimes I go off on men, but it's not. Listen, if the shoe fits, that's on you. Don't get mad at me. I'm trying to I have enough experience and wisdom with bullshit to have something to tell y'all that make keep you guys safe from engaging in bullshit and then hurting people for the rest of their life. And you don't want that on your conscience, homeboy. Real talk. All right. John says, Umar, useless man always. I don't mean to laugh because I was trying to be serious, but why is it that people always coming up with these acronyms, however we say it? I can't listen. I'm tired. Acronyms, something like that. It'd be about Umar. It'd be about FDMG. Why do we do this? Useless man always rambling. You're right about that. Thank you, John. Thank you, John, for the super chat. I appreciate you. Bougie Barbie says, Leonard, does the total of nearly $2 million include the money Umar was paid for his speaking engagements? The total might be more than the $2 million. No, it doesn't include speaking engagements. I'm specifically talking about Umar collecting money, donations for FDMG. So that would include PayPal. That would include checks and money orders to his P.O. box, cash that was sent to his P.O. box, cash that was given to him at speaking engagements. That would also include his CashApp, CashApp, PayPal, GoFundMe, Plum Fund, and I think I'm missing something else in terms of digital. I can't remember right now, but that's what that includes. We're not talking about speaking engagements. We're not talking about book sales or anything like that. We're specifically talking about money that Umar or donations, I should say, because that covers everything. Donations that, when I say that covers digital and physical currency, that donation money specifically for FDMG. That's why in that little section where I explain the financial aspect of it, I'm very specific. I say donations for FDMG. Okay, not book sales, not speaking engagements, none of that other stuff. Yeah, Umar, he's tricked off a lot of money. So he's a lot of money. And if you throw all that in there, this guy, he's made millions of dollars. And he's as part of the problem, he's smoked out. It's just waste. Just wasted. Thank you, Bougie Barbie. And thanks for asking that question. That's a good point of clarification right there. Yeah, the total was way. Listen, I put the bare minimum at $1,677,860, but my best estimate is $2.7 million. Because again, we can go back to 2015, where Umar said he had already raised $500,000. If you raised $500,000 in a year and a half, how much have you raised over the last 11 years? See what I'm saying? Okay. In the documentary, I already set this up to where we can get to this figure of $1,677,860. But in the documentary, what I'm going to do, and I'm going to start with that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to when Umar first started giving figures of how much money he raised, going all the way back to 2014. And then we'll start to see how the numbers go up. And then at a certain point, they start going down. Okay. How does that happen? Well, he's a con man. Okay. All right. Thanks, Bougie Barbie. User 225 says Black Conscious Fish Fry sounds like Umar Johnson freak off. Yeah, a fish fry freak off. That's what we said before. Thank you, User 225. Parby sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much, Parby, and good to have you back too. I was worried because I hadn't seen you. I was like, I hope I didn't offend her too. You know, that's how I am. I'll be thinking like, okay, what did I say something wrong? Same thing with a whole Southern Cook. And God bless you, sis. I hadn't seen her, and I was like kind of worried, like maybe I said something, maybe I did something, but it didn't have anything. So anyway, thanks, Parby, for the super sticker. Thank you for being here too. Welcome back. Dave says, can we see the FDMG pillow again? I would have to find it. Let me put that on my list for tomorrow. So FDMG pillows. Yeah, and I'm sure I can find it quick, but I want to get to these super chats because I was supposed to be done like 2.5 hours ago. I should have been asleep already. Thanks, Dave. But I'll find those and have that for you tomorrow. Okay. Thank you so much for the super chat. Crazy Horse says, hey, Lenon, long time. Hope all is well. If Umar was smart, he should have put all that money in the S&P 500 and just lived off the dividends. There's a lot of stuff that he could have done, you know. Because if we think about it, here we are in 2025 and not one black boy has been educated. So what's the point? I mean, he's complaining about how he has to pay the internet bill at FDMG. What's the point of having internet up there? Well, it's the kicking spot. He wants to have internet while he's up there kicking it and waiting for the plug to show up. That's what that is. I mean, but what purpose does it serve? Why would you purchase these abandoned buildings, these trap bandos for $400,000, $425,000, according to Pocket Watch with JT? So I'm going to start quoting him. I'm going to take another look at the paperwork, and if I see that as being accurate, if I can trust him because he knows his stuff. But I want to check it myself too. Then I'll start quoting him on that $425,000. Why would you purchase these abandoned buildings for $425,000? And there's millions of dollars of renovation work, literally millions of dollars. He told people it's going to be $1 million. No, it's a money pit. Millions of dollars of renovation work that needs to go into and then sit on them for 6.5 years. That's crazy. See, the opportunity cost. Why not take the money on that front end and just hold on to it? And really, that's what he should have been doing way back in 2014 when he starts raising money for St. Paul's. It should have been put in some sort of investment vehicle where he's going to be making some sort of interest on the money sitting in there, right? Something. So that by the time, 2014, you got 5 years of interest accruing. And so that by the time you get to 2019, you won't have to buy a trap bando. Like, you don't have to do that. Or he could have waited and waited until, I mean, why not wait until 2024? Can you guys imagine? Bare minimum $1,677,860. If he could have put all that money, just invested it properly, you ain't got to do anything extreme, and just sit on it. Because what's the point of having these abandoned buildings and sitting on them? See, but Umar wants quick money, and he knew that GoFundMe was issuing refunds, so he says, "Let me go and buy something." He got these bandos because listen, he had to do what he had to do, at least in his mind. Because he wanted the quick money. See, it makes more sense if I go ahead and buy these buildings, then people won't be able to ask for refunds, and then I know people are going to get excited. And they're going to continue to send me even more money, and that's precisely what took place. That's quick money, not long term. He doesn't have a long term plan. He doesn't have some sort of accountant. He doesn't have a financial planner like a Pocket Watcher with JT. He ain't got none of that. He's just a pookie that came up on a whole bunch of money and he done tricked it off. See, real talk. Thanks, Crazy Horse, for the super chat. C says, "My snow bunny Africans, where you at?" Yeah. Umar, he say everything African. I remember one time when he first started saying my what do you say, my German Africans or something like that, Norwegian or something. I said, man, you tripping. I said, Umar, you got to cut this out. But that's all manipulation. He wants to include as many black people around the world and make them feel as if they're part of something. So he calls them African and African that. And what that makes it makes them more inclined to donate. That's all. This guy, he has so many schemes that he be running. He's a scammer. He's such a manipulator. Snow bunnies. Thank you so much, C, and thanks for being here too. I appreciate it. Okay, I think we're getting close. I think we're getting a little closer down to the bottom here. Thank you everyone for all the super chats. Ellie says, "What happened to Common Sense has a video of Umar sniffing coke he posted over the weekend." I think that's the video that I shared earlier because I watched today. I watched What Happened, Brother Eli from What Happened to Common Sense. I watched Pocket Watch with JT, and I watched Information Man. All good. You guys go check it out. Okay, if you guys haven't watched it, watch any of those. Check it out when you have some time. And I really want to do because Pocket Watch with JT, he did a shorter video. I want to actually play that for everyone. Okay, but let me just tell people, just go on over and watch it. That way you get some more views. The point I was going to make is I had that video. I played that video. It's in the documentary, the documentary that I played earlier. And you probably saw it if you were around when I played the documentary because this post right here is old. I'm looking at this. This is from like 3 hours ago. But that's the video that where in Umar he says, "Let me go turn this heat down." We've been saying, "Let me go turn this heat down." Since 2019, when we first, I think it was 2019 when we first found that video. I can't even remember who sent it to me, but they're still around. Who sent that to me? I can't remember. Anyway, that was very revealing, and I decided to put it inside of the shocking meeting that I did on Umar. Very telling right there. Okay, thanks. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Crazy Horse says he saw Bart. Yeah, this is from earlier. Umar with the alien. Well, we was all over the place today, wasn't we? We didn't have because I told myself we're going to be here for like less than 2 hours, and I had a couple of things I was going to do, but we just went off. Thank you, Crazy Horse. Tisdale says it was Tattoo from Fantasy Island. Yeah, I used to watch Fantasy Island back in the day. That was like more of a freak off on the sea, on the ocean. That's really what that is. Thanks, Brian. A lot of younger people don't know what Fantasy Island, but I think they did a reboot on Fantasy Island, but they had a character on there named Tattoo. He said, "It's the plane, it's the plane." Okay, thanks, Brian.
Xavier says, if the feds froze Umar's bank account, that's a sign of an investigation, that an investigation is underway. Yeah. But again, Umar, he may be saying that, he may be saying some truth, but he lies so much there's lies wrapped up in this too. Okay, I did receive an email. I'm not going to read it to you guys. I got to read this again and reply to it. But people have been sending me some information lately. Again, I'm so behind in emails, almost 2 months behind. I'm trying to get caught up on stuff. But I got to reply to that person and get more further details. But I'm not quite sure exactly what's taking place, but there's no telling. It may be that the IRS is on him. It could be feds. I mean, it could be the FBI. Ain't no telling. Okay. Again, like I've been saying more recently, because it becomes more apparent as more women come out to speak about Umar. And that is that what I've touched on with Umar in all of these years, it's just the tip of the iceberg. We're just scratching the surface. Okay, this is all of the foolishness that Umar Johnson, mainly that he's doing online, but there's so much more, way more, that Umar is doing offline and has been for decades now. Okay, thanks, Xavier. User 225 says visited by a Chinese Olympic weightlifter. Now, let's not do that. That's from earlier. Space. What's up, Chavis? Yeah, Umar's alien story is wild. It's up there with the Lauryn Hill story. I like the Lauryn Hill story better, but because it's crazy. Okay, thanks, Chavis. Hope you're doing all right, bro. Whole Southern Kick says it was Ned the wino from Good Times. I used to love Good Times, but I can't watch it now. But back in the day, I used to love me some Good Times. The song come on, I get all happy when I was a kid, but I can't watch it now because that dynamite and all that chugging and jiving. Okay, thanks, Whole Southern Cooks. And what's her name was fine too. His sister, I can't remember her name right now. She was so fine. Yeah, I had a little crush on her back in the day. Thanks, Whole Southern Cooks. User 225 says, okay, I already got that. Let me get that off of there. Okay. Oh no, you're right about that. Yeah, but I still don't feel comfortable putting that up there. Okay, but I got you. Okay, my Chinese Africa. Vagabundo, how's it going, brother? Says Alien was mad he donated to UFO. He donated to the UFO that Umar said he was gonna make. Yeah, FDMG UFO project. That's what he was going. Actually, it was a renovation, the UFO renovation project. Yeah, that story is wild, and it's so contradictory because Umar said that he punched him in the face. Well, okay, why would he punch you in the face, Umar? He says, no, it was a spiritual experience, but he punched you in the face. What are you talking about? Okay, now let me tell you what I think. I think Umar, with his imagination, is still out of control at the age of 50, but I think it was probably even more out of control when he was younger, and he probably in his own mind imagined some things, but he interprets it as a spiritual experience when he gets older in life, right? Okay, but the story really doesn't make sense if he punches you, but it doesn't make any sense. All right. I think it's just Umar in his imagination. It's something that he has not been able to he lives in an alternate reality. He really does. He's delusional. There's a term people have been using in the chat room, fantastic thinking or something like that. Well, that's Umar. I think he's had that since he was a child, and many of us do when we were children, but we mainly grow out of it, and then we start to deal with the reality of life. Umar never did that. Okay, yeah, Umar, he told that, and we're gonna open up a UFO school, family. Thanks, Vagabundo Devon. Shout out to Diego. Omar says the same alien punched Umar's back. Okay, all right. Thank you for the stupid chat. And thanks, Vagabundo, for the chat too. Ty says, why haven't he took any of his personal money from YouTube or his speaking engagements to use towards FDMG? Instead, he uses the donors for everything. Okay, Umar doesn't have a YouTube page. King Kong Conscience is not his page. He did have a YouTube page, even though he told people that he didn't have one. He did have one, and I can pull up the receipt where he actually was promoting it. He lies so much, it's incredible. But what happened was because Umar, his rhetoric is so over the top that there's guidelines. And Umar, he says so much outlandish stuff, and they banned him. They just kicked him off, and he never came back after that. I mean, he could probably try to set one up now. But Umar is not the type of person where he can be consistent and manage an account and make sure that he's uploading consistently, just like with the Big Papa podcast and Ifatunde TV and all this other stuff. He promotes it. He gets money for it because people, they want to subscribe and all that stuff, but then he doesn't produce content over time. He may throw some stuff out there every once in a while. But his YouTube page would be the same way. Umar, he has no skin in the game. I've talked about this. Umar hasn't put any of his money towards FDMG. Okay, it's all donations from people. And most of the donations he's spent on himself. But Umar has no skin in the game. That's telling in and of itself. He spent so much time begging for money and living his perverted lifestyle. He could have taken the time that he's used in living this perverted lifestyle, just got a regular old job and just stacked chips. I mean, he stayed with it in my mama closet,
he's like a big child, and no sense of direction, no plan. You know, it just makes no sense. I mean, this guy could have been a multimillionaire many times over at this point. I would say $3 million legitimately, okay, at this point in his life, if he had conducted himself in an honorable fashion and handled business and was focused in step by step, day by day. But that's not Umar. He's all over the place. He's more interested in chasing cookies and cooch than he is with doing anything else, you know. And then you got substance abuse issues, all of the kind of issues too. Yeah. Yeah, it's just such a waste. Thank you, Ty, for the super chat. How's it going? Mr. Monica says, Lenon, do you have the video of Umar walking through the school, but he saw a rock on? Oh, I played that. He saw a rock on the ground, so he turned around to investigate the rock. Yeah, I played that earlier. Yeah, that I remember when we first watched that video, I thought that it was like a spider or something like that, or a bug that he was looking at. You know, and I said he's probably scared of it. But then on further review, we replayed it, and then in particular when the cameras pans over and you see that little white rock looking thing, I said, what in the world's going on? Then it's click. No, that's dope fiend behavior. Dope fiends, they'll be looking in carpet trying to find little rocks. Sometimes they'll see something, they think that it's a rock, but it's not. But it's a psychological thing. You know, they're always it's weird. It's a trip. You know, they be looking on the ground, looking under shit. You know, it'd be weird stuff too. They looking under their phone. Okay, but there ain't gonna be nothing up under your phone. What are you doing? Well, that's what Umar does right there. That's very telling. I remember when we figured it out, I was like, what? It's like one of them moments I said, damn, this is bad. Okay, and it's just gotten worse and worse and worse over time. You know, and then people still believe. That's what I'm saying. Okay, y'all want him to be your principal. Okay, that's fine. Okay, he's a dope fiend. Your child's principal that you sending money to for a school that don't exist, he's a dope fiend. That makes sense to people? It don't make no sense. Man. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Monica, for super chat. Okay, I'm getting down towards the bottom. Okay. Jay Scribe says, hey, Lenon and Cooker chat, been thinking that the 1.6 million you estimated for Umar, 1.6 million you estimated for Umar is actually undercounted. No, I believe that it is. That's just for FDMG. What about the money for the Shocker Mini, for Sisters Only book, podcast, etc. Top of that? Yeah, I'm not considering all of that. Okay, and that's why in the video I'm specifically saying FDMG donations. Okay, the thing is, like I said before, the FDMG donations under Umar's current nonprofit has a specific EIN number that starts in 2020 and is current. So 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, and now here we are in 2025. Okay, I'm only counting that based upon his IRS filings. I would have to talk with Pagawad JT to get more how this, you know, how to calculate this even more with more precision as it relates to all the other money that he collected for FDMG prior to that. The reason why I'm saying that is because these are two separate EIN numbers. See, so the first EIN number, Umar doesn't, at least I believe, I don't think he has an obligation to report all the money that he collected from 2014, 15, 16, 17, and 18 to the through the EIN number, his current EIN number. I don't think he has an obligation to do that, and I don't think he did. I want people to really think about that. So that's a separate EIN number, and because he didn't file proper paperwork with the IRS back then for that EIN number, all the money that Umar collected was during that time period was considered to be personal income. He did whatever he wanted to with it. And then once he gets into 2020, he doesn't have an obligation to report all that from the other previous EIN number because that one was defunct anyway. So yeah, in my opinion, I believe at this point, yeah, that's it's an understatement, even with the donation money from FDMG. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, J Scribe 325 for the super chat. Okay, Kamara says, please play Umar in the club rapping the two. Okay, I did that earlier. Prince of Pan Pookie took me out. We need to flood his PO box with paper job application. No, we let's not do any of that stuff. We don't want to reach out to Umar in any type of way. We don't want to put out his personal his personal identifiable information. We don't want to do any of that kind of stuff. And the reason why is because in terms of even from a cybersecurity perspective, there's certain guidelines that I follow. Again, I've never reached out to Umar. He has reached out to me. Okay, I've never lied on Umar. He's lied on me many times. I've never doxed Umar. He's doxed me. I never told anyone who views these videos to do anything to Umar. Okay, I've never done that, and I never will. And part of the reason why is because there's guidelines that I follow from a cybersecurity perspective. Umar, on the other hand, he's unhinged. Okay, Umar would do stuff like someone would text him a message, and he doesn't like the message, so he'll take a screenshot of it and post it on an Instagram page. And then not only do you see the message, but you see the sender's phone number. And the reason why he does that because he knows his followers are going to see the phone number and they're going to start harassing the person who made sent the text message. You understand what I'm saying? He's diabolical with that type of stuff because he gets his followers to do his dirty work. Okay, we don't want to engage in anything like that. Okay, thank you, Kamar. And I played the Tupac video earlier. Okay, it's a classic. Thank you so much for the super chat. And then Marcus said, Lenon, do you think that the yellow alien was the one who tried to get access to Umar's bank account? Maybe, but I don't think alien is really worried about, Umar's bank account. He has a bum account. It ain't like he got no money in there. He ain't got no money in there. You think alien is going to travel all the way to Earth to try to get into Umar's bank account? I don't think so. Okay. Well, maybe the alien was a bum. It was a bum alien. All right. Thanks, Marcus. We go on with that one. Thank you for the super chat. Dave says the alien saw that what Umar would become in the future and traveled back through time to punch him in his face. They'll punch him in the face on our behalf. This is why I said he triggered him. He had a fear of short yellow. No. That's too far, Dave. That's way too far. It's a good story, though. Okay. All right, we're almost done here. I am Chef. Bryce says that light was from the year 2025. The light was punching him because his future self stole all that money. That was Umar's future self. Punched him in the face. Said, you scammer. Okay. Thank you, I am Chef. Bryce. Black Wolf gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Black Wolf. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Gamer Guy says Umar pissing me off. That's all you got to say. That's wow. Thanks, Gamer Guy. He said Umar pissing me off. Yeah, that happens. Trust me. Okay, Seth says Garvey purchased janky, unseaworthy ships from white people. Umar did this. Boy, that's ruthless right there. You do have a point, though. I ain't gonna hold you on that. Wow. Okay, I hadn't thought of it like that, but you're right. Okay, thank you, Seth. User 225 says, I'm gonna take credit for sending the super chat during the Lenon stream asking about Umar in the Oh no, he did crash out. He was shook on now. He's like, I ain't done nothing. Umar start blinking. I ain't done. Okay. All right. Thank you, 225. Okay. All right, almost down to the bottom. Here we go. Amano Call says, Aman, my name will work. Hey, Aman. I am African. I think Umar has brought property or businesses. I think saying bought property or businesses or both in Africa with the donations will disappear there once things get tough. Yeah, I think so too. I think he already has established stuff over there. KKC has talked about this. He's done more research into that aspect than I have. So he would be the person to talk to. He's talked about that Umar, he has an exit strategy, and that Umar has some inroads in terms of this money. That's why I'm saying there could be a lot of money laundering taking place, because again, the money that Umar receives here in the United States of America from black people over here at USD, US dollars, when he takes it over to Africa, whether it's Ghana, whatever have you, the conversion rate, see, he can do a lot with that money. Over the years, as he's gone back and forth to Africa, who knows what he's doing? There's no telling. See, that's why I'm saying that if an investigation was really put forward by the FBI or the CIA, not CIA, but by the FBI or by the IRS, they would be able to track well enough, where this money is going and they would discover exactly what Umar is doing. And I would not be surprised, Ahmad, if Umar has not funneled a lot of the money that he's received from black folk over here over to Africa, setting things up so that if he does decide to leave, he'll have things set up already for himself. There's no telling with this guy. Like I said, I'm only really, and all the years of researching Umar, all the videos I've done on Umar, I'm really just scratching the surface. I'm talking about stuff mainly Umar what we can find in terms of on the internet. Okay, of course, we have people come out to speak more recently and in the past too about personal dealings with Umar that aren't public, like on the internet. But overwhelmingly, the vast majority of the work that I've done is dealing with Umar, what's been archived on the internet. That's a very small fraction of what Umar is involved with. Okay, and in the real world, who knows how much more devious stuff that he's involved with. Okay. Okay, thank you, Aman, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Dr. Clay says the Goonie Goons stopped by to check on me. Did they stop in? No, they didn't. Listen, I'm the kind of person that's like, listen, it is what it is at the end of the day. See, I'm not the type of person that's be running around scared of people. I'm just not like that. You know, I'm not. See, Umar, what he attempts to do over and over again, he attempts to intimidate people. But see, it's always backfired. He hasn't learned the lesson yet. See, I've been done talking about him a long time ago. But you're not gonna punk me. It's not gonna happen. You can talk all tough and all that kind of stuff, but it's not gonna happen. And there was a time he was talking tough. You remember, he was talking tough talk, all this kind of stuff. He would say my name back then, but you see now, he will not mention it. Because he knows people gonna come up over here and they're gonna start digging into this information, they're gonna start seeing the truth. And that's not what he wants. See? They're gonna see who Umar really is. See? But back in the day, he was running his mouth. Thank you, Dr. Clay, for the super chat. Let's Plateau has become a member. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. A lady says he travels so he doesn't have to deal with his mom. Yeah, I think that's part of it too. I think he's neglectful. I don't think he has the skill set and the patience to deal with a situation like that. I think it's more of a convenience thing. It's part of the enmeshment issue that he has with his mother, but it's also about control, power and control, controlling her finances, making sure that he has a place to stay when he can't afford a hotel or motel. Again, he's begging in cars and stuff, rental cars. So his mother's in Section 8 housing, so that it's stable enough. He knows that it's stable enough. I'm pretty sure she gets, government aid, and he's in control of all that too. So it's a convenience for him. He's living off of his mama at the age of 50, you see. But it's not that he cares about her. Umar doesn't care about anyone. If he cared about her, he would settle down and be the primary caretaker like he's supposed to be. But instead, he's traveling all over the world. He's all over the place, chasing cooch, so forth and so on. He ain't got no love for his mama. He says that he does, but he ain't. He don't know what that is. He don't know what love is. Period. Thanks, a lady. LaShonda Lemon has become a member. Thank you so much, LaShonda. I appreciate it. And Binky, how's it going? Binky said, Lenon, you have my day better. I'll be in the budget. Okay, that's cool. Thank you so much. I hope you're enjoying these live streams. We'll be back tomorrow with another live stream. We wind this down 4 hours and 46 minutes. Supposed to be 2 hours, but it is what it is. Thank you so much, Binky. Rob says, to me, this is for educational purposes only. Yeah, I get that. Yeah. There's education that we can find here. I actually, one of the things I try to do during my live streams is I try to make it entertaining too. Okay, we goof off. I think that's important because otherwise it just gets too heavy. And I want people to have a good time. We get into the information. We goof off too. I think it's about the balance that's involved with that. And it works. At least it works for me. I hope it works for everybody else too. Thank you so much, Rob. For the super chat. Michael says Umar dressed like a Power Ranger. Yeah, he really does. He dresses sometimes the way he be dressed. I'll be like, man, it's just so goofy. But that's Umar. Okay, he mixes and matches everything. But that's a part of his personality. He's a shapeshifter. He's a great deceiver of our time. Thank you, Michael. Les Pateau also says his daughter was assaulted on the street the other day. Who wasn't too wasn't too funky to care for mom because he needs habit money. Don't save him. Yeah. She was. I talked about this earlier. I don't want to talk too much about this. It's just sad. And Umar, he's not interested in his daughter's life. He's not interested in trying to get her the help that she needs. He's not even interested in trying to make sure she's safe. He doesn't care. I remember he did the video and he was like, yeah, the people are saying that my daughter unalived herself, and I hope that's not true. But anyway, and he just starts talking about what he was talking about. I said, man, what kind of man does that? That's crazy. See, in the chat room, we have more concern for her than her own father has. See, I mean, that's telling so that's what I'm saying. People think that somehow he cares about black boys, or he cares about black girls, or he cares about black children. He don't even care about his own children. So why do you think he's gonna care about yours? And you gonna send him money to? Nah, it's crazy. It's so crazy, and it's all out there. Okay, it's undeniable. Thank you, Les Plateau. Pharaonic Corp says, Lenon, I watch the lives on my TV because there are some lovely ladies in the Cookie Crush chat. Lord have mercy. Yeah, you right about that. That's one thing I can say. Listen, I'm a married man, but I know you ain't telling me nothing. Okay. But ain't none of them gonna get none of this cookie. My cookie on lock, man. It's ain't nobody. Okay. No, but there's some five mamma jammers up in there. Okay. That's why the men be coming through just to see the ladies. That's fine. Thanks, Veronica Corp, for the super chat. Host on the kid says, give me my damn page. That's some earlier. Umar said a paycheck. I need a paycheck, family. Give me my damn paycheck, Lenon. Okay. All right. Thank you, host of the cook. You funny. Supreme Soldier says, Mr. Lenon, I did some research on cleaning the land the property sits on, and the excavation and removal of soil alone is $32,000 to $85,000 per acre, and it's more. Yeah, that's another issue that would need to be mitigated. See, Umar doesn't know. Well, he probably knows now because I've reported on it. But in terms of complete renovation and restoration, there would also need the EPA would also need to come out there to inspect the land, and it has to pass inspection. They also have to inspect. I would think that they would have to inspect because they did the report. They would have to inspect the interior too, okay, at least to some degree. Okay, there's other inspections too that Umar he's thinking about, but there's all kinds of other stuff that's going to need to take place in order for these buildings to pass code. It's not going to happen. He already has an extra strategy on that because he told people that he's going to have to sue the city because they're not going to give him a certificate of occupancy, and he goes on and on and on. So he already has that lined up for down the line. Okay, he telegraphs these types of things. All right. But yeah, that's another issue that needs to be mitigated that Umar has not spoken about. Okay. And if you guys don't know, the EPA put together a report. They did a area-wide plan, and they classified these abandoned buildings as brownfield catalyst sites. Okay, brownfields, that's land where there's toxic substances in the soil. It could be underground. It could be on the top. It could be in the water, whatever the case may be. It can actually be in the buildings too. And they classified these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware, that Umar calls FDMG as brownfield catalyst sites. And what they suggested to the city was that the city tears the buildings down and then repurpose that land and turn it into like a baseball facility or a sports complex for the Boys and Girls Club. See, it's crazy because Umar comes in, he purchased these abandoned buildings in 2019. He sits on them for 6.5 years. And during that 6.5 years, if he hadn't done that, it's more likely that that land would have been repurposed for the children in that neighborhood. And then it would have been associated with the Boys and Girls Club. And then they would have more services provided to the children over there. It's just crazy. Okay. But this issue right here, Umar, he has no clue. Thank you for bringing this up. He has no clue. And I don't even think he cares. I don't think he cares. Thank you so much for bringing that information. I appreciate that. And thank you for super chat as well. Seto Kaiba Jr. says, is he doing an infomercial? That's what he was doing in that video where he sees that rock and he actually, turns back around. But see, that's what I'm saying. He couldn't even help himself. That's dope fiend behavior. He couldn't even stop himself. He had to go and see. All right. I need to be up out of here. James says dollar bills, y'all. Yep. Thank you so much, James. Mel B says, ain't nobody investigating or freezing his accounts. Ain't no telling no with Umar. Okay. I would propose that if they are, it's probable that they did. Okay, meaning that it's in the past, but he's bringing it up now. If that makes sense. Okay, I know I'm all over the place for that. But if it happened, I believe that it happened before, way before he's talking about it. Okay, just like with the vandalism, he acts like it happened this month. No, that happened years ago. You can tell. Okay. Thanks, Mel B. For super chat. User25 says Umar Johnson just posted some wild threats on Instagram. Yeah, I saw that. And that's what he did. Again, Umar, he's really in a tough situation right now, but he doesn't understand that the best thing to do is to relax, calm down, and then figure out a plan or a strategy. But he's not equipped to do that. He doesn't know how to resolve issues. He just goes off the hinges. But when he does that, it always backfires. It's like over and over again. This month. Okay, not even just month, this year. Things that he's done just backfires because he doesn't know how to regulate his emotions so that he can think of what is the best thing to do. He thought that talking about how his bank accounts were frozen was the best thing to do. You see everyone's talking about it. They're going in on him. You know, he thought that trying to put together a defense fund against Lenon and against myself was going to somehow rally the troops or whatever, but that backfired on him too. The list goes on and on, going in on his baby mama, going on his daughter, all this stuff, all that backfired. So that's all Umar's fault. He doesn't recognize that what he needs to do is try to get some help and direction so that he knows what is the best thing to do moving forward. And I can give him advice. I've done it over the years, but he don't listen. Thanks, user 225. Ike says a gun towel is to stop it from rubbing. Okay, that's from early. Don't do that. Okay, thank you for super chat. James G says Umar went broke and Lenon blew up a couple of bucks. Yeah, thanks, James G. Yeah, I appreciate all the support. Umar's trajectory in life, it really has. It's been an embarrassment. It really has been, and he could have done a lot of things differently to where he would be in a better position right now, including financially. You know. There's all kinds of things that he could have done. But again, he chose the dark side, and these are the consequences of it. There's always consequences, good and bad, for whatever choice we make. But for whatever reason, Umar, not only did he choose the dark side, but he's unwilling to make changes so that he can get things turned around in his life. And he's so stuck in his ways and so arrogant, you know. It's so unfortunate. Thanks, James G. Salute to you, sir. Jared says smoking and drinking up the people's donation money. Yeah. It's sad. I told people a long time ago. Thanks, Jared, for super chat. What's up, your kids? We'll see. It says, Lenon, how many times has this guy been locked out of the bandos? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. Ain't no telling with this guy. You know. Yeah, that's a really good question. I don't know the answer to that. You know, because there's probably been times he got locked out. He was up there. Ain't no telling. Okay, thanks. Your kids will see this. Thanks for being a member. Black Wolf says secondhand embarrassment. Yeah, we've covered that earlier. Yeah, I'm embarrassed. Umar be embarrassing me as a black man. Thanks, Black Wolf. Seiji Bob says, and there's still no schools. Yeah, there's still no schools. Umar calls them schools, but no, there's no school. A school is a place of learning. There's no teachers, faculty, staff, no students. Again, Umar, he expects these children to pay $500 a month. The parents to pay $500 a month. That's not even financially viable in that community. It's crazy. They just built another school. STEM, state-of-the-art school from the ground up. I think it's about 3 or maybe 4 blocks away from what Umar calls FDMG, and it's free. Okay, Umar, it doesn't even make sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. Anyway. Thanks, Seiji Ba, for super chat. James says the biggest flex will be Lenon buying. No, you wouldn't. I wouldn't do that. There's no way. There's no way. Them things are funkified. Thanks, James. That would be crazy, though. Thanks, James, for the super chat. This is comment says nothing says unstable than a middle-aged 6-foot+ black man screaming into the phone out in public all the time. Yeah, I'm sure that there are people in that neighborhood, they see Umar behaving like that, and they just assume that he's just like a dope fiend, which he is. But I'm saying a dope fiend screaming into his phone. You guys do realize that when Umar, there's been a couple of times where he's at the airport, talking on his phone, but people think they don't see the phone. They just think that he's like a homeless person, which he is. That's mentally unstable, which he is, and talking to themselves. And so there's been times where security comes over, someone reports him, and security comes over, and they check him out. But that's because Umar, the way that he operates, it makes no sense. Why are you live streaming inside of an airport? And he would talk real quiet. Just weirdo behavior. He's unstable, right? So whether it's out in public or if it's up to his abandoned building, the same rule applies. Okay. Thanks. This is Common Sense. Martin Hernandez says, I'm in love with Coco. Yo, I'm a la cocaína. Okay. Yo amo la cocaína. Well, yo, wow. Thanks, Martin. This is Brother Jose's cousin, by the way. James says he always wants meetings with parents, especially with yeah. I have a video. I got to find it, but there's a video where Umar talks about, we still got 2,200 people in the video. That's crazy. Where Umar was talking about how he's going to try not to date the mothers at FDMG. Try not to. He wild, boy. Thanks, James. And then James G says, if Umar Plug sees this, come on and tell your side. Yeah, if the plug ever want to come on to this platform, because I know Umar ain't paying you right. I know he owe you money. If you ever get tired of him, just come on to the show. Okay. LenonHonor.yahoo.com. We get you on. James, thank you for the super chat. She says hot peanut butter, more like hot crack. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of his addictions is food. He conflates everything. Food, drugs, sex, and then money is what allows him to continue to get these things. But he conflates all those things together. I did a video a long time ago where I broke all that down. So even when he's talking about peanut butter, it's associated with sex and skin color and all this kind of stuff. It's really weird. But it's also it's food, it's treats. So it's associated with his other addiction of eating. He likes to eat. He overeats. It's like a web with this guy. He's interesting. He's an interesting case study. I'll say that. Thanks, C. Sister 1973 says he literally got a dope. Yeah, you can look at it that way. I told you a long time ago that these abandoned buildings, it was just a kick it spot where he would kick it, hang out. He would have his other homies come through at least when they were around, and they would just blaze up. That's what he was doing. Okay, he's still doing it to this day, and not one black child has been educated. How do you take all that money and trick it off like this, and then all you have to show for these abandoned buildings that are your personal storage place? For your personal belongings, because you've been homeless since 2019, and then there's also a spot for you to hit that dope. Anyone want to make that make sense? That's crazy, and people still sending him money. That's wild. I mean, people do what you want to with the money, but understand, okay, whatever. Thank you, Sister 1973. User 225 says a compilation of Umar Johnson crackhead moments would go viral. Yeah, I can put it all together. I really could. I just have to find the time to do it. Have all the videos. There's more that I can show too. Thanks, user 225. Philip Sadiq says the snake charmer has been caught. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. Umar, he's a master manipulator, and he's manipulated so many people. A lot of what he does is he gets people to see him in a certain way when that's not really who he is. And then once he does that, he has them in his grasp, and then he can ultimately get money out of them. Or in some cases, when it comes to the women, he can sexually exploit them. That's really what this all comes down to for Umar. You know, and then it's rinse and repeat. He does the same thing over and over again. He goes over to Africa. He spends all the money, comes back over, gets to beg it again. He lives it up while he's over there, but then he comes back up here and gets more black people's money. And then the cycle repeats over and over again. That's what he does. Yeah, you're right. He's a snake charmer. That's a good way of putting it. Thank you so much, Philip Sadiq, for the super chat. Laurie says, shout out to you, Lenon. Well, shout out to you, Laurie, as always. Thank you so much. All right, I'm almost done, I think. Where's the school? Yeah. This is what people always ask. Where's the school? And then Umar said, this is in Wilmington, Delaware. That's not a school. Those are abandoned buildings. Still on the vacant property list. I've said it before. A school is a place of learning. You guys look it up. Go look it up in the dictionary, online dictionary. It's a place of learning. That means that there has to be people who are teaching, and there have to be people who are learning. And in this case, it would need to be teachers who are teaching adults and children who are learning. Okay, do we see that up there at these abandoned buildings? No, not one black boy has been educated. 6.5 years later. That's crazy. Thanks, Dreezy Drum Dre. Indigo says, hashtag Lenon to 100K. Yeah, I don't know if we'll ever get there, but I mean, we're looking good right now. I'll tell you that. Shout out to everyone in the Cookie Crush chat. 2, didn't know his personal account was frozen using business account mainly. Didn't know his business account was frozen. Gives friends money from business account. Yesterday's vid. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a really good point, because he said his homie needed money, but I think it was the plug. That's what I think. Yeah, there's definitely co-mingling that's been going on over the years. And like I said, I think most of the money that Umar has spent, the donation money for FDMG, he spent it on himself for personal use. Yep. Yeah, it's crazy. All these years later, he's still at it. Thank you, Indigo Babies. California La says, show me love. Okay. I'm at the bottom now. Thank you guys so much. Spades 93 says he's a functional addict. He is until he isn't anymore. See Richard Pryor, Marvin Gaye, etc. He's showing signs that he isn't. Yeah, I know, and I've seen this. I've seen the deterioration of Umar over the years, and you're absolutely right about that. Okay, he's still functional to a degree, but he's not as functional as he was, let's say, in 2020, and 2014. He's not as functional as he was in 2020. He's definitely not as functional as he was, like, let's say, back in 2005 or 2006, when he was actually a school psychologist. Again, he was functional to a certain degree, but at this point, the level of dysfunction he can't even operate like in a professional capacity. He doesn't behave like a professional to any degree. And you're right. What ends up happening over time is that you start seeing signs of a person who they become a non-functional addict. That's what we see with Umar. It's getting closer to that. Okay, it's unfortunate, but again, that's his own doing. He can't blame anyone else. He can't say it's sabotage, right? That's him. Good point too, Space. Thank you so much. Love HKDD says, I believe many Black generation Xers in the gifted and talented public school programs of the 80s and early 90s contributed to so much mental illness. So you're saying many Black Gen Xers in the gifted and talented public school programs of the late 80s and early 90s contributed to so much mental. But I think that mental illness is something that is all the way across the board that people experience at I don't think it's a race, particularly a race issue. Umar spins it as such. I don't think that is the case. I think that there are people who struggle with mental health all the way across the board. I mean, the truth is that I think that everyone at some point in their life has dealt with mental health issues. I have. Okay, I remember I used to have some crazy anxiety when I was in the conspiracy theory paradigm. I mean, extreme paranoia too, because everything was about doomsday and the Illuminati, and it was just scary stuff. I wasted a lot of time in that. But this all to say that I don't think it's a race-based issue. I think that the way that Umar presents the issue of mental health, I don't think that he's even at this point. He's even qualified to talk on those issues because he's not a professional, and his mental health issues are so out there that for him to be even given advice on any of these issues, I mean, it's just absolutely crazy. At this point, at least at this point. Okay, let me be fair with Umar though. I think that there was a time wherein he had something to offer in his early career. That's what I believe. It's just that over the years, what Umar has turned into, he's done more damage in the mental health space for Black people than he has helped, even though there's a lot of people think that he has done good. That's not the case at all. Okay. At this point. Right. Thanks, Love HKD. User 225 says FDMG freeze that man's great money. Yeah. Thank you, User 225. Misconference, is this a marathon? Some of you geriatrics need I know I need to go to bed, so let me get up off of here. It wasn't meant to. We were supposed to be 2 hours, but it's at 5. But we almost done. I got like 2 more super chats here. Thanks, Mr. And that's all from you. Thank you, Mr. Controversy. Mr. Controversy says, Lenon, your head shining like a Mickey finger. Is that sweat or Vaseline? It's sweat. It's hot in here. Okay, that's my bad. I should have got a little rag with some water on it so I could. Okay, but it is what it is. Okay, but But the ladies, they like that. Man, if you don't know that, you get a little sweat on your head. They love that. Boy, they just, what do you think I want? I mean, it's late. I'm sorry. Start turning to Umar. Do you really think I want to? All right, I need to go to bed. Real talk. Okay. Mr. Converse says, Lenny, how your whole head look like it's been slathered in petroleum jelly? But on that note, family, thank you so much for tuning in. Well, you be doing me wrong, but I love you anyway. That's wild. That is wild, bro. Damn. All right. I gotta go to bed. On that note, family, thank you so much for tuning on in. I hope you all enjoyed this show. I'm not gonna do the outro because I gotta go. Boy, that's wild. We'll be back tomorrow with a short live stream, I promise. Okay. Thank you guys, everyone, for tuning on. I hope you enjoyed the show. If you did enjoy the show and you haven't hit the like button, go on and hit that like button. Wow. I want to thank everyone who sent in super chats during this live stream. Okay. We might have broke the record again on it. Thanks, everyone. And if you sent in super chats or cash apps, I want to thank you for that too. My cash app and what is it? Cash app and PayPal information is listed down below in the description of this video. I'm tired. We'll be back tomorrow and we'll pick up where we left off. I want to get into the videos of Umar gambling. And then there's a couple of other videos that we didn't cover that Umar posted this month. And in particular, when he was over in Africa, we'll get into those. They're shorter videos and we'll get into those tomorrow. Okay. Thank you guys so much. Okay. I really do appreciate it. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. And I want to thank everyone. This month has been by far the most successful month that I've had on YouTube in my whole life. And that is because the Cookie Crush chat is undefeated. All right. Thank you all again for tuning on in. Please enjoy the rest of the evening. I love y'all and I'll see you soon. Take care. Peace.